I think the quality of competition has been the highest it's ever been the entire year. This tournament was probably one of the hardest tournaments to win that has ever been played in WoW.
We know that those players are the best at their respective classes, and it's always a challenge to face them.
Is Avenging Crusader just pick up the mill, but they dismantle it. They completely dismantle in game 2.
Chance falls and the Gosu crew are 1 game away.
Blizzo 10% out. What is going on? They actually hit it. Mid-range. Temporal shield. And Warcraft Gaming. Blizzo is undoubtedly the best warrior in World of Warcraft.
Blizzo is an unstoppable force. Literally nothing can stop him. Roots, nothing.
Battlemaster's gonna fall. Bomb drop. Kidney shot on Blizzo. Massive damage. A big takedown. Wildcard Gaming and Art Jordan 2019 BlizzCon champions. MIM sets up for the kill. 1-star surge, 2-star surge.
And now another counter spell comes in though. That's a beautiful counter spell. Is there an execute? There is. And Wildcard Gaming upset the stock and go 1-up, 1 game away from the grand final.
Lost and Raikou, they just need a little bit more damage. He snaps it, but Looney just can't make it there. Is he gonna stay alive? No! Black tie it up.
Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done the shadow.
No way.
The kidney shot starts it in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Hello everyone, welcome to the very last Sunday of the AWC BFA circuit. My name is Aya, I'll be your host for today, and I'm joined by Zico, Stupides, and Healing Stat today. Venrique will be joining us a little bit later today. Healing Stat, how do you feel like the games have gone so far over the last 3 weeks?
I mean, it's been a treasure to watch, right? Like, it's getting so close now, and I feel like I couldn't have really come on for a better day since we've got the whole script set up. We've got teams that are vying for their bottom spots here to get the top 4 for the finals. I think ABC versus Diabolus today is going to be absolutely crazy. But yeah, I mean, my favorite series so far has been the C9 versus GG one. I think that happened last week. That was absolutely incredible, and it's just been so many close series. So it's been great fun to watch, especially since the teams only get that one chance to play against each other in this format.
Yeah, certainly some amazing teams and some amazing series over the last 3 weeks. We can take a look at the NA circuit, where we ended up after yesterday's games on the North American side. Stupides, anything to take note of here with these teams?
Well, the main thing is it's coming down to the final day. This round robin format has proven to be like one of the most competitive formats we've seen. Like, everything comes down to the final day. I mean, there's potential here if Cloud9 lose, M2KC win, if Charlotte Phoenix win, that there's going to be ties, first, second, third, fourth, all the way across the board. So it's going to be a pretty exciting day. And in North America, Space Station Gaming, if they win versus Charlotte Phoenix, I mean, everything is still on the table for all of these teams. So I'm excited to see it play out. Is Cloud9 going to be having a tough time with Mystery Org? Because Sidu's team, I feel like, hasn't been able to beat Cloud9 for like a year, maybe even more than a year. And now finally, there's some comps that they can play that look successful in the Mage Lock.
Yeah, lots of amazing stories going on here with the North American side. We can also take a look at the EU circuit currently, where those teams stand after Saturday's game here. Wildcard Gaming, XSET up at the top, first and second place currently. We'll see where they end up after today's games here on Sunday. But Zico, how do you feel about the European side right now?
Oh, it's getting down to the wire. I mean, there is so much to unpack here. We got, first of all, it's going to be battle for first place. If XSET or Wildcard, who's going to come out on top? Either XSET finishes third or they finish first. We're going to see, who qualifies, of course, which is the even bigger thing. And it could be ABC, it could be Diabolus, it could be Coffin Dance, it could be really anybody. So it's going to be interesting. And obviously this region as well has ties written all over it. There could be some crazy stuff going on. It depends, especially if there's upsets.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of potential for some ties, both on the European side and the North American side, but we will be sure to to keep you updated here on the desk as the day progresses, as we see more of those games that have potential to end in tiebreakers play out. But we've got some amazing games lined up for you guys today here on Sunday. We can take a look at that schedule, what we're going to be doing here for the first game of the day, nLite versus Bergen Boys. And then, of course, North American games are going to be the second half of the day. Healing Stat, looking at this schedule, any games, any matches in particular you're looking forward to?
I mean, first of all, it's good to be back, right? Like, look at this schedule. It's absolutely packed. Like, first series, Zuniaki, my boy, nLite going up against Bergen Boys. One of those teams has a chance to qualify. But I think certainly on the European side, it's all pinning on that Diabolus versus ABC. You know, formerly ABC were Diabolus, so there's already that going for the two teams. But then whoever wins that basically gives themselves a sure shot at qualification. Diabolus, they're in prime spot. If they win, they're through automatically, no tiebreakers. If ABC wins, then there could be potentially a three-way tiebreaker, I believe, in Europe. So it is going to be a truly crazy series, that one. And then over in North America, you got, I think, in a similar situation, Space Station Gaming as well, right? So there's some really big series coming today.
You picked a good day to come back, Adrian.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking forward to those games for sure. nLite versus Bergen Boys, that's going to be the match that we should be seeing here shortly. What do we feel like we're going to want to see out of the first game of the day here, Zico, with these two teams? How do we feel like they've been doing so far up until this point throughout the circuit, and what can we see coming into this next game?
Well, I feel like we're probably going to see jungle, I would say, out of nLite. That is the only thing they're pretty much running. The question there is, are we going to see Zuni on the Holy Pala again? Because we saw him yesterday play his Holy Paladin, but they played Holy Red. So maybe he plays Holy Paladin jungle instead. If they have Holy Pala plus Disc Priest plus Mistweaver, they're going to have some flexibility there. But on Bergen Boys, it's either Windwalker Lock or a Cleave. I'm hoping for a Cleave. And then maybe they're like aiming at running down Zuni on a priest, but then maybe he surprises them with a Holy Pala. I don't know. I think first pick is going to be pretty interesting to see here, but there's definitely some options on both sides.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I feel like over the course of the BFA circuit, the three teams that have been playing the jungle, that composition has kind of developed a little bit in how it sort of works against certain teams. Healing Stat.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really interesting to see how all the teams are kind of interacted with this process in general, I suppose. But I don't know. My favorite, going back to the series, like I honestly, I think this is too close to call, because I would love to see nLite pull out just their standard jungle, and it looks like that is actually where they're going. So that's nice. But for Infernion on the Warlock, that's kind of what I was expecting, because he can swap between the Imp and the Spelllock pad in this one. Probably Imp's going to be better mostly against the Disc Priest. And this is a really sturdy comp coming in from Bergen Boys as well. So I think this is going to be a very, very close series.
All right, game number 1 of the day, starting now. nLite versus Bergen Boys.
This is a matchup we don't get to see very often, so I'm curious to see how it plays out. Burley charges in straight away, finding Cassidy with an Earthcraft Totem, preventing that initial burst damage from the Feral Druid. Nice move by Burley. The risk paid off there for him. Zuniaki interrupted immediately on mind control, but at the same time, nLite engaged for crowd control. Freezing Trap has landed. Is there an Imp to dispel? No Fell Hunter being played. Infernion's in a lot of trouble in this position. He's trying to counter-aggress, but Remote Guidance Device comes in over onto Facile. Trades out Exhilaration, recovers. Zuniaki's charging in. He snipes out the Tremor, lands a Psychic Scream. They're really trying to push down Infernion here, but Infernion refuses. Now pushing back with massive Chaos Bolts. Facile ducking for cover. Powered Raptured Shields coming in here. Zuniaki trying to tank through the Dark Soul. This is when a Warlock is most threatening, but Zuniaki has navigated through it expertly.
Ooh, that's really... Oh, you go ahead.
I was gonna say real quick that this is the one series that Hydra's team beat was Bergen Boys with the jungle. So the fact that we're getting this exact matchup, it's going to be very interesting to see if nLite can repeat what Hydra's team were able to do earlier in the circuit.
Oh, it definitely looks like it. Infernion trying to summon the Imp here. He's going to get it. He finally does, but they have pretty much used every cooldown here. They have Unending Resolve, and one thing that's pretty interesting is that Infernion played super aggressive. He's still going for more crowd control, actually. No follow-up on that fear, but he catch Facile in a leg sweep here. Should be okay, though. He's got the Vitality Conduit, so I don't think he's going to go down here. He's casting out some Shadowmans. He's going to be able to top him here. But Infernion has no Infernals, no Dark Soul to really push the jungle back the next time he gets pressured. So he's going to really have to bank on that Imp to take care of things here for them moving forward. If they lose the 50-50, it could just be the game here. If they can get him low enough, they're going for the crowd control here. There's the stun. Do they have the root? They get the root and the trap. The Imp singe it, but Zuni fears it, and there's the motorbike coming in. Unending Resolve is going to come out here as well. Double Mortal Coil. Infernion is going to survive there, and he can thank his Imp for that one.
All right, big play by Zuniaki there, trying to cover it up with that Psychic Scream on the Singed Magic. If they do at least net Unending Resolve from Infernion. A Skull Bash by Cassidy, trying to put Burley behind here and push through the pain. Will they be able to, though? Dark Soul is coming up in 7 seconds. That could be comboed with Infernals. Infernion's going to be a big threat momentarily. nLite need to do some work right now. They've stunned up Burley, but Facil's in a fear. He can't get the Freezing Trap. They go for the Tracker's Net, the Psychic Scream. Burley doesn't manage to get the Tremor down. He's caught in a full Psychic Scream. He's saving the Singe Magic for the trap. Does he land the Singe? Doesn't look like he's landing it. This is a full trap with not very much defense left. nLite look to push through the pain and take game number 1. That mind control clutching out for even just 1 more second, but 1 more second not enough. Burley snipes down the Spirit Link Totem, recovering his team through that push, and now Dark Soul is rolling. nLite, what are you going to do? Are you going to retreat? Are you going to stay in the face of Infernion here? A tough choice. So far, they're deciding to stay in the fight, but they are definitely receiving a ton of damage as a result. A remote guidance device from Monkarn connecting onto Facile. Mana about even between the healers, so evenly matched in that regard, but Facile's getting blasted. Zuniaki's in a fear, managing to break out, trying to get in a position to Psychic Scream Burley. Gets feared again away. Burley needs to reposition far away from Zuniaki. Love Burley's positioning towards that outside wall. Zuniaki's still chasing him, but Burley just consistently running away. Is he going to get the Tremor Totem on the Psychic Scream? He roots up Zuniaki. They fear Cassidy, and they're buying time for Burley to reposition here as Zuniaki is just marching forward at him like the Terminator.
Yep, I'm very concerned for this next crowd control chain on Burley, though. He doesn't have his trinket available. Neither do they have the Spirit Link or the Unending Resolve. So if they manage to connect it, here it comes. There's the Intimidation stun. Zuniaki gets feared, so he won't be able to get the fear himself just yet. We can see a root there is just a tad delayed by Cassidy, so the Singe goes through. Fear available, though. They do connect it. Burley, once again, singed out, or maybe it broke out. He maybe got the Tremor down. Either way, with that Earthen Shield Totem, they managed to survive the onslaught there, and that was the jungle's push to win. Now they're starting to fall a little bit further behind.
Yeah, as long as Infernion saves his Mortal Coil for that next setup, should be able to trinket double Mortal Coil and probably survive it, unless they get crowd control. Oh, they get a full kick here onto Burley. If they can get a trap with the root, they get it here. Let's see the Singe. Oh, it gets the trap there. That might have been enough there to actually secure the game, but Burley is going to come out, pop Ascendance, should be able to stabilize Infernion and Monkarn in this situation. You got about 30 more seconds for dampening, and both of these healers pretty much tapped on mana. For that next push, Zuni is going to have his Dark Soul ready to go. Double leg sweep coming out. They got the Infernals called in as well. Inferno is looking to do big damage here with the Dark Soul. Dressing Up comes through as well. Nicely done there, though. Facile stacking up with his teammate. Zuni caught up in a full fear. He's not going to be able to get there for the trap. They need to not get singed here, but they do once again get the singe right there. Facile not going to be able to get there in time, but now Zuni looking for the fear, and Burley doing an expertly job here, just dodging Zuni, avoiding him, dropping totems on top of him to just slow him down, trying to avoid the fear, stalled for his Tremor Totem to come back up, which he has now. And once again, he's going to have his Trinket, he's going to have his Spirit Link as well soon, so I don't know. That last Singe, it was pretty much the setup that they needed to kill on, and now they're going to need to force everything again. And as I say that, the Seals drop super low there and has to use his turtle.
I don't know if nLite had the time here in game number 1. Bergen Boys are looking solid. There was one moment in this game where I thought they were going to lose, but they managed to hold strong, and now momentum swinging in their favor. If Monkarn can push aggressively here on top of the jungle, he could overwhelm them, but they know that, so they're trying to push Monkarn back. No, Ring of Peace bounces Facile out into midfield. Infernion's going to be able to blast them if they're not careful. Facile trying to reposition here, feign deathing the incoming cast. Monkarn going back onto Cassidy. They decide to fear Cassidy instead. Wincher onto Zuni, but Burley stunned up. Where's the freezing trap? No freezing trap. Psychic Scream instead off to the side by Zuni, but now Zuni gets intercepted by Infernion, and Facile's in trouble. He's on the run, waiting for that exhilaration. Up in 10 seconds. Can Monkarn close the game before 9 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 second? Facile has the exhilaration now. Go for a big boost of health at any moment, although he may need to press it literally as he gets it. trying to pop the coordinated assaults. This is going to be a dirty race to the finish. Both sides basically out of mana at 10% dampening. Burley stunned up, Monkarn stunned up. They're going after the Windwalker. They're mind controlling the Warlock. nLite mixing up their targeting. They're getting desperate here towards what will be the final moments of the match. Who is going to fall?
Yeah, this is a difficult situation. I've been here before several times against the jungle cleave. You think you've got them, the priest's out of mana, but he's somehow clinging on to dear life for his team, and they're the ones generating most of the pressure. Facile, though, doesn't have that turtle. Chaos Bolt connects, he's behind the pillar. Beautiful Ring of Peace coming through. Zuniaki needs to get in line of sight. The Dressagath is pain suppression. Beautiful plays coming in from Zuniaki. Fortunate timing there. Now they have crowd control on Burley. He does have his trinket available, but this is a lot of damage, and he's got a lot of work to do.
Oh, Monkarn super low here. No Spearling Totem. Burley gets kicked here. They're looking to close out the game. nLite, they can smell the blood in the water. They can see the victory. Facile versus Monkarn behind that pillar. Monkarn is actually pushing in. He has the Fort Brew right now active, so he's feeling safe, but his Touch of Karma is not ready for another 5 seconds. Can he get the damage? 3 more seconds for it. He should have it up in time. Burley gets the Ascendance up. Infernion is low. Monkarn is low. Might need to force that Karma in. He's going to use it behind the pillar. Facile's going to have to run with that. He has no aspect of the turtle. He needs to be extremely careful. Uses the Fame Depth. They need to try to stop the Chaos Bolt. Cassidy doesn't get the kick in time. Doesn't have it available, but Zuni deflects beautifully there with that Vitality Conduit. Now they're getting both knocked out. Touch of Death onto the seal, but Monkarn is actually the one losing this exchange. If Cassidy can get there, that's it. Zuni gets a full double fear. If Cassidy can get there, it's going to be GG. The seal looking for the trap here, maybe. I don't think he can find it though. Barrier coming out here from Zuni, and now here we go. This is the trap they attempt. Monkarn eats the trap. Wow,
Nice.
that was a game changer right there. Monkarn is going to hold on barely after that play.
Oh, remote guidance device gets feigned death by Facile. It's a race here. Facile's cooldowns are coming back up. Literally, these players' cooldowns come up, and they have to press them exactly when they come off cooldown. I can't believe this game is still going on at 20% dampening with 0 mana remaining. Monkarn has nothing left here. Burley gets interrupted. Where's the crowd control? They just need to land one more freezing trap, but Earthen Wall Totem comes down from Burley. Monkarn stable. They swap to Infernion outside of the Earthen Wall. Infernion repositions back into it. Zuniaki trying to drink. He doesn't get the drink. He's sniped by an Earthbind Totem. Good awareness by Burley, not letting Zuniaki sneak away in that moment. Facile still has aspect of the turtle, but Monkarn's Fort Brew just rotated back up. They're switching to the Warlock, realizing no on any resolve is their opening here. They've got 3 targets getting whittled down in game number 1. Monkarn pre-walls the incoming stun, but Infernals have landed. Dark Souls available. Infernion's going to be a big threat if he doesn't just fall over. There's not much to keep him going here. He's interrupted. They're powering him down. Infernion on 1% goes for a Chaos Bolt, but ultimately gets taken out, and nLite holds strong and take game 1.
Wow, the face of the relief on Cassidy's face there at the end. nLite going to be taking that game 1 victory here for the first series of the day against Bergen Boys. What happened there in those final moments, healing stat, for the victory for nLite?
Well, I felt like we were going to spend most of this post-game talking about Monkarn and this guy playing legendary, pre-ruling stuns, eating traps, but in the end, nLite are like, okay, this guy's not going down this game, not sure what's got into him. They go back on Infernion and they secure the kill, and honestly, that one could have gone either way. Both healers completely tapped, cooldowns, as it said. As soon as they came up, they were being exchanged, so it was really a nail-biter at the end there, but nLite powering through with that jungle cleave, maybe the fact that Zuniaki looks like he's playing in his jungle is the thing that kind of pushed them through in the end.
Yeah, well done by nLite here. Do we feel like then if that first game was so close, Zico, that this could potentially go to a game 5 here in this series?
Yeah, I mean, both teams played well, but I don't know. I feel like nLite, to be honest, were kind of unlucky in this game. They had a lot of times where they forced all CDs and then they got the trap and then they lost 50-50. I think they had 2 checkmate situations like that where they kind of just got unlucky. And then obviously there was a couple of times as well where Bergen Boys just played super well. They ate the traps or just stopped Zuni before he could get fears and stuff like that too. So I don't know. It just depends on how they play. It can definitely go either way. But I would say it looked like nLite were favored up until the last couple of minutes, maybe. But then even then they managed to hang on because I don't know. Zuni doesn't have a mana bar. It seems like he doesn't need mana to heal
It's there
people.
for sure.
Yeah, pretty much.
He's gaining mana from all of the plants that are behind him. He's just
Yeah.
regenerating them faster that way.
I gotta say,
Rest
like,
of
it makes me feel better about my decision to put my computer in the kitchen, seeing that Zuniaki has also put his computer in the kitchen. Like, maybe that'll help me improve as a player for sure.
Mine's in the kitchen. It's right in front of me.
There you go.
You just can't tell because I've got it flipped around the walls behind me. But well done to those guys on game number 1 here. In general, though, how do we feel like maybe in like a ladder setting, Supatis, that this matchup would tend to go? We've got jungle versus Windwalker Lock. How do we feel like these two compositions are matched up?
I mean, it seems pretty back and forth. I wouldn't. When we observe it, I mean, nLite we're definitely closer more frequently, so maybe it's like a 60-40. Jungle wins 60% of the time, Windwalker Lock wins 40% of the time. That's where I would put it based off just assessing that one game in terms of value. But on ladder, jungle also might not have multiple sets of gear like the tournament realm. So if they're running a full Gushing Wound set, then they might just fall over before they can make it deeper into dampening. So it really depends on the build of the players on the ladder.
Mm-hmm. So now it's going to be Bergen Boys map choice here, and if you guys read that little tidbit that we had below us in the on the broadcast here, this is actually the first time these two teams have met on a broadcast before in this tournament here. So Tolvaron Arena, that's the map we're going to be going to, nLite locking in that same composition here. Do we really expect? There's not really much they could change to on the side of Bergen Boys, Zico.
Well, I mean, they could tag Joel in and try to play like Windwalker DK or something, but this map definitely doesn't make sense for that. So I think we're going to see Infernion again on his Warlock, and yeah, probably just same compositions as last game. I'm going to try to maybe just play it better, maybe play a little bit different gearing. Not sure. We'll see how that goes. But I think nLite aren't too unhappy with this because the pillars here are really big, so they could drag the game on. They're going to land less fierce, but they could definitely drag the game on a little bit and then just kill the Warlock in deep dampening.
And how do we feel like in general in terms of positioning here with the added pillars here on Tolvaron with these two compositions healing stat? We're going to see these two teams interact.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see because last game, it kind of started with everyone hitting Infernion. And I mean, Infernion on the Warlock, sure, it's a big map, but because he's not really playing double caster, I feel like he's going to be a pretty static target if they want to go after him again. That said, if they want to attack Monkarn and kind of split up the damage, pressure Burley that way, that's going to be much more challenging on this map because there's, as you say, the big pillars, the distance they'll have to cover to catch him. It's going to be challenging. So I think the main target's probably going to be Infernion. The big place they might get punished is when they do extend after him. If Zuniaki gets caught up in crowd control, can't line of sight, it could be a potential weakness for nLite.
And then on the side of Bergen Boys, do we feel like we have any idea of who nLite, their target on nLite is going to be, Supatis?
It's definitely not Burley. It's probably going to be Infernion for most of the game. If they try and chase the Windwalker, I don't know if they'll keep up with him, and then they'll be dragged out in the open for the Warlock to free cast. So this is a really good map to set up a Destruction Warlock, obviously, and it kind of removes Monkarn as a target, because in my mind, Monkarn is easier to kill as jungle than a Warlock is. I'm curious to see if they just stay at the pillar and drag this into deep dampening. We've seen that as a strategy into Destruction Warlocks, and Tolvaron is just run around the pillar until you're really in deep dampening, do one big swell push, and then overrun the Warlock through on any resolve. That's kind of been a historic strategy for dealing with Destruction Warlock on Tolvaron. Or if they're going to play aggressive like they did on Nagrand. I mean, Zuniaki was really up in Bergen Boys' face for most of Nagrand. I feel like he hasn't got an opportunity to play aggressively like that with all the mage lock matchups that he's getting. So he looks a bit eager to get in their face. So he may on Tolvaron Arena.
And let's say that Bergen Boys potentially lose this game too. They put nLite here on a match point. We potentially see maybe Bergen Boys changing up their strategy at all, going to a smaller map, changing their composition or something like that, healing stat.
I mean, it's rough because, to be honest, I don't believe in DK Windwalker or any compositions like that into the jungle cleave. And I mean, Hydra's team is probably the perfect sample for this because Hydra's team, they've had some really close series, but ultimately the one that they won during circuit was against Bergen Boys. So clearly, this is a matchup that they struggle with. And it's an important one, right? Like, if whoever wins this series actually has a chance of making it through to the finals pending results later today. So that is a lot on the line for both of these guys. Bergen Boys, they've got to exhaust every option, so maybe if they lose this one, they will try a different strat, as you say, but I do think this is their best foot forward. I think the Destro brings the most kill potential, it brings the Dispel for the traps, which is core to their strategy. They've just got to somehow survive a bit longer and get that kill.
And what's that going to take then? What kind of things do we want to see Bergen Boys on this map here try and do to prevent any setup kills on the side of nLite?
Well, I think what they did first very well in the last game was Monkan was playing Tiger's Lust, so the way they were covering what the jungle tries to do is they root and they trap at the same time, so that the Singe magic from the pet only dispels one. So they're making sure to dispel both, which is good in terms of defense. In terms of offense, it's kind of whittling down the mana bar of Zuniaki and then actually making that meaningful, which is the challenging part. So they did a good job. They survived till he resumed. And then I think they just need to clean up a little bit their crowd control in those last moments, so he can't just rotate through the raptures, the pain suppression, all that. And then hopefully they'll find a kill on this pretty brilliant hunter for Seal that was dodging them a lot last game.
Is that, I mean, we really didn't see much in the last game here of Zuni's resources being depleted at all, Zico. What happened there exactly? Is that just an attest to his skills as a healer, or is that also part of his class?
Well, I think he just knows his win condition. So, you know, for example, if somebody on Bergen Boys uses their cooldowns, they burst somebody low on his team, he doesn't just panic and start spamming his Shadow Mans and try to get that person to full HP as quickly as possible. He tries to be very mana effective, heal him with shields, do some damage with penance, try to make sure he's just using his atonement to heal everybody up. It takes a little bit longer time, but he manages to hold on to his mana a lot longer. And then when he really needs to spam those Shadowmans, he's able to do it. So it's like a mix of both, you know. If he can gear to get some mana back with trinkets and stuff, but ultimately he also gotta play it well. We've seen, you know, like I don't know, some priests go really fast. So I think it depends. But it's also his teammates as well. They're good at dodging damage and interrupting the right things, etc. So it's kind of a team effort as well to not take too much damage as the targeted DPS member.
And do we like his choice here of him on the Disc Priest as well, Zuni on the Disc Priest? I know we saw him yesterday and in certain situations playing Mistweaver early on in the Cups as well as Holy Paladin. Is there any potential that we see them switch healers at all?
nLite? I don't think so. I think who should switch healer is maybe Bergen Boys. I don't know if Burley knows how to play Pala, but Pala is definitely a pretty good answer into jungle. It's just you have a lot of answers, and like on a big map like this, there's no way the Pala dies, so they kind of have to win by maybe running the Pala out of mana. So it feels like you got a lot of counters to the damage from the jungle, but maybe he doesn't have it.
Off. That was scary. Did you hear me say it? Did you hear me say, oh my god?
No.
We didn't know.
My headset turned off and I thought you were muted for a second, but it was me. I just heard, I missed like half of that question, but I'm sure it was good.
Just nod
I don't think
and
I've
smile
ever
away.
heard Zico mute, ever. So that's a bit
Adrian,
unlikely,
you just
unlikely
got here,
scenario.
bro. Come on, man.
Adrian jinxed himself.
He knows the meta. He knows the meta already.
Adrian's 100% gonna forget now at some point.
There's absolutely 0% chance that I mute myself at any point during this broadcast.
Okay.
I was gonna say,
clip it and ship it.
yeah, but somebody clip that right now, because at some point today we may see a
Come
healing
back to bite me.
stat join.
Are we doing healing stat stickers? Can we do stickers for this?
Yeah.
A prediction?
Yeah. I gotta
Who's-
remake my chart.
We do. This is our prediction we have to make. Who wins the series
Okay.
and what is the score?
All right.
And it's worth 2 stickers each.
2
Wait,
stickers.
no,
okay.
we gotta make it more spicy. What about maps?
More
Maps.
Wait,
This
who
is too
wins
much
the
layers.
That's gonna
This
be
is
too
too
much.
many
That's-
layers.
No, you gotta guess the result of the series and what map the last game is gonna be played on. Because now you have no info.
The
so
last
now it's-
map.
now
The last map. Okay, just
the
the last map.
Last map.
Gotta be
Okay.
fast too. They get
All right.
Oh,
All right. Well, put your bets in now. Sounds like the game is ready soon here. Game number 2, nLite versus Bergen Boys on Tolvaron. Zico, what do you think the score is going to be then?
3-0 nLite hook point.
Okay.
2 stickers on that.
Okay. Healing stat and super
Ooh,
real quick.
I'm also going 3-0 to nLite as well, but I'm gonna
Okay.
go Asher mains for the next map.
Okay.
Yeah, 3-0 nLite Ashamains and the same bet.
Okay. All right.
All right.
3 stickers on the line.
All right.
I will say with my bet, I agree with Zico. If Burley brings out the Holy Paladin, then I think there is a world where they can win this. the Repentance, all the CC, that would be exactly what they need to punish this Discipline Priest pick. But so far, I think he's really shown us the Shaman. He's been brilliant on it. Whether it will be enough in this one, that is the question. It's a big map. They've got a lot of space to work with. Infernian's going to have to pull out a miracle, though, because this is a very difficult composition to take down.
Ooh, that was a fat heal Monkan just got. He was 50%. Let's see the trap here. Is he going to land? Facile is going for it. They get the root. They get the everything, actually. They don't get the dispel here. Ooh, big motorbike coming through. Full fear. Bernie snipes out the Trinket Spirit Link, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Bernie taking a lot of damage here as well. Everybody on the side of Bergen was just dying. Monkan has no cooldowns. Infernian already using pretty much everything except unending resolve. Now he's summoning his imp. He didn't have it out. Why would he start the game with a Fell Hunter when that almost lost him the last game? And now Monkan overextended. We can see some CC here. Stun onto Burley. Can he get anything out? Monkan forge away from Burley right now, who has Ascendance active. This team is just in complete chaos right now. They are not on the same page, but it looks like they are going to be fine for now as they try to get some pressure onto Cassidy.
Monkar definitely got out of there. Now he's back in the fight. We see Bergen Boys stabilize, but at the cost of basically everything. They're going to need a massive turnaround in these next couple of seconds if they even want to have a shot of winning game number 2. Zuniaki's out in midfield, a bit curious. He's going to get cleaved down. Maybe he wants to get in for crowd control. They use the Haymaker off his seal to try and prevent him from landing a freezing trap. Burley's like the only shaman that plays Kultiran in the tournament consistently. Zuniaki feared away. This is a good opportunity for Bergen Boys, but they're just not finding any damage. Look at that triple stun. Where's the Singe? They get the Singe. Zuniaki needs to get in position for a Psychic Scream. He's moving in. He's chasing down Burley with the feather. Are they going to stop Zuniaki from getting to Burley? They're running ring around the Rosie on this Ring of Peace. Huge pressure on a Monkarn. Zuniaki is just still chasing Burley. He gets the full Psychic Scream. They try and break through Karma, but I don't think they have the damage to do it. They're going to stabilize, but a Karma is still a Karma. Zuniaki's mana isn't looking too great, though, if Bergen Boys can hold together.
Yeah, regardless of what happens here, I think Burley being my favorite shaman is a outcome for sure. Love watching this guy play on the Kultiran, going for those big plays, but he's got a lot of healing to do if he is to keep his team through. This is the Dark Soul from Infernian, and they are starting to rotate through some of those cooldowns. That's one of the biggest things, of course. In the start, Bergen Boys had to trade out everything, but actually Trinket's back, Irvin's back, they've got Monkan with some cooldowns, so they're starting to get into a good position. And as you say, mana for Zuniaki, that's the first test here. If they can burn that down to 0, then get a bit of crowd control on him, they can put him too far behind in the game, and that's what Bergen Boys need to tie this one up.
Yeah, and Burley is going to have his Trinket right now, but he doesn't have his Spirit Link, so no immediate healing. Monkarn still doesn't have Karma. He does have Fort Brew. He has his Trinket, so I don't think there's anybody who is a real kill option here on the side of nLite. And Monkarn with a beautiful pre-teleport. Ooh, Burley sneaks in a beautiful Hex here. Cassidy can't dispel it. He's in a full fear. Inferno catches a big heal there. The seal now going to be in trouble here. Big damage. Monkarn has his Touch of Death rolling, but he just gets absorbed by Zuniaki with that Rapture cooldown. And now finally Double Fear coming through for Zuni. Big damage coming in here. They call in the motorbikes. Infernion using that unending resolve here. So they do net themselves a big cooldown. And they get the Karma here as well. And Monkarn's Trinket. So a lot of cooldowns here forced out from the Bergen Boys. But Zuni's mana is the name of the game right now. Not looking too hot. And you can see Burley's mana bar not doing great either, but still a little bit better than Zuni. They're actually going for the game-winning play right now. They get the freezing trap, but no entangling roots means the Singe is going to get the trap. And once again, the Vitality Conduit should stabilize everybody.
All right, mana not looking good here for nLite, and I really want those stickers. Come on, nLite, pull this back together in game number 2. You had such an explosive start. Like I feel like they should be able to close this out still. Cassidy getting haymakered for a moment, Burley trying to be annoying. Zuniaki's taking a break. Is he drinking when he was stretching there for a moment? I think he might have got a tick of mana when he was stretching. He moves in, gets a double Psychic Scream. This is beautiful timing. Infernion deflects with a double Mortal Coil. Good defense from Infernion. Burley's out of crowd control, but they don't have many cooldowns. They need to be careful. They stun up Cassidy. Infernion's blasting Facile. 2 Chaos Bolts. Zuniaki's pretty much spent all that mana that he just went and got. Infernion silenced, but dispelled by Monkarn. Dark Soul's active. They drop the barrier to try and bolster the defense. They get knocked out of the barrier by Monkarn. Infernion's still looking for Chaos Bolts. Burley sneaks in a Hex, but there's no cover. Cassidy dispels that instantly. Zuniaki's moving out into midfield. He wants to go for a Psychic Scream, maybe? Bit hesitant, bouncing back to the pillar. Maybe they want to go on Monkarn around the corner here. Cassidy, he's turning around. Munkar knows he's the target. He's not going to stay back there in nLite territory for too long, as Cassidy is switching to him, getting those bleeds up. Early stun, where's the entangling roots? They go for the freezing trap root, the 50-50, where's the Tiger's Lust? They get the root off, but they're, the Singe didn't get lucky on the trap. Infernion could be in trouble if there's a Psychic Scream, but Zuniaki's not in position. Infernion should recover. The Earthen Wall is available. Where's Burley going to put the Earthen Wall, though? Is he going to put it on top of Zuni and push on the pillar, or drop it where Infernion is right now? He's gambling, not dropping that Earthen Wall, still with 2 teammates at 50% health. When's he going to make the move? Healing Tide Totem has faded. Double stun lock here by Munkar. Touch of Death is rolling. They need to get an aspect of the turtle, at least with this Touch of Death. Do they have enough damage to do it? Vitality Conduit active, soaking up the Dress Together and the Touch of Death. Well-timed Vitality Conduit by Zuniaki. Mana is evening out, and it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, once again, super close game between these two teams as they do vie for that 4th place spot. Could potentially happen pending results later today. We've got Zuniaki now taking a little bit of damage. He's going to use that Desperate Prayer, keep himself alive. Double Mortal Coil comes through, Infernion stabilizing himself, but also going for the offense for Seal. Uses his aspect of the turtle there, I think, to avoid crowd control, maybe to get aggressive as the fear comes through. Intimidating stun, beautiful plays. Do they have the Singe for the trap? If not, this could be big trouble. Mind control's coming through over onto Infernion. Anything to deny the fears. It doesn't look like they have the interrupts, the reflect, and Burley out of crowd control has that Spirit Link available. So nLite once again unable to secure the kill as this game continues to go deeper into those dampening depths that are going to make it harder for Zuniaki to keep his team alive.
Yeah, but it's also going to be harder for Burley. Infernion still kind of low from that last attempt. Dark Archangel is active, Zoom in a full Hex, and then he does get the Dispel and prems the Fear there. Nice teamwork between him and Cassidy. Facile, though, taking a little bit of damage. Nice rake stun there onto Inferno. He trinkets aggressively to get these bolts off. He gets 1, he gets 2. Big damage there onto Facile. Drops to about 50%. Zuni is going to give him a Power Word Shield, trying to duck for cover. They're actually going for Munkar a little bit. He's out of position. Cassidy's going to stun him up, drop him to about 50%. He actually stuns him again on his roll. Forces out the Touch of Karma by himself. Nice Fear into Trap combo here onto Burley, who's going to take the damage though. Facile with the pain suppression should be fine here. Munkar running for his life. Infernion also dropping kind of low. Where's Zuniaki? I don't see him on the map. I think he might be offside on the side here trying to snipe some damage. Maybe we're looking for a drink, but his teammates are taking a little bit too much damage right now. He's not going to be able to. He has to go for the Shadow Mans. Facile taking fat damage right now. No aspect of the turtle. He gets bounced back into the open. Dress Together comes through as well. Big damage. The stickers are looking like they're going to rip right now. Facile so low here. Munkar looks for the finish. He goes in. He gets the trap. Burley dispels him. Keeps chasing Facile here, but Zuni should recover him with the Vitality Conduit. 2 trinkets there coming out from the side of nLite. That human racial overlap. And Cassidy has to do something fast here or his team is going to lose.
Big push onto Infernion, massive damage. How are they going to respond? They're choosing not to trade any significant cooldowns here. They're just trying to kill Facile and finish him. But Zuniaki's actually regenerated mana amidst all of the chaos. Double Mortal Coil set up here by Infernion. Munkar laying in the Fist of Fury. Facile disengages out of it. Zuni in a fear now. Infernion looking for more Chaos Bolts. Doesn't fake out Cassidy. Skullbash has landed. Burley's getting ready for the Freezing Trap. He's staying next to Infernion, maybe to try and soak the hit. He pre-Earthen Walls the stun. Nice play by Burley. He's going for a Hex on Zuniaki, but no cross-crowd control on Cassidy. Instantly dispelled. Facile still just retreating and attacking Munkar, making it so difficult for Munkar to close this out as they go toe-to-toe. Zuniaki gets a Psychic Scream. Munkar has to be defensive. Drops the Ring of Peace to protect himself from Facile for now. Running around the corner, but Burley is still stunned up. There's the full Freezing Trap and the Entangling Root. Where's the Singe? Does not get lucky. This could be a Trinket Link on top of Unending Resolve and Karma. Burley's trying to sit through the crowd control. This is going to be tough for him to recover this deep into dampening. No Ascendance, no Healing Tide. Trying to pick his team back up. Counter pressure onto Cassidy. He's trying to retreat back with Zuniaki, but he gets clotheslined into a double leg sweep. Has to trinket out. Chain Heals bombing in from Burley, hitting the whole team. Cap Totem down by Burley, trying to just Dress to get down Cassidy. He's on 1%. That Survival Instincts. He's barely holding on. A full Hex. Cassidy dispels. Zuniaki Cassidy retreating around the corner. But if they can somehow stay alive here, I mean, the defense for Bergen Boys is pretty much blown out. They just need to recover Cassidy back to full health. Facile gets intercepted with a Mortal Coil, Fist of Fury. He's got Turtle. The incoming damage, don't really blame him for trying to immune damage. Zuniaki doesn't have mana to recover if any damage happens here. Ring of Peace knocking him in the open. Now, if there's a Haymaker, Burley was using Haymaker to punch them off the pillar so his Warlock could cast. I'm curious to see if he gets that as a game-winning play, but double stun lock. There's no way this isn't a Trinket Link. Burley Trinket Links right away to stabilize with the Ascendance, and if nLite hold on here, they can win on the next setup.
Yeah, the phrase too close to cool does get tossed around a little bit these days, but this is really that. We see the full fear coming in, mind control to follow up. There is so much crowd control, but nLite, they have no mana to work with. Burley does. If you can just get some heals out somehow, some way, they can maybe win it, but that's a beautiful cross kick coming in from Cassidy. There's no heals to follow. Infernian somehow staying alive though, double mortal coil. The little bit of crowd control just keeping him in the fight. Do they have another double sun coming in from Monkan? It's available in about 30 seconds. They really just don't have any peels here. If a trap connects, it will be the end of the game, but Irvin Shield comes through. Do they have the knock for Seal? He's going to have to find a big play. Dressageth comes through off of the Ring of Peace. There's also a Chaos Bolt to match, and Facile is still out of cooldowns here. It's just so close. I really can't believe neither team has died. 35% dampening, but they're both playing their hearts out. nLite looking to go 2-up in the series.
They're just waiting for that Earthen Wall. It just faded. Ooh, big damage here onto Monkarn, but he has Touch of Karma. I don't think he's going to die. And now Cassidy wants to go for the play here. He has enough to root him. This is it. Full trap comes out. Singe Magic gets it, but Zuni's there. Covers it with the fear. Do they have the damage? There's the motorbike from downtown. And there it is. Dark Archangel.
Look at Cassidy's reaction.
Look at whoa.
His remote guidance
That was
device.
huge damage.
Did you guys notice also that Cassidy changed his shirt from game 1 and game 2?
Wait, did he?
Hopefully.
Yeah, he had like a white shirt on from the first game, and he put on like a jungle.
This
Jungle
team's
Fever
too well
shirt.
Forgot.
camouflaged, I
Do
didn't notice.
you think
number 2.
Zuniaki was watching, or Kara was watching this like, yo, you didn't put the jungle shirt on, dude, you forgot.
Well, that's what that
Yeah.
damage was at the end. That makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. It certainly helped. But here's the replay, guys.
Maybe he has a shirt for every single map. I'm not
Maybe
sure.
we'll see if he
Right.
changes it for third.
He needs the
third one.
damage buff on Tolvaron. You wear the jungle plus 50% damage. So this remote guidance device is going to be a motorcycle on your screen. It appears right there, and it hits Infernion, and then he gets sniped by Zuniaki. They increase the damage of that with the Dark Archangel. They just timed everything together. I can't tell what type of emotion that is. That's like a weird emotion. I can't tell if he's surprised by how hard it hit, or he's like, why is this so hard? It shouldn't be hard. Like, there's like 3 different emotions in that face.
I think he's happy after a game like that. That was a struggle for them, and they managed to pull through. I think all 3 of us that entire game were thinking, shouldn't have bet 3-0, should not have predicted
Yeah.
3-0. So he managed to pull through. Our stickers still kind of intact.
Yeah, I wrote that same thing down, like, oh, your stickers are compromised. But yeah, still fully on track here to end this series in a 3-0 on the side of nLite. Bergen Boys certainly need to figure out something here going into game number 3 if they want to try to turn this game around. Given the based on what we've seen for the last 2 games here, Zico, what do we think Bergen Boys has in store if they want to try and potentially get a game 3 victory here?
Honestly, Bergen Boys, if you guys are listening, I think you guys should pick Hook Point. Hook Point, okay? That's how you win. That's how you win. That's all you gotta do.
Ashamains. Pick
Just pick
Ashamains.
Hook
Okay.
Points.
Pick Ashamains.
Stickers aside.
Ah! It's Ashamains! It's Ashamains! It's
Right.
Ashamains.
So Sin I get the Ashamain's point, but I swear they need to lock in the power.
Well,
They need
that's
to
only
try
if
it,
they
you
win.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's not the last map. If Bergen
Well,
Boys
true.
win, then
I
nobody
mean, then
gets
none
any
of us
stickers.
get stickers, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
No stickers will be handed out quite yet, but how do we feel? I know this was not your map, Zico, so I'm sorry, but you no stickers for you. So let's talk to Sid and Healy.
What?
How do we feel?
Your opinion doesn't matter anymore.
Why did you guys guess? Yeah, your opinion does not count at the moment. Sorry, buddy. But no, let's talk about Ashamains. Why did you guys pick this map? Why did you guess it for game number 3 here? How do we feel about it?
Well, I from my opinion at least, I think the reason Tolvair was good is because it just allows them to prolong the game, and I think the deeper it goes into dampening, the more chance the Zuniaki being out of mana is actually just going to be, he's going to fall behind. We've seen in game 1, dampening was at about 10 or 15, I think, when the game ended, and it wasn't enough for them to kill through Zuniaki. They managed to burn his mana, which is the first part, but they need more time in the game, and this last game was super, super close. They could have easily taken down Facile if anything had been a bit cleaner. For Burley, I think Zico hit the nail on the head. If he plays Paladin, brings the Repentance, the Hammer of Justice to the table, they just have so much more win potential. Sure, I don't think the defense is necessarily better than like Urban Ascendants, all these big cooldowns that the Shaman brings, but they need something to actually bring the punch beyond just that cool Tyrion punch, which almost was enough, but not quite.
Well, it looks like Burley is going to stick to the Restoration Shaman here. Given that here, Zico, what do we think they need to do then if they want to sustain long enough in this game to potentially get a kill off of nLite?
Oh, wow. Well, now you want to hear my opinion, huh?
Yeah.
I thought I didn't have any points, so you didn't want to hear from me anymore.
I gotta be charitable to those that do not have stickers.
Wow, I'm getting sympathy questions now.
You need
mighty
to
have
comb back,
fallen. I was the point leader last time. Yeah, you know what, Adrian, we're bringing the analyst comp back. But yeah, I think for Bergen Boys, I would have liked to see the HPAL on like a small map, go for the Repentance or like the Blinding Light, the CC. But for now, the only thing that they can do on this map is kind of what Adrian mentioned already. Try to extend the game, try to get to the deep portion of the dampening, and maybe they can find enough pressure to take somebody down. I think Zuni actually got a couple of drinks on that last game, so they can absolutely not, under any circumstances, let that happen again without at least drinking themselves.
And is that going to be difficult to pull off here on Ashamains to try and prevent Zuni from getting any of those drinks?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the Monkan's going to have to know when to overextend and when to not. And if he messes it up, he's gonna die a horrible death behind the pillar. But if he does a good job applying pressure and keeping Facile and Zun pinned at the pillar while Infernion can actually get some fears and chaos bolts out on Cassidy, then they can maybe do it with pressure. It's tough though, for sure.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, we'll see if they can pull it off. Game number 3 here, match point for nLite. Is Bergen Boys going to turn this around, potentially a reverse sweep, or is nLite going to bring this home with a 3-0?
I mean, it's looking, I would say, pretty good for nLite at the moment. Maybe the Bergen Boys are getting better and better, perhaps, through the series. They need to figure out how to close the game. Like, they're rotating solidly on defense, but they need an answer for when nLite retreats. I think that knockbacks with Ring of Peace and with the Haymaker could definitely be clutch for their team. So synergizing those together so Infernion can cast on his target is going to be important. Monkarn and Facile going at each other here. Monkarn's in enemy territory, already at half health, stunned behind a pillar. It's match point. Huge burst damage. Can they crunch through the Karma? They're trying to, but it's redirected back at Facile. Big counter push by the Bergen Boys. Facile trades out the exhilaration, disengages back. Cassidy still chomping away. Rapture from Zuniaki is stabilizing the team. They need to just avoid the Dark Soul. They use Stampeding Roar, sprinting the team. There's the Ring of Peace to try and cut off the retreat path. I like that Ring of Peace placement, but Monkarn's still falling behind on match point. That's it! nLite close it out. Goodbye, says Cassidy.
Yeah.
That is BM, but it's up to you. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Sometimes you
We
get
got
caught.
Zuniaki flexing on the mid-game whilst drinking. We got Cassidy waving him goodbye. What's going on here? nLite slaying.
I hate to be the one that always brings up the cameras, but he added a plant onto his bed. Did you see that? He put a plant there, just the development
Evolution in the jungle.
of Cassidy's camera throughout this game. All right, well, nLite winning that series 3-0. That game was super, super quick on the side of nLite. Early shutdown for Bergen Boys here. Certainly an unfortunate way to see them end their circuit here, but well done to nLite. Here's that replay for you.
All right, here we go. You can see. So Monkarn, he is the target here. He wants to be super aggressive. Both teams are playing super aggressive. You can tell Bergen Boys, they just want, go completely aggression against aggression, but it kind of just backfires here. They get the stun onto Burley. Burley, he's in a tough spot there as well. If he trinkets, there is a hunter and a priest on top of him. If he doesn't trinket, then his monk is gonna die. And they played a risky game, didn't pay off for Bergen Boys. And that's how it goes when you try to go against the kings of the jungle.
Stickers.
Yep, I'm putting them on right now. Here, I gotta get this.
Put the stickers.
I want a lion. Do you have any lions?
Yeah, I got a lion.
A lion would be very topical, actually. Basically what Cassidy just did.
Very
Seems
true.
like-
Do you have any
Alright.
trees, like a lion in a tree?
I don't have trees.
Oh.
I've just got lions, and then what do you want, Adrian? I've got zebra. I've got a rhinoceros.
This is painful to
Oh,
listen.
wait,
the zebra is good.
I'll take a
Yeah.
zebra. Yeah, I'll
Zebra
take a
and lion are good. Zebra
That sounds
and
very
lion are
topical.
good.
There we go.
Yeah.
I will say,
Continuing
whilst
with
the
the jungle
stickers are
immersion.
being importantly distributed right now, and obviously that is one of the biggest stakes happening here. There we go. Beautiful stuff. First weekend back, already acquired 2 stickers. That's nice. But I think one of the big stories for me in Europe has been both Bergen Boys and Coffin Dance. Like these two teams could have very easily been, on 0 or 1 points at the end of this circuit, and both of them have been excelling. So even though this was a 3-0 today for nLite, I think composition slightly advantage. Bergen Boys still outstanding team. They did a brilliant job making it all the way to circuit. And they acquired 2 wins. And if they'd won this one, they could have even been in chance for top 4. So good performance from them throughout the week. So it's been fun to watch them play for sure.
Yeah, and if you just look at them over the history of the AWC Cups as well, as the early community cups that we saw, Bergen Boys really excelled as a team, and they're all individually very strong players. It seems like, correct me if I'm wrong, it's just kind of the meta, like you were saying, Healing Stat.
Yeah, I just think jungle is such a fun comp to watch always. Like the last 2-3 years that we've been doing this, whenever you say jungle, it's just super high pace, it's explosive, and now they're sustained with all the vitality conduit and all these cooldowns the Disc Priest brings to the table. It makes them like a very well-rounded composition. I mean, sure, I don't think it's of the caliber of Cloud9 when they play Mage Lock or some of the stuff Wildcard's bringing to the table, but these jungles, Dilly and NA and the 2 in Europe, have been really fun to watch. And I mean, nLite, let's see what happens in the Diabolus series later. They might still get to play for the top 4. Yeah, exactly. They're all money in, hoping that AWC manages to pull something out later today.
All right, well, yeah, well done by nLite, and well done by Bergen Boys as well. That is going to be a 3-0, though, on nLite for our first series of the day. We are going to go to a break, but for coming up next for our series, we have XSET versus Coffin Dance, one of the teams that Healing Stat already mentioned. Coffin Dance, I think, has surprised all of us for this circuit. They've been doing super well as a team, especially considering they primarily play just Demon Hunter Windwalker. Super strong as a team here. XSET also doing very well in the circuit as well as the Cups. No surprise there, but this has a lot riding for both of these teams here, Healing Stat, for this next series.
Yeah, I mean, this next series is going to be brilliant as well. I'm just so happy. Like, every single series we're getting today is super impactful, firstly, but also just going to be great gameplay. I mean, XSET versus Coffin Dance, I always think to myself, that's Raikou versus Joe Fernandez. Last time I saw Raikou versus Joe Fernandez, I lost $70,000. So definitely want to be a little bit careful with that one. Raikou, I would say, on this occasion, probably the favorite. But Joe, their team has been doing fantastically with their Windwalker Demon Hunter. They've already secured themselves top 4, and now let's see, maybe they can make it even further in this one. XSET and Wildcard are the teams to beat in Europe right now.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to see very shortly here. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we will go to that XSET versus Coffin Dance series.
Welcome to Bastion. You led a truly selfless life, and for that, you have been chosen.
Chosen?
To shed your mortal burdens and join the ranks of the Ascended, serving to ferry the souls of the dead unto the Shadowlands.
I serve the light, and my work is not done. There is an evil that must be...
There is no evil here. The darkness was sealed within the Maw long ago.
You're wrong. He destroyed my home, murdered my people and my king. He must be punished.
You are an aspirant now. You must accept your new purpose and purge yourself of this desire for vengeance.
What I desire is justice.
Devos, why are you training this soul? It is beneath your station as a paragon.
He cannot let go. He continues to demand retribution for his death.
And this concerns you? Many souls take eons to ascend.
Yes, but this one seems broken, Thenios. Unlike any soul I have seen. I have begun to wonder whether he was deemed worthy of Bastion. By mistake.
Be careful, Devos. I would not let the Archon hear such a thought. In time, he will forget. Trust our ways. Trust the path.
Devos, how long must we train?
Until you are ready to ascend.
And what is keeping me from ascension?
Nothing but the memory of your mortal life.
How can I forget when I can still feel his blade?
Your soul is wounded? Who did this to you?
He was my student. He betrayed us all.
Show me. The runes on his blade were unmistakable. This dark agent runs free on a mortal world with the power of the Maw itself in hand. Our realm is imperiled.
Impossible. The Maw is inescapable. You must return to the path.
If he had purged his life, we never would have known of this calamity. The path is flawed!
Enough! The order of the Shadowlands depends on the execution of our eternal charge. You will abandon this course.
As you command, my Archon. Uther! The time of your ascension has come.
I thought I was not ready.
Do you wish to see him punished?
I do.
Then prepare yourself. The moment he falls, we will claim him.
I see. Only darkness before me.
Cast him into the maw. Return him to the darkness he served. His eternal suffering awaits.
He was my student.
Remember what he did, and take your vengeance.
Not vengeance. Justice.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We are now on our second series of the day. That's going to be XSET versus Coffin Dance. We've talked extensively about both of these teams, their performance over the circuit. Given what we know about these two teams here, Ven, what do we feel like we're going to see for this upcoming series? Anyone that you think is favored in this matchup?
Well, I would say most people would agree XSET are probably favorited, right? Like, this team has been so dominant for so long. The thing is, Coffin Dance, I feel like they're really making a case for themselves as one of the best teams in Europe. But the thing for Coffin Dance is I feel like their roster isn't as, I guess, flexible. They have limited compositions, but the compositions they do have, they really seem to make work. So my question for XSET is, what are you going to be able to run into Coffin Dance? Are they going to be playing Mage Lock? I think that could be a solid answer. We've seen Coffin Dance actually do quite well into Mage Lock, so we'll see. I mean, Coffin Dance is likely going to be playing that Windwalker Demon Hunter. For XSET, there's lots of different options, and we'll have to see if any of those options work out for them.
And what does that say about a team like Coffin Dance? You know, they don't have quite as versatile as a roster as XSET or any of the other European teams, but they still have performed as highly as they have in this circuit, Zico.
Well, it says that their individual skill is extremely high, and it seems like the comp that they're playing is just one of those comps that can kind of beat everything if you know how to deal with everything. So it feels like their comp has a kind of a win condition against like double wizard, melee wizard, double melee. It feels like they can win against everything if they figure out the right build and the right strat. And it looks like they've done their homework because, you know, they beat a lot of really strong teams playing like Mage Lock and stuff like that you normally wouldn't expect. So just high individual skill, and they know their win conditions.
Mm-hmm. And then given what we know about XSET, their composition pool, that they have healing stat, do we want to take any guesses as to maybe what we'll be seeing in the blind pick from them?
It's going to be interesting because XSET, they can theoretically play basically everything that everyone else can play. I don't know if they have something particular in mind. Like, I think they were the ones that played Windwalker Mage Disc on the very end of yesterday, right? That looked like a very explosive composition. I think if you're trying to find something that can really pin down this Demon Hunter, pin down this Windwalker, maybe that is the answer. We'll have to see. It looks like they're actually going to be hopping for the Mage Rogue instead, so slightly different, but Lontar on the Shaman. I mean, XSET, they're always brilliant at these comps, but Coffin does, as you say, they've kind of upset the stock. They seem to survive in situations that you wouldn't expect them to, so this is actually going to be a really interesting series, I think.
Yep. Game number 1 here, XSET versus Coffin Dance.
I'm really excited about this one, honestly, because I feel like XSET as a team, when they play Rogue Mage Paladin, they play Rogue Mage Priest, they're extremely calculated, and they play exactly to their win condition. I think it's likely also they're going to be running Maledicts, which I think are really strong in this particular matchup. You can Maledict Tren or Rezus, slow down some of their self-healing. You can see a big opener here, double Blinding Light coming in with a kidney shot onto Rezus. Let's see how much damage they have to follow it up. Full Polymorph onto Lontar. Sap onto Tren. And Rezus is in a 1v3 situation. The crowd control just so perfect coming in from XSET. Darkness going to drop out, and that as well. But what's the touch of Karma? A beautiful start here for XSET.
Yeah, that was just so clean coming in from Waz. I love seeing little plays like that. You know, I saw the double Blinding Light, and it's that awkward situation of how are you going to cross control off that. Of course, Waz is there with the cover, the Vanished Sap. Beautiful stuff. XSET clean from the get-go. They force out the King of Darkness and Tren. Could be an opportunity to swap to him. They do still have that Smoke Bomb available, of course. And Tren, we know Demon Hunters, they're fantastic at surviving when they're out of stuns, but when they're in stuns, oh boy, it could be real scary. So Rezus still the target for now. CS comes through, but that's just going to be matched with the Ascendance from Lontar. Double Resto Shamans. We've seen both Resto Shamans that have been playing in Europe doing pretty well. throughout this season. Lontar has definitely been the better of the two in terms of performance on points. 4 points already for this team, guaranteed top 4, and a good Earthen Shield Totem preemptively on the Smoke Bomb is going to keep his team in the fight for longer.
Who was taking massive damage right there, Chaz, and respected with the Trinket sacrifice right there. And I am so happy to see that Chaz is not playing Relentless specifically for this situation, and that's going to allow him to hold on to his bubble. But Waz actually wasn't able to force Lontar's Trinket with that Blind Sap, so they're gonna not, they're gonna have to wait for a long time here before they can actually force that Trinket. And by then, Rezus and Trent should have all of their defense right now. Oh, nice, nice death from above there by Waz on the Monk Court, keeping up on his target here, but needs to be careful. He is the target as well. He has no Trinket for a couple more seconds. Chaz gets stunned. He immediately bubbles out, spamming out the heals here, saving Waz in that situation. Waz has got to be playing a lot of gushing here, and I think that if Waz gets caught like that within the next 20 seconds, he actually can die. So there's a real win condition here. They have about a 10-second window, but if N'Zoth is willing, he could grant Chaz another ineffable or another sack with that. He has a touch of karma as well. They do have a buff for it though. Waz gets buffed. He peeks out so he can barely get it in time there. Let's see. Do they have the damage though? Right, he gets paralyzed. Nice Hammer of Justice here by Chaz. A couple of pyros more, and there it is. Lontar's gonna have to Trinket Spirit Link, and Waz is blind. So this is a checkmate.
It's definitely not looking too bad. Darkness is available for Trent in 30 seconds, so Rezus, he has to hold on or he has to do a great job kiting. He needs to really avoid that death from above on his Transcendence if he does decide to Trinket, and I think he's going to have to Trinket. The next setup, if they blind Lontar, Rezus has to Trinket immediately, and here it is. He needs to get out of this stun. He cannot be messing around, and he does. He manages to get away. It was actually a pre-Vitality conduit coming in from Lontar. Full sap lands. Rezus still in a lot of trouble. He's going to do a DR stun. Do they have any more damage? He's on the run. He uses the Fuse Magic, and it looks like Rezus with beautiful kiting, positioning, and defensive plays should be able to survive. And that was that kind of check situation, but Coffin Dance playing it expertly and kind of realizing how much trouble they were in. They were able to avoid a lot of that damage and hold on for a bit longer.
Yeah, that was really, really nice play by Lontar. The preemptive Vitality Conduit, definitely the thing that kept Rezus alive. So really nicely played. Well read by Coffin Dance, as you say. Now the full Hammer of Justice, they're going for another setup. Reverse Magic is available though, so if Trent can somehow get out of crowd control, he should be able to provide that, though he does get moved into a really beautiful cross once again by Exet. Their setups are always so clean. They know exactly what they have to do. You see those Maledict Trinkets that we talked about at the start of the game. They are really coming into effect here. There is the fortifying brew for Rezus, and the Vitality Conduit once again back up. It's able to top Rezus off in the situation. Riker taking a lot of damage.
Whoa.
They use the Drastic Fs here to force the Cauterize and the Ice Block. And this is what Coffin Dance do best. They survive these impossible situations, and then those Drastic Fs truly are deadly. They time them perfectly and force out those major cooldowns.
Ooh, that was an excellent kick there. Immediately preemptive kick onto Riker before he gets his Dragon's Breath off. And Riker's actually in a lot of trouble here. They have the Blessing of Protection. Chaz has to Trinket here. Defensively here. Tries to fake out Lontar's Wind Shear. Still has to work with it. Gets caught up in the stun here. Riker with double Dragon's Breath. You need to be careful. There's no sacrifice. He gets wind sheared. Riker in massive trouble here. Trent going completely bananas here with the Metamorphosis. Defensive Smoke Bomb comes out. Lontar gets caught up in crowd control. Bop on the Blessing of on the Nature's Karma. And now Rezus is running for his life here. He's got the Fuse Magic going here. He gets the Paralyze onto Waz. He Trinkets out of it. Riker gets the reshape. They get the double Blinding Light by Chaz. And Lontar has to Trinket and respond with this with the Vitality Conduit. Not going to have Spirit Link and Trinket for that next blind, and it is looking scary for both teams right now.
It definitely is, but this is, I mean, for Coffin Dance, they got to be feeling good at this point. Sacrifice trades out. Chaz only has 30 seconds left on his Divine Shield. So if Coffin Dance had a moment to strike, it would be now. Let's see what they can do. Chaz pushes in. He gets the full Hammer of Justice onto Lontar. Rezus Trinkets, uses the Fortifying Brew right away, and it's these preemptive defensive cooldown usage as well as the Darkness that might keep Rezus alive, but it looks like Exet, they're just going to continue to push through. A full blind onto Lontar. Look at Rezus. He is on the run. He is crossing the entire map with his Flying Serpent Kick, spamming out the Vivifies, and this is exactly what you want to do in this situation. The crowd control is going to fade on Lontar. Rezus just crosses the map. Difficult for Waz and Raikou to reconnect, and it looks like Rezus should be able to hold on. And now, once again, Coffin Dance can continue their assault onto Raikou, and once those Drestigath trinkets are up, Raikou, he's got no cheap death, he's got no ice block, and the damage might just be completely overwhelming.
Yeah, this game it's just been so incredible from both teams. I mean, we've seen huge plays coming in from Xset. Their setups are always clean. They always get the polymorphs, which is not easy to do against Demon Hunter teams, as I'm sure many people who've played Rogue Mage will be aware. But on the flip side, Coffin Dance, they always have an answer. Rezus is playing the game of his life, kiting perfectly. This is another Drastic F setup. There's no sacrifice, like you say, and that's a restun over onto Waz. How is he going to survive this situation? He uses the Battle Master, steps away. Beautiful dancing coming in as the combustion counters from Raikou. They somehow, someway managed to stay in the fight. The pre-karma, though, called out there. Rezus, once again, both these teams playing absolutely brilliantly. Now Chaz is the one on the back end, but he does have a Blessing of Protection, so he should be able to stay alive. But what a close call there for Xset.
Both teams just playing out of their minds right now. Lontar's going to have his trinket coming up in a couple of seconds. Chaz, what are you going to do here? He has one Blessing of Protection to work with. Raikou coming out with the polymorphs here. Manages to stabilize him for now. Nice sheep shot into Ring of Frost. They're going offensive here. They got nice triple crowd control. Raikou gets the resheep onto Tren. Chaz, does he have the blinding light here? Maybe he can hit both these positions far enough. He doesn't even try, actually. Just gets it onto Lontar, but Tren reverses that one. And now Waz caught up in the stun behind the pillar. Rezus trying to 1 versus 1 Waz here. Waz activating the evasion to try to win that trade. Rezus has the fourth brew. Lontar bombing out heals right now behind the pillar. Raikou takes in, spamming out the Scorches, spamming out the Pyros. Who is going to fall? Waz has the Vendetta active. There's the Dragon's Breath. Full sheep there secured. Lontar's got to trinket this one. Rezu's actually trinketing here. That could be a mistake. He gets the fourth brew off here. They try to turn here onto Waz. Lontar still in CC here. Hammer of Justice coming out. Rezu looks like he's going to be fine. Nice smoke bomb here from Waz, but Rezu's going to roll out here. Maledicts are flying onto him. Lontar gets blinded. He has to trinket this. No, it's a DR blind. He doesn't want to trinket it. And now finally he's going to sit all that CC. Save Rezus. They're going to have darkness in about 30 seconds. Lontar still has his trinket, but no heals to match it with. I don't know if he fell too far behind there. He needs to try to pick Rezus back up here. Earthen Wall Totem comes out. Raikou has the counter spell. Waz has the Shadow Step kick. He needs to be extremely careful here. Lontar very exposed. And right now for crowd control and interrupts, he go for the Hex onto Raikou with that wind share. Now they're trying to get aggressive onto Waz. He gets buffed immediately, which means Rezus is going to have a touch of karma here. Chaz completely out of mana, and it's actually looking like Coffin has might win here. Lontar, just trinket the setup, man, and heal Rezus. There's no blind. Okay, he has the karma, so I guess he's going to be fine here. Waz actually gets the Death from Above on the port again. Both teams just playing amazing so far.
Yeah, there's no question about it, but Rezus, I get the feeling he's in a little bit of trouble. There's no emergency healing from Lontar. Waz, though, at the same time, he has to Shadow Step away to Chaz. Rezus and Tren are all over him. They're going to chase him. He does have a Vanish, so there's one more kind of get-out-of-jail free card for Waz if he can. But continuing the pressure onto Rezus, Lontar with no real healing left is the darkness that trades out. Combustion gets ripped out by Raikou. Once again, the Maledict is ripping in. They needed a spell on it, but Waz, he gets caught in the stun. It might just get deleted. Sack comes in from Chaz. Waz manages to hold on. 30% dampening. Lontar trinkets out of the polymorph into a cheap shot. Rezu still low. Diffuse magic, fortifying brew, mitigating a lot of the damage, but Waz and Raikou caught up in the stun as they continue their assault. And I get the feeling that Waz or Rezus could fall very, very quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, this is just unbelievable. Like, how have they died yet? Except they get the sacrifice off on 1%. Chaz barely survives on the meantime. Rezus, now the offensive ice block coming in. Surely this is going to be it. They get the Hammer of Justice reverse. Can they connect the heals? Do they have the Vitality Conduit? Anything? Fist of Fury, but the combustion. It wasn't the combustion, just the fire mage damage in the end. 30% damping was enough to secure it. And Xset somehow managed to squeak a victory there, but
wow.
What a close game between these teams.
Wow, incredibly close on both sides. Intense pressure as well from Coffin Dance, though, onto Xset. But Xset going to take that game 1 victory. Break down those final moments, Sven. What exactly happened? Where did it come close on the side of Xset, and how were they able to secure a victory?
I mean, there's many times it was close. Raikou, they practiced Cauterize, they got his Ice Block. I mean, going after Waz, there's multiple times where he's shadow stepping around the map, dancing with death, basically. And it's at this point in the game, Waz really no cooldowns left. I guess he has the evasion to trade out. Chaz has his Avenging Wrath, and Xset kind of just realized, hey, we can go for it. Lontar has no cooldowns. You can see Raikou, he actually uses his Ice Block offensively. It's kind of do or die at this point of the game, and there's actually no real crowd control on Lontar. There's just an interrupt from Waz he has to deal with. He ends up getting Garrote silenced after Rezus goes down, but with that amount of dampening and the amount of damage that Raikou and Waz are able to put out, they just took him down. I mean, there's just nothing left at that point for Coffin Dance. and it was them that fell first. But really, really close game number one. And I don't know if XSET is going to be feeling too confident in this matchup. I feel like they might lock at a different composition depending on the map, because that one was extremely close, and I think it's a little bit closer than they like.
And do we feel like since it was such a close game, Coffin Dance almost pulled off a victory several times there in that first game, that there was really much more they could have done healing stat if they could have in that last game?
I mean, this is the thing. So for XSET, I was looking at the damage done at the very end of that one, and it's super close between all members. And typically what you see in games is Demon Hunters, they really pop off on the damage meter since they don't have a healing reduction. They don't have a Mortal Strike effect. So it really speaks to how well XSET is controlling Tren that it's even close. You know, Fire Mage typically would do way less damage, I think, in a lot of games than Demon Hunter if both classes were getting full uptime. So XSET, they had a really smooth game here. I think almost all their setups were perfect. They got the sacrifices, but even so, you know, they were at the end of the game. They didn't really have anything left. I wonder if there's a way that Tren could afford to have Mana Rift as a talent, because if you could burn Chaz a bit faster, maybe that's a way of punishing the Paladin, but it's really difficult because he's already struggling so much with uptime. If he starts using his mobility to chase Chaz for that sort of thing, maybe it's just too much burden on him on that Demon Hunter.
Yeah, certainly difficult for Coffin Dance here. What do you think, Zico? What would you like to see Coffin Dance maybe change up to see if they could maybe tie it up here against XSET, or is there really anything they could do?
I think Tren is a big, strong man. I don't think it's going to be too much of a burden for him to run that Mana Rift and get to Chaz. So I want to see Tren. I agree with Adrian. I want to see him maybe run that Mana Rift, because he was going across to Chaz. He was going across the Chaz to get those crowd controls anyway. Sometimes get those imprisonments and cross stuns, those spell eruptions. Just so they could set up those kills. So I want to see him when he's doing that. He may as well throw in a Mana Rift and then get back to his target. Gives them an extra win condition, puts a little bit extra pressure on XSET. They opted for a small map, and I actually feel like that's a mistake. I think XSET wants the small map.
What do you think they should spec out of in place of Mana Rift?
Yeah, that's the other tough question, because I was looking at that. Like, he needs reverse, of course, and then Big Darkness is the other thing he's running, which is a nice to have, probably a necessary thing. How close that game was, and then the other one is the long detainment. So I know all of them have some really good defensive value with the way they're using them, but maybe you could, if you really feel like killing is the issue, then you could probably drop the Big Dark and try Mana Rift. But I mean, I understand why they kind of all in on this. Let's try one-shot them behind a pillar with Drast strat, because it's worked for them basically this entire circuit. They have 4 series wins off of it. But if XSET are too good for that, they're rotating perfectly, then Mana Rift might just be the extra card they need to play here.
And then we are going to Black or Cold. Both of the teams have locked in their composition. It sounds like you guys aren't too sure about this decision.
Oh, well
I
just think...
I
don't think it's a bad matchup. I just feel like XSET is one of those teams where they have so many different comp options. They want to have like the best shot possible, and that was a really close game. That was only my point, but I think this is definitely a winnable matchup for XSET. They played extremely well in game number 1, but we can't take anything away from Coffin Dance. I feel like their defensive plays were really good, and if things had just gone a little bit more in their way, the game could have closed out and it could have been an opposite result. So this is just one of those matchups. It's going to be one of those series where both teams has a great opportunity to win. Doesn't look like there's going to be any counter comping going on, and I think that's what's going to make this one really, really exciting. And there's a lot on the line for this series as well. I mean, if XSET wins this, I believe they're actually top of Europe in this round robin. And if they lose this, they go down to 3rd place. So that's a huge swing in terms of their placing.
Yeah, and if you guys read that tidbit below us, it sounds like XSET has only lost 1 game here against Coffin Dance throughout the history of these two teams in this season. So it is game number 2. Can Coffin Dance tie this up, or is XSET going to put themselves on match point?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really, really interesting. I think that's the brilliant thing about this series, right? Like, XSET, they could have brought anything. They knew exactly what was going to come from Coffin Dance. It's always going to be this Windwalker Demon Hunter. It's a strong composition. They play it absolutely perfectly. So that is what we were expecting. XSET, they think Rogue Mage Paladin is the answer. In game 1, it proved to be, but narrowly. So we'll have to see. Tren, He jumps across with the Metamorphosis. He gets sapped on it. Waz, absolute legendary. And these guys, they like to switch up the strategies. And guess what? They're coming in with the spites here. Beautiful. But they overlap slightly. The kidney shot and the blind. Lontar might actually be able to escape with that one. He uses the wall. Slight mistake there from Xset as I was complimenting them on their opener. Lontar will be able to escape with his trinket used though.
Yeah, that was a strong opener though for Xset. They force out the trinket, they still have the blind, so they could potentially set up another spite with that cooldown. The problem for them is that Tren didn't use his reverse magic there, so if they could have gotten a little bit more CC and at least forced that out, they would have a much longer CC chain onto Lontar. With the change to spite, if you blind spite, it's going to keep him in combat, so you're not going to be able to sap out of it. Waz is just looking for a sap and stuff, so Lontar shipping out his Earth Elemental right there, realizing that he does not want to get blind spited. Waz is literally just running around and stuff, just waiting for spite to come down. He's not even on the map right now, he's just chilling right now. And we got the fantastic Tren camp, and I think that's why they lost actually. Here we go, double Nova coming out of the Tren, there's the full blind, they bought the mage right here, they get the full shape Tren.
Oh, yeah,
where's the reverse? He used it on a Nova. Oh, they get the blinding light. Lontar is so corrupted. 32, 34 stacks. Good night. Stay to play the flute. Oh, he's not here.
Oh, is he
How's he alive?
What?
There was a beautiful imprisonment. I mean, Tren, he was trinketed out to get the kidney shot, and Tren immediately, literally the exact global he trinketed and got the kidney, he was put into a jail, basically. So Waz wasn't able to get out any damage during that setup, and that's the only reason why Lontar is alive, literally. So great job by Tren getting those peels out, stopping Waz from getting the damage rolling, because he had Vendetta, and if that Vendetta had been popped, it would have been night-night for Lontar. So at this point, Xset, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. They still have opportunities with the spite trinket. I mean, Tren at this point, he's got no trinket, but I do expect them to continue these shaman setups if they can find them.
Yeah, Tren had to have basically the fastest reactions imaginable there, because Waz, when he trinketed, he wanted to use the Vanish like on the setup as well, so he basically had to play that insanely quickly to keep Lontar alive. It's unbelievable that the Shaman is still alive at this moment in the game, but you know Coffin Dance, once they do survive that setup, they're going to come back to bite you, and Raiku's the one on the reverse exchange, but we see spikes coming through onto Tren, double stuns. Is it going to be enough? I don't think they quite have enough there. I feel like Tren's just going to be able to escape this. The combustion doing a surprisingly low amount of damage for Xset there as Coffin Dance stay in the game. Lontar's trinkets rotated back up, and in terms of mana, Chaz is the person falling behind. So Coffin Dance, if they can keep this up, it's going to be difficult, but they are doing well in the game so far.
Whoa! Raikou!
Hello.
Okay, that's the trinket sacrifice right there, and Chaz probably going to take a decent chunk of damage from that sack dot as well, but so did Tren pre-blur that previous go, or like what's going on? I feel like he didn't take a single point of damage there, and now Waz kind of back to the drawing board, looking for some damage here onto Lontar, just trying to pressure him. Lontar is just sitting in Ghost Wolf, chilling. Raiku's going to try to get there. Double Frost Nova gets the Klepto on the Ghost Wolf. Here comes the damage. DR Hodge comes through. Rezus peeling the situation, healing up Lontar there, preventing the situation from getting any worse right there. And once again, Xset, they need to try to get their spites out onto somebody, get a clean spite attempt, but so far it's been tough for them. Rezus rolls into the room. Raikou blinks away. Chaz getting caught up in the stun, and the mana win condition is definitely on the side of Coffin Dance here. So if they can keep this pressure up, if they can keep surviving. Oh, there it is! What? Full sap. Raikou, where's the spite? He can't get it in time. He's gonna go ahead and go for the Ring of Frost. Nice blinding light. Raikou already getting leg swept here before the setup even comes out. Nice reverse magic there though by Tren. He's gonna hold on to Lontar's trinket for this moment. He's gonna pop the Astral Shift there as well. Tren playing like a king this game, just trinkets and instantly reverses the Hodge right there.
Yeah, it was a nice trinket, but Waz has blind, which means Tren's going to get blinded and maybe deleted with spites, so that's definitely an opening for Xset at this point. Tren has a heavy amount of corruption. He's got no reverse magic. I guess he has darkness, so if he does end up getting out of the stun, he can darkness a lot of that incoming damage, but still really, really scary. I feel like Xset, they know that they can do it. They do go with a kidney shot on Tren, full polymorph onto Lontar, and it looks like they're actually not going to be going for that setup, so maybe wanting to bait out Lontar's trinket with this setup, but I don't know if it's actually going to work out. Blur once again coming in from Tren. He has so much resilience on his character. And that's one of the things I like that Trend does, is he actually opts to play Conflict and Strife. He opts to play a ton of Resilience against these teams, and I think it makes him really, really durable, whereas other Demon Hunters we've seen, they end up just flopping a big amount of damage on Raikou once again, barely holding on to his Cauterize.
Here we go.
Coffin Dance with the double dress, and here it is, the blind into Spites.
I am terrified for Tren right now. Lontai, he does what he can. He trinkets, uses the Urban, but maybe that even had to be Spirit Link there. Tren will just get destroyed. And Xset, I mean, for Coffin Dance, I was saying, like, how do you make these calls perfectly every single time? In the end, it's not enough. Xset, dominant with the Spites, 2-0 victory.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ben.
Was that a sticker? You guys started the sticker system without maybe even being here, so I think that might be one for me.
I'll give you a sticker, buddy.
Wait, why are you getting a sticker?
I don't know. Why are you getting a sticker?
What did you call?
But they're gonna
You
blind
can just give
Spite
yourself
him.
a sticker for what?
I need a chance to catch
You
him.
wasn't even here the first round of stickers, Zico.
I get a pity sticker. Come on. Thank you.
Zico earlier, like when there was pity questions coming out, he's like, "No, I don't want your pity questions." Ben's just like, "Yeah, I'll take the pity sticker." Instant. Snipe that one.
Yeah, so I mean, this is just what happens. I mean, at the overload corruption, the blind, Lone Tar's like, "I want to save you, I want to help you." He trinkets, but just gets a Hammer of Justice on his trinket, and at that point, there's really nothing Trent can do. He takes his hands off the keyboard, stretches it out a little bit. He's gonna need a mental reset, because that's a very frustrating situation to be in, and I feel like Xset using these Spites, I think it's something they can continue to do. I mean, they can live a really long time with this composition. They can keep going for these Spite setups.
Yeah, I think the only play there for Lontar, like he tried to trinket instantly and Irvin the setup, but as you say, like when the Spites stack up that high, it's nigh impossible to survive. Like it would have had to have been a late trinket Link when he was low, and then just hope to dig on whatever follow-up CC that Trent somehow survives it, but They played a really, really good game here, I thought, Coffin Dance. They rotated perfectly in some really tough situations, and still, it's so scary when this team is setting up with Blinding Light and with blind Spites every single time perfectly. I agree with Ben. I think it's just inevitable at some point that they will get a win condition like this, so it makes perfect sense.
What do you think Coffin Dance then wants to do here? If we see Xset continuing to run Spite Trinket, do they adjust at all to that, or what do you think their next move is here, Zico?
Probably wear low corruption on Lontar, and yeah, I think they have to still play like damage on their Demon Hunter. I think Trend going down there. Yeah, I think I agree with Adrian. He should just trinket Vitality Conduit or trinket Spirit Link or something like a little bit later, and he probably could survive there. But I still want to see Mana Rift from Tran. I think that's the takeaway here.
Yeah,
I think that's their best win condition, really.
He didn't change any of his talents from game number 2 here on the side of for Tren. What about anything else that we want to see Coffin Dance maybe adjust to in terms of gear or talents? Do we think there's anything else they could do to sort of adjust to the Spite Trinket or anything else coming from Xset? Any of that pressure, Adrian?
It's kind of brutal because, I mean, Tren isn't dying unless it's Spites, right? Like, I think Rezus was the target the entirety of game 1, so he can afford to drop 1 or 2 Versamps. They're nerfed in PvP anyways, so it'll drop like 2-3% maybe overall. And it'll make him a lot more durable. Same with Lontar, maybe you can drop 1 Versamp or something like that. But then it's kind of like, well, if Xset doesn't run the Spites, then you've just thrown away 3% of your character's damage and healing and stuff, right? So it's kind of rough, and that's one of the things with RM Paladin, especially the way Xset plays. They'll keep you guessing. They're not stuck on one strategy. They've literally targeted all 3 people. They've killed with Spites, with Maldex. It's really difficult to play against this team, so they are one of the best in Coffin Dance. They've got 3 games to win now. It's going to be a tough one for sure.
Yeah, they are on a match point here on the side of Xset. This is a best of 5 series. If they win this next game, that's going to be a victory for Xset in this series and won't look good for Coffin Dance at all. This is the last Sunday of the BFA circuit here. Going to be going to Dalaran Sewers here. Both compositions have been locked in, same ones from game 1 and 2 for both of these teams here. Now that we know what map we're going to, does this change anything, Ben?
Not really. I mean, so during that last game, I think the one really frustrating thing for Coffin Dance is just the way Xset is playing it, in particular Waz. So But the way Waz is playing this, all he's doing the whole game is running away. He's just running away, getting restells, running away, getting restells, running away, getting restells, which means it is extremely difficult for Tren and Rezus to actually get pressure onto him. So they can try to chase him behind the pillars and maybe put damage on him, because I feel like Waz really is the best target for them to go after. But this spite strategy where all he's doing is running from the fight, all he's doing is going for restells, and they're just going for 100 O's, I feel like it actually limits the offensive capabilities of Coffin Dance. Now, that being said, there's 2 moments in the game, in that last game, where Raikou literally lived at, well, he didn't live, but he avoided proccing his Cauterize at like 1% health. At 1% health, he got the sacrifice, and I feel like it's almost a little bit unlucky for Rezus and Tren. If they had just a little slightest bit more damage, it could have been Cauterize, and it could have been death pre-block. So I think Coffin Dance still not out of this yet, but they got to try to find that pressure onto Raikou, especially if Waz is just running the entire game. It's just so difficult to put out any significant damage on him.
All right, let's see. Can Coffin Dance turn it around, or is Xset going to win 3-0?
Yeah, that's the question. They're going after Chaz, and I'm already happy to see this. I think putting pressure on Chaz early definitely is. If there are spites, it looks like there probably aren't spites in this game, which I'm not surprised about. This is what Xset loves to do. They'll win a game with spite, you'll take off some versatility, and then they'll just go straight back to the norm, which they already won with when you're running your full verse. So we can see the combustion coming through here. Rezus target of choice right now, while it's taking some damage. I think for Coffin Dance, if they can play another clean game here, maybe they can set up this one-shots, get a little bit more fortune in their favor. But they need 3 sets of that if they are to win this one. Blind now onto Lontar, preempted by Tardy Conduit. Once again, being shut down by the Maldex, though, meaning Trinket will have to be exchanged.
Yeah, Trinket for blind, and now he gets kidneyed, but he is standing in an earthen wall. Nice ring of peace here by Rezus. They get the Hammer of Justice, they get the kick onto Rezus. Do they have the damage? They get the Garrote there as well. They actually proc the safeguard. Lontar forced to use Ascendance there as well. Clean lockdown there by Waz and company, and they are going to get themselves Ascendance. They are going to get themselves Earthen Wall Totem. They drop a Maledict here onto Lontar. He can't go out and dispel it. Raiku's getting pressured though as well. Chaz using the sacrifice now, getting aggressive here. Do they have the kidney shot? There it is. Lontar in the darkness. Is it going to be enough though? It looks like they are running that big darkness, so Tren is going to be able to save the day, but they basically forced out every CD already, and Lontar still has nothing to work with. So if they can catch him out of form like that again, I think Lontar is just straight up dead.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is a possibility. There's no real saves. I guess the only good thing, actually, yeah, Waz even has his Trinket, so they have a lot to work with in terms of offense. Let's see if Xset is going to be able to put all those puzzle pieces together and find that perfect 100-0. Just taking a look at the trinkets that they're running right now, it does look like they're going to be running a Maledict. So they have the Maledict, and here it is. Kidney shot onto Lontar, into Hammer of Justice. It gets reversed. Lontar has just a moment to breathe, and that reverse magic on the Hammer of Justice will keep Lontar alive. And it's Coffin Dance always just realizing one little thing that they can do to keep Lontar alive, keep someone alive. They have a lot of cooldowns they can rotate through, but still, I'd say Lontar's not out of this yet. Waz is just training him. Look at him. He's all over him at this point of the game. Rezus in a full polymorph, and Lontar not in a position to actually get the dispel. Raiku's still just controlling him up, and at this point, Lontar is getting a little bit low. He gets caught into the kidney shot. Do they have the damage to actually take him down? Once again, a stun onto Waz. Tren just trying to pressure down Waz in this situation. Keep him controlled up. One Justigath lands onto Raikou. He's got no ice block. He still has his Cauterize. Sacrifice trades from Chaz, so Coffin Dance still finding, moments of offense and pulling through some of their cooldowns.
Yeah, that was nicely played there by Coffin Dance, and that's an important thing, right? Like they have to play such a good defensive game, but they need to find these opportunities to go through cooldowns, because let's be honest, the Holy Paladins with the Ineffable Truth, they get a lot of those, so they're going to have to do this work consistently. We can see another full kidney shot, but preemptive from Rezus, very nicely played. We'll make sure that he's not taking too much damage throughout this exchange. There is the reverse magic if they can get across, but instead, Chaz prioritizing the Blinding Light, forcing out Tren's Trinket. They do get that Trinket reverse. Could be a potential opportunity here, but we do see Raikou taking the most of the damage right now. They're actually very low on cooldowns. They split out the dress. This is the second one. In cap on Chaz, does have the Divine Shield, trying not to use it, but he's going to have to as the stun comes through onto Raikou. Are they going to be able to force the Cauterize? It would be amazing if that Chi Def goes down, then the Dress to Gifts would be ever so deadly the next time around. It looks like it's going to be tough, but he stacks for the double stun. They get the Dress. This is going to be enough to actually get the kill. That's protection. Do they have the Purge? It doesn't look like it. I think Raikou will survive, but there is nothing left defensively. Lontar in the meantime taking a lot of damage. Urban Shield, Astral Shift, everything. Explosive game, but Xset actually out of options now if Coffin Dance can get one more setup.
Yeah, Chaz is going to have to pray to his altar right now to get his sacrifice back because he's going to need it very, very shortly. Tren and Rez is making their way here onto Raikou. Raikou blinks across, gets the Klepto there on the Ghost Wolf, and now Raikou is going to be in a stun. There's the dress, big damage coming out. Lontar has to use his Ascendance right here, trying to keep everybody up. He has a Spirit Link as well, but he needs to be careful. Spirit Walker's Grace comes out. He's going to bomb out a couple of heals, and he should recover from that situation. He's in Ghost Wolf as well, but I don't know what Waz is doing here. He's doing so much damage to Lontar, basically soloing him at this point in the game. Kidney comes out. There's the darkness by a Tren. Excellently placed. He doesn't have trinkets, so he had to pre-do that before he gets cross-crowd controlled by Raikou. Raikou dragging the melees away, all the way to the other side of the map here. They drop the Maledict onto Lontar, trying to kill him through that Vitality Conduit before he has a Dispel. He does Dispel the Maledict, and now once again Waz looking to try to help Raikou a little bit, but I think Lontar has basically weathered the storm. He has all of his cooldowns now, and it's all Coffin Dance in the driver's seat, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, it's really looking good for them at this point, and on a small map, you would kind of expect that, but there's a full blind on the Lontar. Who are they going after? Pre-touch of Karma coming in from Rezus once again. He gets Kidney Shot on it. Waz says, I guess we got to try to make something happen, but as a result, Lontar doesn't have to trinket out of the blind, which is exactly what you want. Cheap Shot on Lontar is earning follow-up crowd control, a diminishing return Hammer of Justice, paralyzed on the Polymorph. Nicely done there by Rezus, and Lontar is free. Very important. They shut down the Polymorph, but unfortunately, it sneaks through. Luckily, Trend, he has a reverse magic, so they get reverse magic out of the way, but great defense from Coffin Dance once again, and they can continue this train onto Raikou.
Yeah, and I mean, not just continue it, maybe end it. That's the Hand of Sacrifice coming through the last line of defense. Does rotate back up there for Chaz, so nicely done by Exet. But I mean, Coffin Dance, you know, they're pre-Earth-Elling the blind, they're pre-countering the Kidney Shot, they're doing so much, and once again another setup comes through. Guess what? Pre-Urban Shield Totem. These guys are playing out of their minds here in Game 3, and bear in mind, if they do win this series somehow, some way, they actually seed ahead of Exet in the finals bracket that will be coming up in a couple of weekends. So you guys are going to want to make sure to catch that. Exet and Wildcard Gaming have been the story for Europe for quite a while now, but Coffin Dance are looking to upset the tides here. Are they going to be able to do it? Tren Acetate on this Demon Hunter has been playing absolutely insane. He's got to keep it up for a little bit longer. Preemptive Vitality Conduit once again. Lontar, I mean, even more iconic duo than getting that preemptive on the crowd control this entire series. Ring of Peace knocks Raikou down. Chaz out of mana, almost out of time. Exet, they're struggling, they're floundering, but they might still be able to squeeze this one. It's a 3-0 potential if they can.
Oh, nice stun here onto Raikou. They get the follow-up Cap Totem as well. Big purges coming out here. He doesn't have Temp Shield for a couple more seconds. Shaz, no sacrifice. Raikou is going to be forced into the Ice Block there. Too risky to try to cover on 20% when you don't have that cauterize. Shaz actually getting wind sheared here, and it's looking once again like Coffiners are actually owning, but Lontar gets caught up in a Kidney Shot. There's the combustion. Can they force out the trinket? They desperately need it on the side of Exit. Waz taking huge damage here. Activate Defend, activate the Evasion, Cloak of Shadows, everything in the whole spell book there, and now he's going to recover. He's trying to stay on his target here. He needs to try to solo Lontar. Raikou just has to fend for himself. Chaz is there backing up Waz, but Raikou's just left by himself. Chaz does have the wings right now, powering up big heals. He gets a shield onto Rezus. There's the Kidney Shot. Where's the Klepto? Raikou doesn't have it. That Ghost Wolf doing a lot of healing. That was a really early darkness there, but it is in trade for the Vendetta there, trying to keep Lontar before he even drops low. Just trying to keep him stable, trying to keep him on high HP. But now he takes a massive chunk of damage there from that Envenom. Waz gonna force out even more cooldowns, and now Raikou gets the Hand of Sacrifice with the bubble there from Chaz, and Chaz mana bar is not looking great here.
Oh, it's definitely not. It's getting lower and lower, and Lontar forced to use his trinket. He's got no Astral Shift. He's got no trinket. All he's got is a Spirit Link, and Raikou, Waz, and Chaz are all running Maledict, Obsidian Claws from Raikou and Chaz. If they have those trinkets, if they can dogpile them all, there's actually no answers for Lontar. I think Exet, they found their win condition. They just need to hold on a little bit longer. Raikou, he has to hold on. Lontar is getting lower. The Earthen Wall drops, and after that drops, if they have the Kleptomania, they have the Kidney Shot into a Hammer of Justice. I think it's good night for Lontar. Let's see what they can do. Exet, they're looking to set it up. They're just continuing this train under this poor Shaman. Rezus and Tren are going to have to play a perfect defense. A full Kidney Shot does land. This is the combustion from Raikou. He's getting lower. Hammer of Justice gets reversed, and the Spirit Link drops once again. Great job there by Tren, reversing that Hammer of Justice, allowing Lontar to get the Spirit Link off. And now, Coffin Dance, they want to strike back onto Raikou. Raikou getting a little bit lower. He still has a cauterize, but Waz is just basically soloing Lontar at this point.
Yeah, there have been a couple of times where Raiku's blinked in an unfortunate direction toward Chaz, and so that enabled them to get the double stun, but it looks like it's not going to matter. Lontar, he's doing the coffin dance right now. He's done. That's going to be it. Xset 3-0. What a series between these two teams, though. I think 3-0 doesn't really fully reflect how this one could have gone, but Xset too good on the day, and they are now the #1 seed for Europe going into finals.
My favorite part about the replay is going to be where Tren actually golf claps IRL.
Yeah, well done by Coffin Dance. What an incredible team. It's cool to see this Windwalker Demon Hunter team sort of rise to the top here. But that is going to be a victory for Xset, putting them in first place here in the circuit. Well done, 3-0 by them. And this team is just, I don't know, they never fail to disappoint us, do they, Healing Stat?
I mean, they are, they're defending BlizzCon champions. These guys are absolutely crazy. Always when they play, I think the piece that was done about him was validation. This guy's been working at his game for such a long time, finally got that title last time around, and now they're back. And, they lost to Diabolus, I think, earlier in the season, and it gave some questions once again. Swapsy on the Warlock, I think is something that some people say that he's the best, some people say that he's not the best, and these are the sorts of questions that Xset just want to remove from any of their fans' feelings, and they do that here today with a 3-0 victory, putting them at #1. Obviously, the ultimate test will be the BFA finals in a couple of weeks.
They cut out before the golf clap, Ben.
No, we saw it.
We saw it.
What? No. In the replay, they cut off.
Yeah, we
Am
saw
I blind?
it.
Oh, okay. I'm losing it. It's game number 2, and I'm already confused. All
Take
right,
away a sticker.
Yeah. If I had my own sticker column, that would be one less for me. But here are the match results. Any takeaways here from this?
Big damn.
It's gonna be big damage for Xset. The real thing here is I want so much to believe that Coffin Dance or whoever that #4 team is can challenge Wildcard next time. But I just think these two teams are so good and they play so many comps. It really looks like the showstopper at the finals is going to be that rematch for the grand finals when push comes to shove. I would love to see Coffin Dance, that was their final series, go back to the drawing board, maybe pick up Lontar and Paladin, try something. Because the two teams they've lost to have been those two, and it's been fairly convincing.
Yeah, that's actually what I was going to ask. You kind of touched on that a bit, how Xset and Wildcard, they've always been in that first and second place position for this series, and Coffin Dance has sort of risen to the occasion. What would you think it would take? What do you guys would think it would take to sort of put them on that same level on the side of Coffin Dance?
Well, I mean, for me, it's like we haven't seen Lontar play Paladin. When you compare like Lontar and Chaz, for example, Chaz plays Paladin, he plays Shaman, he plays Mistweaver Monk, he plays every healer in the game. Lontar, I haven't really seen him play too many healers. I think he plays. Well, I know he plays Shaman primarily, maybe a little bit of Mistweaver Monk, but I mean these are the main differences, right? You have a player like Tren who he plays Demon Hunter, but he's not going to be playing Mage, he's not going to be playing Warlock, he's not going to be playing Shadow Priest, and I think it's just the comp options and the flexibility of those two teams, Wildcard Gaming and Xset, that puts them on top. Because not only are they phenomenal players, exactly like Coffin Dance, I mean Coffin Dance is phenomenal players, but the thing is, if their comp is losing, they can't switch, they just lose. So that's the big difference.
We got to see more comps. It's got to be like Joe. He's sitting on the bench on that warrior right now. Bring out the mage, bring out the elemental. I'm sure Zeke
it's not gonna happen.
Mage just being a legend. I mean, he plays these classes, maybe not at circuit level, but it's got to be something like that, right? Like to really challenge these teams, I think.
Yeah, well, we shall see how Coffin Dance progresses, but we are going to go to a break now. When we come back, it's going to be Diabolus versus AWC, so stick around. We'll be right back.
In life, I was Draka of the Frostwolf clan. A warrior who gave everything to protect what mattered most. But I was not done fighting. Maldraxxus, where the armies of the Five Houses once stood side by side to protect the realm of death. It was here I served the House of Eyes. A strange fit for a warrior's soul.
Again.
Their ways were not mine.
Faster. Again.
Eventually, this life after life began to feel right.
The House of Plagues lies in ruins. 1/5 of Maldraxxus wiped out.
It's hard to believe they could be so careless.
Perhaps they weren't. No matter what happens now, Maldraxxus must stay true to its purpose. For if we fail in our duty, the Shadowlands will fall. I believe the House of the Chosen still stands with us, and I trust you to deliver this to Margrave Crexus. Now, go. And Draka, be watchful.
My brothers, I am on urgent business. My lord! Hurry! There could be survivors!
So, these are the traitors you spoke of.
I would not let such Urgura prevent me from delivering my lord's final message.
Ordeals such as this either break the sword or strengthen it. I offer the key to saving Maldraxxus.
I am sorry, Margrave. He gave me no key.
An unyielding warrior with the skills of a master spy. A key to many things. Come, our enemies will strike openly soon. We must prepare.
I am Draka, once of the Frostwolf clan. Now, Baroness of the House of the Chosen. And most of all, a protector of Maldraxxus.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now on our third series of the day. It's going to be Diabolus versus ABC. Quite a bit is riding here on this match. If Diabolus wins, there are going to be no ties. If ABC wins, there are 3 ties. So the 3-way ties. So the pressure is really on for these teams, Healing Set.
Yeah, I mean, this is the absolute blockbuster today for Europe, at least. It's you know, ABC formerly were sponsored by Diabolus, so there's already that going on in the game. But moreover, if Diabolus wins this one, they're through. That's it. They're in the finals. They've got that rematch, and they were the only team that actually beat XSET. So that's already a fantastic setting for them. If ABC wins, suddenly we're in this whole situation where we got nLite that won earlier today, we got ABC, and we'll have Diabolus again in the running for that 4th spot. So there is so much riding on this game, and it's already 2 teams playing similar comps of similar levels, so I just can't wait to see it.
This is going to be a super intense match here. These teams are so neck and neck. And with those tiebreakers, we will keep you guys posted throughout the day as these games progress on this Sunday, the last Sunday of the circuit. Ben, what can we expect from this next game? How do we feel like this is going to go? Is this going to be the first Game 5 we're going to see today?
Maybe. I feel like these teams are pretty evenly matched if ABC... I mean, I feel like in general, maybe Diabolus has been playing a little bit better than ABC, but I mean, they have very similar compositions, right? I mean, both these teams... The only composition ABC can't run that Diabolus can, I think, is the Ellie Fire Mage. So the Elemental Shaman, some flexibility there for Diabolus, but I think more likely than not, Diabolus is just going to be playing Mage, Warlock, Paladin, and ABC can basically pick. Do they want to go into a mirror match? I don't know if that would be their best bet. I don't think it would. I think maybe going for something like Rogue Mage Paladin, Rogue Mage Priest even, might be a good option for ABC, but I don't know. Diabolus, they've been looking really, really good with this Mage Lock Paladin. They're actually, like we said, the only team that did end up beating XSET with this composition, so ABC definitely a tall order here for them. But, you know, their lives in that top 4 are definitely on the line. If they can win this series, then their dreams continue. If not, Diabolus will be advancing, and that'll be the end of it.
All right, game has started. Game number 1, Diabolus versus ABC.
I don't see Alec just sitting in the back line at the moment, channeling Greater Pyros, copying Jamili's build when we saw Charlotte Phoenix able to defeat the Mage Lock of Cloud9. So curious to see if ABC can replicate that. Currently, they're all locked down in crowd control. Nixie's the primary target. Trades out Cloak of Shadows for this initial crowd control exchange, but it wasn't any primary cooldown, so Yellow and Mercy are still a big threat. Infernals and Combustion sitting in their back pockets, and ABC need to be ready for that.
Yeah, they certainly do, and there's a ton of damage on both sides. ABC, kind of the old guard in Europe, I like to think. You know, I think Alec, his first tournament was the Blizzard Invitationals back in like 2008 in Paris, he told me. This guy's been a BlizzCon champion in 2017. But the newer Diabolus roster, Mercy, someone that he's been around for a while, but he's only really kind of put his stamp on the circuit this year. He's been doing such a good job, gets a full fear into the Ring of Frost, beautiful crowd control coming in as the Infernals do connect. This is scary times here for ABC. They haven't really managed to get much going themselves offensively. Let's see if they can get that to change with Nixie popping that Vendetta.
One Greater Power Blast lands from Alec. This high haste Greater Power Blast build. Gello looking for one of his own. And Nixie's going to be really vulnerable here. He's got no Cloak of Shadows. He has no Vanish. So this is exactly what you want to see as Mage Lock. If you can get any crowd control on Asgrath, it's going to be big cooldowns. Either Trinket Sacrifice, Bubble Sacrifice, something like that. Double Dragon's Breath coming in from Gello as he looks for a Polymorph. And he manages to find one. And now Nixie in a lot of trouble. The Hammer of Justice into the foil. That immediately is the Trinket of Asgrath. Was the only thing that was going to keep Nixie alive. Gello looking for one Greater Power Blast onto Alec. Alec responds with a Polymorph, a little bit of a mage duel here in the middle of the map, but slowly but surely the main objective for Diabolus is just get Nixie's cooldowns out of the way, get crowd control in Asgrath, burst Nixie. Just rinse, repeat that setup over and over and over until they don't have an answer. And then for ABC, they're going to have to find some moments of opportunity in the match.
This is going to be the Divine Shield from Asgrath. Every single setup, Diabolus are getting one of the key points of defense from ABC. However, if that Ineffable Truth shines upon them, they could get a huge swing. Massive turnaround here by ABC, thanks to Alex setting up there in midfield, and that definitely puts their team back in the match, potentially a checkmate position, as Mercy could easily die through Unending Resolve, facing down Rogue Mage Paladin. Gellu out midfield, channeling Greater Pyro, Alec as well. Asgrath actually taking a Greater Pyro, not going to be too much consequence. Clyde to Polymorph, they're trying to burst down with a Combustion, but it was on diminishing return. Not getting the most value here. Goes for another Polymorph to do a Dragon's Breath. Really trying to power through for an Unending Resolve here on Mercy, but not finding it. Clyde's Avenging Wrath going to be more than enough. Clyde's charging in, looking for a Hammer of Justice. they going to Hammer of Justice the Paladin or the Rogue is the question here. Are they going to swap Paladin with no Divine Shield? Clyde gets stunned first. He triggers up. They are going to swap to Askerath. Is he going to be able to survive the stun? Massive damage. They stun up Mercy, but Gelu closes it out. Diabolus take game 1.
Pretty quickly, too. I mean, that was only 3 minutes. Is that how we expected, how long that game we thought was going to be, Supatees?
No. Mage Lock, I never expect to go faster than like 5 minutes usually. So Diabolus saw a win condition there. Like, if we go Rogue, he's going to use Cloak. So we should just go Paladin. He doesn't have Divine Shield. And then, yeah, as Healing Set was saying at the end, Ineffable Truth had to have procced for Clyde because he got Hammer of Justice into Hammer of Justice. That was just a really well-timed swap by Diabolus, and I'm glad that they're not afraid to get aggressive. That seems to be one of the main pitfalls for Mage Lock players is their hesitation to get aggressive.
Yeah, especially considering when these two teams fought against each other in Cup number 3, if you guys remember right, these two teams went to 89% dampening, which is our current record in the AWC here. Match results now. Any takeaways from this one?
Well, I mean, just lots of crowd control coming in from Gelu and Mercy, and that's going to be the name of the game. I mean, this composition that Gelu, Mercy, and Clyde are running with the Paladin, it's actually such nice extra offense. I mean, normally with a Mistweaver Monk and a Resto Druid, they're going to be sitting back, playing very passive. It's hard for them to kind of assist, offensively, but having the Hammer of Justice from Clyde really allows Gelu and Mercy to get more setups more often, more offense. It's a really solid composition, and it seems to be working really well into Rogue Mage Paladin especially. And Diabolus, that was a very convincing win on their part. There was one moment in the game where it was really scary for Mercy, but I think that was just off the back of a couple greater Power Blasts snuck through by Alec. And as long as they're careful of those moments, I think they got a great shot to win this series.
Mm-hmm. Now ABC is going to be picking their map choice pretty soon here. If you were this team, Supatees, what do we think we want to see from them? How are they going to at least if they want to sustain themselves a little bit longer, maybe even into dampening for game number 2 here?
I think you play Hook Point, and then Alec tries to just free cast more greater Pyros. If Diabolus play a clean game, though, it does not look like an easy match for the Rogue Mage Paladin. So if Diabolus are able to get aggressive and get in there on top of the Rogue and the Paladin, that seems really hard. I still think you play into the small maps. And then maybe on the big maps, I just feel like I haven't been too impressed with ABC's Mage Lock, because I was thinking like maybe their only option is to mirror on a big map. I don't know. I feel like their Rogue Mage Paladin would not do too amazingly. So lock the small map, stay with Rogue Mage Paladin, and go to the big maps. They should probably consider bringing Walrix in.
And then Healing Stat, what do we feel like this on the side of ABC? What is that setup that they're looking to get on Diabolus that they couldn't quite pull off for game number 1?
I mean, I thought it was trademark already, but it's those lightning fast pies if they run the same composition, right? Like that strat was definitely collected a little bit there, Alec. And I mean, you saw it, right? There was that one time they got the Divine Shield, the Hand of Sacrifice, all these major cooldowns. And I think for Alec, he's got to, whether it's a map or whether it's just positioning, he's got to find some way of squeaking those out more often, because Gelu was doing an excellent job of shutting him down. If he can find opportunities to get 2 or 3 pies onto Mercy, that's instantly a reaction force, right? It's got to be a cooldown, because that's 100% of your health, those 3 pies.
Ooh.
So he's got to do that. And I actually really like this. I was thinking of saying this, that Nixie, I mean, he was dying super easily in that game on the Rogue, and Rogue is basically an immobile and less cooldown, well, not less cooldowns, but an immobile version of Monk, right? So on a small map, the Monk with the Transcendence is going to be less squishy. Hopefully Askerath will have to use less cooldowns. It's going to be, I think this is an interesting change from ABC.
Yeah, ABC locking in Nixie on that Windwalker on Hook Point. Now that we see the map here and the composition choice from ABC, what does this change, Supatees?
It's just more durable. I feel like if Nixie is playing well, it's not just going to be Trinket Cloak, it's going to be pre-Fort Brew, a Diffuse Magic, a Trinket Karma, Portal out of line of sight is like the big one, so you just immediately avoid being casted on. It's going to be easier for Askerath to heal a Windwalker than a Rogue in this particular matchup defensively. It's offensively that I'm a bit worried, because I feel like them going Paladin is no longer an option. I feel like their only option is deep dampening Warlock, maybe attack Mage before dampening. Maybe test if Gellu's running haste or not. If Gellu's haste, attack Gellu. If he's verse, probably you're going to have to wait till dampening and then go after the Warlock. So defensively, it's better for ABC, but I'm interested to see if they're able to close the game out.
All right, well, game number 2 here starting shortly. ABC looking to tie it up 1-1 here on Hook Point.
Yeah, honestly, I think offensively the Windwalker Monk is actually better than the Rogue. I mean, it sounds crazy, but I really think with the way Corruption is scaled and the way versatility kind of works for Windwalker Monk, that their damage is really, really high, especially against a Warlock. So I think Nixie's going to be able to get more pressure, he's going to be more survivable, he's going to have more mobility. I think in general, the one thing that's going to be less for him is he'll have less lockdown. So has to really pick his moments. If he gets continually interrupted on his Fist of Fury and his images, then I think it's going to be really, really scary. Alec right now, looking for crowd control. Actually, it's going to be Asgrath under fire. Once again, Mercy taking a little bit of damage here by this Windwalker Monk. Nixie going over, rolling over, actually getting a little damage on Gellu. And it's just greater Pyroblast City here by Alec. Getting greater Pyroblast on Mercy, onto Gellu. Now Clyde's under fire just a little bit. And ABC right now, they're just all over the map.
Yeah,
let's see if they can keep it up.
Really well. Nixie, one of the things with him is that you don't really think of him as a Windwalker Monk, but he actually won the BlizzCon final playing this the whole time, right? They played the Priest Arcane Windwalker, if my memory's correct, so they definitely have experience running this Mage Windwalker. They're swapping between targets, they're keeping pressure up, and this game looks already much better than it did in Game 1. Alec, though, taking a fair bit of damage. It's going to be the DR Hammer of Justice, but he sneaks a sheep over onto Clyde. This could be trouble. Or Alec, though, he procs. Is he going to have to use the Ice Block as well? Yes, he is. That is definitely not the outcome they were hoping for with that full sheep on Clyde, and now ABC once again on the back foot.
Gellu is casting Greater Pyros into an Ice Block, waiting to see if Alec's going to cancel it. Actually, no, he's going after Asgarath. Really mixing it up there. Trying to mix it up and catch him off guard. Asgrath does recover. Alec is going to be an exposed target. ABC launch an offensive push here. Nice crowd control into all 3 members of the team. But that Polymorph has managed to be disrupted. Gellu down to half, but secures a Polymorph onto Asgrath. This could be it if Asgrath doesn't respond in a timely fashion. He's trying to sit through while Alec is out of line of sight. Are they going to swap to Asgrath? Look, he's right in midfield. Hammer's down. They could go after Asgrath. Judgment, 2 Chaos Bolts, Greater Pyro, and he's going to have to Divine Shield. Love that swap to Asgrath. Diabolus are really mixing things up here. Sacrifice has to trade as well. If they keep this up, man, they're looking clean to get a 3-0. And do remember, if Diabolus take the series, they are the 4th spot for the top 4 BFA finals. So their qualification's on the line here.
Yeah, Gellu doing an incredible job. He actually switched over his gear, sorry. He's playing a ton more haste in this matchup, so getting these greater power blasts a little bit more consistent, easier to get that damage out as well. I think it's a great option. One lands onto Alec. Asgrath is forced to trinket into an Infernal Stun. This could just be the game. Alec, he gets caught into a triple Shadow Fury. A full Ring of Frost lands. Gellu getting great crowd control. Alec having the line of sight. Right now, it looks like the Vitality Conduit is enough to keep Alec alive. Combustion rolls out for Gellu. Triple leg sweep. Nicely done there by Nixie, kind of diffusing the situation. Clyde trinkets, throws up the sacrifice. That was Gellu's trinket as well, so a little bit of an overlap. One greater power blast going to land on Alec as he's forced to retreat behind the pillar. And now, with that attempt coming in from ABC, Nixie did a great job actually forcing a cooldown overlap. And now there's a small opening, but still, Alec just in so much trouble. Hammer of Justice lands. There's no way out for Asgaroth. And it looks like Alec will ultimately... he takes some healing. I think it was a Battle Master that actually might keep him up. But the fear still crowd control on Asgaroth. Alec getting lower. A Polymorph lands, and I think Alec, I don't know how he could possibly live the situation. Clyde rolls up, slaps him with his sword. And that will be 2-0 for Diabolus. A really, really dominant game.
I'm sorry. Is this actually a Mage Lock matchup? Both of these games have been like 3 minutes long.
Mage Lock Paladin is it's the comp to push in and go. It's not the same kind of dampening.
It's just refreshing to see, I guess. Diabolus, though, up 2-0 now. ABC is only 1 win away on the side of Diabolus from losing this series here against them. It's just kind of looking not quite as even as I feel like any of us here on the desk would have predicted for this series.
I don't know about that. I feel like Diabolus being able to beat Xset and ABC having really similar comps to Xset, that it's kind of making sense that Diabolus are crushing right now. I didn't like the Windwalker Mage, but at the same time, I didn't really like their Rogue Mage either. So their only third option would be then to mirror with Walrix, which, I mean, maybe that is their best bet because they're going to be playing on big maps anyways towards the end of this. So switch that in, try to give it a go. But it just seems like ABC are just, they're not on point. Like Diabolus are looking sharp. They're looking on fire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some really clean plays there on the side of Diabolus here. ABC really needs to figure something out here going into Game 3 if they want to have they want to stay in this series, potentially reverse sweep them. What do you guys think, Healingstat? Do you think they need to reverse that composition, go back to what we saw in game number 1, or is there something else we're missing?
I mean, honestly, I agree with the assessment here. I don't think either of these compositions are so bad into Mage Lock Paladin, or certainly to the extent that we're seeing it. I think right now they're just kind of getting outclassed. It seems like Gelu and Mercy have their number. The crowd control on Asgraf is absolutely emphatic. They are landing it off DR. The Hammer of Justice, Asgraf is able, Clyde is able to just play right on top of them, getting those every single time. And it feels like it's way too much of a walk in the park for Diabolus right now. ABC, they've got to figure something out more offensively. Maybe Ace Greater Pyro builds getting exploited, because when you're just spamming Greater Pyro, if it gets denied a bunch of times, you're not crowd controlling, you're not doing other things. Maybe you should go back to some Fireball build and try Sheep a little bit more, take control of the game that way, because so far, this Mage Lock has just been unstoppable. Maybe bringing Warwick in would be the answer to that. Obviously, Warlock brings a ton more control than any of the melees we've seen so far. But they've got to change something up, because not only is their tournament lives on the line here, their chances at finals, also nLite is watching this and they're probably very, very unhappy right now, because their chance is also resting on ABC here. I want to see them pull something out, because I know these guys can be better than this. And I had this series a lot closer than it is proving to be so far.
All right, well, looks like we are going to Ashmanes, Diabolus locking in Mage Lock again. Clyde's continuing on that Holy Paladin. Not much of a surprise there. ABC now get to pick their composition here. This is their map choice. This is ABC's map choice, as they did just lose that last game, and they're going to be going back to RMP. Ven, how do we feel about this? Or
RMP Paladin.
Pala.
Picked a little bit more comfortable with this, and I think one thing that's really important to take away from this matchup is Alec. He's playing the similar build to what Jamili was playing, the really fast Greater Pyroblast build, but I think this build is a lot better into Frost Mage. I think Gelu, if he's running his own haste, you can kind of bully Alec away. You can consistently polymorph him, Dragon's Breath him, and I think the build Alec is running is just particularly good into the Frost Mage, and I'm not sure if I necessarily like it into what Diabolus is playing right now, but Diabolus, they've been having full control over the games. It just seems from start to finish, they're in the driver's seat. ABC, they definitely need to figure something out. Maybe go after Clyde a little bit more in the matchup, and like Healingstat said, throw in more polymorphs on Mercy, just get more control over the game if you can. A lot easier said than done, but ABC, they're going to have to step it up. This is their last chance. If they lose this game, they're out. There's no way they can make it into the top 4, so it really all comes down to this game.
And then speaking of builds, if you guys are watching from home, awc.gcd.tv, you guys can check out what these players are running, talent specs, corruption, all that good stuff. On the side of Diabolus, Ven, how do we feel about Gelu's build here that he's currently got going on?
Well, I mean, he's been mixing it up against the Rogue. He played more versatility. Against the Windwalker, he's played more haste. I'm kind of curious to see what he thinks he can get away with in this one. I think playing a little bit more haste is... I always like it. I always like speeding up the game with that. So, big fan of those hasted pies, but we'll see if Gelu's going to do the same, and we'll see what ABC can get done. They get a sap on Mercy. Let's see how they decide to open. Alec, once again, looking for a Greater Pyroblast. Gets denied by a Polymorph. And we'll see how ABC decides to open up and what they can get from this opener. So far, it doesn't seem like too much.
2 Greater Pyros. Mercy Nether Wards, did he get it? He got the Greater Pyro, bouncing it back. But there's more. Alec is literally just casting Greater Pyro in the backline to try and take out Mercy. Clyde trinkets out of blind. Polymorph and Asgrath. This could be trouble. Who are they going to go after? Is it a swap? They're going after Alec. Alec pre-temp shields the Hodge, but the temp shield has subsided. But Askrath gets out of crowd control. He's got Avenging Wrath. Big Holy Shocks coming in. Alec should begin to stabilize. Clyde's now in a Polymorph. Mercy still the target here. Alec getting counterspelled, trying to find Greater Pyros. Gets Polymorph. Gellu looks to try and set up. Crowd control tossed back and forth between these Titans. Match point qualification on the line here for Diabolus if they want to keep their top 4 spot. They need to win one more game. Gellu getting a Greater Pyro straight onto Alec. Half his health gone. Askrath looks to recover. Big Holy Shock. Clyde's right on top of Askrath. Triple stun lock combo. Alec could be in trouble. Nice Shadow Fury for follow-up. They need to push a little bit more for that cauterize. They're not finding it. Askrath squeaks through with the sacrifice. They could switch to Nixie, having him already at half health. He would be a nice swap target. Chaos Bolt's flying in. Gellu blinks in aggressively. Polymorphing Alec instead, waiting for that sacrifice to try and switch it, setting up a Greater Pyro. Alec trying to polymorph Gellu. Back and forth between these two mages.
Yeah, one nice adaptation ABC's made, I think, in this game is Nixie is no longer running the Relentless, he's now running the Trinket, and I really like that. Just to have the extra option, it means that Askrath's going to be able to hold on to those breakers, because the way Diabolus is playing is very setup-based, and we can see that this is enabling ABC to get even more aggressive as we get the Divine Shield coming out from Clyde. Now Alec, the target of choice, and Nixie no longer the target is actually a huge win, I think, for ABC. Askrath is getting caught up in less crowd control, they have more control over the game, and we know that mages, even with this haste build, are super tanky, so it's going to be a difficult one for Diabolus. They're certainly looking like they're on the back foot here. Mercy super low, no breaks on Clyde. Imp comes through and they get the Hand of Sacrifice, but now there's nothing left really other than that unending resolve, and ABC looking like a different team here in game 3, and they need it. They need this reverse speed.
Yeah, it's looking a lot better. At the same time, Nixie under fire, and I think Diabolus, they need to change their targeting over to Nixie a little bit, keep him a little bit more scared in the matchup. Full Fear onto Askrath. Let's see what they're going to be able to get done. Blessing of Protection coming in from Clyde. And Avenging Wrath as well should be able to survive, and they actually are going to be switching over to Nixie. Don't really get too much. The Feint comes in with the Crimson Vial, and Nixie tops himself off. Full Polymorph, though, secured onto Askrath. Great crowd control coming in from Diabolus once again. Let's see how ABC responds. Fear onto Alec, another Polymorph onto Askrath. Nixie just line of sighting, avoiding some damage. One Greater Power Blast lands, big damage on Askrath. The Hammer of Justice Combustion as well. Can Askrath hold on? It looks like he will. Did he pre-Vitality Conduit that Hammer of Justice? Looked like it. He was just going to full health while stunned, so great job there, and they managed to hold on to their cooldowns.
All right, let's see if they can keep up their defense here as they're on match point, and Diabolus are relentless. Infernals are called in. Mercy's ramping up. Is he going to be able to get any big Chaos Bolts during this time? ABC posted up defensively. They bought Mercy out of the kidney shot, denying the Vendetta and also potentially enabling him to get aggressive. Fears onto Askrath. Mortal Coil. Nixie could get blasted. Chaos Bolt in the sky. Big hit. Nixie barely gets Cloak of Shadows, but they panic. Oh no, they panic. Askrath, Divine Shields. Gladiator's Medallion, Sacrifice. Nixie, Gladiator's Medallion, Cloak. That was literally 3 of their major outs on one attack. Dark Souls is available. Nixie dies in the next Hammer of Justice or Askrath. This could be game over for ABC. Alec is going to have to be the biggest MVP ever to stop this from happening.
Yeah, that was an all-you-can-eat buffet of cooldowns there from ABC. Literally everything served up on the table, silver platter. Now, Diabolus, all they have to do is take the dessert, and this is probably going to be a Hammer of Justice. Wings aggressive, Meteor comes through, but the CC is denied. Alec playing fantastically. The full sheep, though. I don't know if there's that much oohing. Actually, he's in stealth. He actually got a
vanished.
He dispelled with it. Beautiful from Nixie. We should be seeing stealth for the next 90 seconds to 120, I think. He's got some time left over. He will survive, but because they overlap literally everything, there's still another minute to do that again without the vanish. So Nixie, still terrified for you, mate, as Gellu pushes for another polymorph.
How did Vanish not break? I mean, Fire has so many different dots. I have no idea what just happened there. Nixie somehow gets a clean Vanish. There's LOSing behind the pillar. Askrath once again into a full Polymorph, full Hammer of Justice. Let's see what gets done. Gellu pops a Combustion. Do they have any more damage? Big damage out on the Nixie. He's barely holding on. He tried with the Smoke Bomb, but it is not enough. And Diabolus, 3-0 ABC, crushing their dreams of making it into the top 4, but securing the top 4 for themselves. A beautiful performance, and I'm really excited to see this team compete.
Yeah, I am as well. Well done by Diabolus. Well fought by ABC as well. An unfortunate way for them to end their circuit series, but that's going to be 3-0 victory for Diabolus. Like you said, Ben, putting themselves in the top 4. Well done by those guys, and that's a 3-0. Is that, I mean, I kind of asked a similar question last series, but did we expect it to end in a 3-0?
Yeah, I mean, Europe's been insane today. We've had some really incredible series, but ultimately all of them have gone 3-0. So the teams at the top really are starting to differentiate themselves. And Diabolus, they're a team that I think we've had some teams where we're kind of surprised by how well they've done. Coffin Dance, for me, and I know you guys have mentioned this a little bit over the last few weeks, have been one of those teams. Diabolus, I ranked them as number 3 in Europe going into it. Their roster looks great. Mercedes been playing fantastic all year. Jamie multi-classing a little bit over to the Rogue, although I don't think he's fully there just yet. But ultimately, this is the team we want to see challenging for that top 2 placement, and they can have another chance to do that in a couple of weeks.
Yep, we can see here the final moments as they kill Nixie here.
This is just clean. Diabolus just had setup after setup after setup after setup. Like this in my mind is actually like the best offensive mage lock paladin that we've seen. I feel like that was like offensively may have been better than Cloud9's offensive capabilities that we've seen so far this year.
How do you feel like?
They beat Xset with this as well, right? Like this was the matchup they played the whole time, this mage lock. So they're definitely a force to be reckoned with. And the paladin, it fits perfectly for them because Clyde, literally, since I've known him as a competitor, he's loved playing the priest, he's loved playing the paladin, getting really aggressive. So if mage lock's the meta, this is the Diabolus flair on it, and they're certainly giving him hell to go with their tagline. They're doing a great job right now.
Ooh, nice. That was smooth. How do we feel like Diabolus would do against Cloud9 then, Ben?
I think they could do great, honestly. I mean, you can never... Cloud9's insane, obviously. They've been playing Mage Lock for such a long time. They have great synergy, but Diabolus really making a case for themselves in Europe, and I would love to see that mirror match. I don't know if we're ever going to see that. Certainly not this year, but it would be really, really cool to see. And actually, one thing I would like to see from Cloud9 is that I feel like Wealthy Man, he's been opting to play a lot of Frost lately, but I think the Fire with this particular composition works really well into a lot of different comps. Certainly has its strengths into some things, and maybe that's something we'll see him pull off maybe today or in the future.
Yeah, that's going to wrap up our European teams for the circuit here. Didn't expect this morning to go to three in a row, so it's certainly a pretty quick morning, or whatever, depending on what time your zone you're in, first half of the tournament for today on this Sunday. And yeah, overall European, I don't know, any major surprises here, Super T's?
Well, I feel like Confidence was the team where we were like underrating. It was like, yeah, they play one comp, they've got a warrior, like they're gonna do their best. Like the fact that they got into top 4 and I'm pretty sure they're 3rd. Is that a tie for 3rd? I don't believe so. So they really impressed me overall from Europe. And I mean, they were so impressive that teams like Mystery Org are now taking their composition. So, and that's the next series, which is Cloud9 Mystery Org. So I'm curious to see if Mystery Org number 1 take their comp, which I think they will, and then number 2 if they perform that comp to the same level as Coffin Dance.
Yeah, we'll have to see shortly. But before we go check out that series, we're going to take a look at the European bracket. What we're going to be seeing in the EU finals here. Xset versus Diabolus is going to be the first match. Wildcard versus Coffin Dance. How do we feel about this bracket, Ben?
Well, I think it certainly makes for some interesting matchups. I mean, Wildcard versus Coffin Dance. Xset is actually, this is interesting because Xset, their only loss in the circuit play was to Diabolus. So Diabolus got to be feeling not too bad about that one. Coffin Dance versus Wildcard, I think that could be a really close series as well. If Coffin Dance wins, like the way I see this is Diabolus can win the first round, and if Coffin Dance can beat Wildcard, I feel like Diabolus is actually setting themselves up quite nicely to make it into that, grand final. So definitely anything could happen in this one. These teams are so evenly met, and now comes the real work for them. They're gonna have to go back to the drawing board, kind of analyze all their games, and they have a lot of time to prep. And I think that's the one thing about the round robin that I really like, and being able to see your bracket so far in advance that I really like, is these teams can go, they can practice a ton over this next week, next 2 weeks, and it's going to make for some really interesting games because they're all going to be bringing their A game, that's for sure.
Yeah, and we even saw them bring their A game today, this weekend. All four of those teams were fighting just their absolute hardest, and we saw some incredible performances from all of the teams participating in the European circuit. But those are going to be our teams for the European finals here. We can see where the standings ended up, where their wins and losses were. We can see our top four on the left side of your screen here: XSET, Wildcard, Coffin Dance, and Diabolus. And yeah, those teams on the right here, regardless of where we see their final wins and losses, I feel like we're also just super strong teams as well, Supatis.
Yeah, Europe was definitely a treat. The jungle still kept it interesting, even though it felt like going into the circuit that they were going to be incredibly disadvantaged. It was nice to see them come up with new strategies to put some wins on the board. I feel like F2K My Way, their 1-6 doesn't really represent how close a lot of their series were. Most of them were 2-3. So, I mean, that could have been completely different for their overall circuit standings. I hope for the teams that didn't make it into the top four that we see more of them in Shadowlands, because all these competitors were amazing.
Yeah, they certainly will. So well done to all of those teams, and well done to our top four. Really looking forward for that bracket, for that finals to play out on the European side. But now that's not the end of the gameplay for today on this Sunday. We are going to go to the North American bracket. We're going to see those games coming up next. We're going to go to a break, and that's going to be Cloud9 versus Mystery Org. So we'll see you just in a bit, and we'll come back. We'll see that series.
Tremble before my fury! The nightmare's veil is lifted. I return at last to the long slumber, to the great forest beyond, until I may serve the wilds again.
Welcome to my grove, friend. My queen. I shall protect these souls through their winter. I shall see them reborn in their spring. No matter what trial I face. I swear it, my queen. I swear it. Rest well, and dream. Season after season of this drought. Here. It's so little, I know.
It must be done. Reclaim everything from this grove. Everything.
No! This is my grove! You will not destroy them!
Arelon! We are not your enemy.
Anyone who threatens my grove is my enemy. I swore an oath. My queen. I kept faith all this time that you would save us. And now you send scavengers to my grove? Why?
What is to come?
Ardenweald is dying.
It must be saved. The Queen is called the Wild Hunt.
We have culled your grove, so that others might live.
Will you sacrifice one soul for the forest entire? Or will you keep your oath?
Your heart is pure. I will honor your choice.
One last time, you serve the wilds. You will not be forgotten. Forgive me, friend. I will hunt for you, my queen. For Ardenweald, and for the souls we can yet save. I swear it. I swear it.
Man, that cinematic just hitting me right in the feels. Anyone else?
You have to watch Ursoc die twice in one cinematic.
It's
depressing. I don't feel like you've ever watched like a beloved character die twice in the same cinematic. It's like cruel and unusual.
Pretty
I don't
rough.
like him that much.
You don't like Ursoc? You didn't watch the War of the Ancients if you don't like Ursoc.
Man. All right. Well, anyways, welcome back, everyone. We have finished up our European games of the day, and now we're moving on to North America. That's going to be Cloud9 versus Mystery Org. Cloud9, always the team to beat here. If they win this series, they secure their first place position in the BFA AWC circuit. So the question is then, what is Mystery Org going to bring to the table here, Zico, to try and overcome the beast that is Cloud9? Oh my goodness. You're
Whatever, I don't have any stickers anyway.
You don't have any stickers. I was about to rip it off. But...
Negative stickers. Rip paper off so he can't put stickers down on his row.
Interesting.
Oh, we're already seeing the comps here. Okay.
This new screen. Look at that. Whoa, look at that transition. Very nice.
Oh, it's very fancy here. Going into game number 1, Cloud9 versus Mystery Org.
The new map fly-through is really working well with this new frame that we have here. And we're going to see the comps: Mage, Frost, and Industrial Warlock Paladin from C9, the standard, to be expected. And from Mystery Org, they are running a Mistweaver Fire Mage Windwalker. So this is kind of a wild card composition. And they've been playing it themselves with the Paladin. So let's see how that works out now with the Mistweaver. You should have no problems getting to deep dampening. They're already doing a push here. Paralyze into the leg sweep. Aura Mastery, Song of GG gets polymorphed there. Nicely done by Wealthy Man, denying that. And that means the push is over here for Mystery Org. And now Trill needs to be a little bit careful.
I'm curious to see what Sam's going to be doing with his build, how they are going to be playing this one out. I'm curious to see why Sea-Doo decided to go with the Mistweaver Monk into Mage Lock. Maybe just the emergency healing of the Life Cocoon, kind of the mobility to avoid polymorphs, and some of the healing you actually get while you're crowd controlled, which is nice. So if you ever doing Mist, you have the Serpent Jade statue. That's going to be additional healing that Sea-Doo gets, even if he has a crowd control. So might be the difference between living and dying in this match. I'll definitely have to see. Right now, Cloud9 just kind of poking what they can. And Mystery Org, there's been no real significant setups yet. They did get Trinket from Channable, but outside of that, not too much going on.
All right, let's see if they can get some pressure off of this damage, though. Drill down to 10%, Sea-Doo recovers. Curious to see how that Song of GG plays out as Sea-Doo is using the Zen Focus T to be immune to interrupts and guarantee that crowd control. It could be very threatening if Sea-Doo lands that. He's rolling into midfield. There's the Paralyzed triple setup. Beautiful play by Mystery Org here. If they can get the Song of GG. GG lands on the Cubsy. They're chasing Chanimal down. And then he resolve. He gets interrupted. He can't. Cubsy has to bubble and sacrifice. That's a clean setup by Mystery Org. If they just stay stable in between those setups and nail them time and time again, this is going to work.
This is looking like actually it's going to work for Mystery Org. They have every CD still on everybody, and it's those Song of GGs. Every time CD pushes in and he gets the Paralyzed leg sweep Song of GG, it's a big moment for their team. And Chanimal realizing that he's trying to summon out the Imp. He got counterspelled on it. Now he's going to go for the Fear, so he can't get kicked. He does get the Imp out here, so you're going to have a little bit of extra defense to potentially remove some of those CCs that Cubsy's been stuck in. And now we're going to see Sam in a full Fear, looking to potentially reset his combustion. One more Fireball should do it, and he's going to go in for crowd control already. Sea-Doo pushing in now. They have the combustion. There's the Combust Meteor. Immediately Sheep on the Wealthy Man. Song of GG comes out. Big damage. Where's the Imp Singe? He gets singed out, and that is the big adaptation. But still, unending resolve gets forced. Cubsy has no wings. He has no sacrifice. He gets Sheep DR here by Sam. Chanimal porting to safety, trying to kite Trill. He does recover there. I'm not sure if that was the health stone there, but still, every one of these pushes is doing a lot of work here for Mystery Org. However, that one, they only got the unending resolve, so you need to push the next trigger very, very quickly here, because Cubs is going to get his sacrifice back in about 30 seconds.
This is actually insane. Cubsy has 50% mana. He has no breaks left. Chanimal has not a single defensive cooldown. They only need one more setup. As soon as Sam resets his combustion, I think it's going to be go, go, go here for the side of Mystery Org, and they might actually be able to take down Cloud9. Let's see if they can do it. Chanimal right now with his Dark Soul, but there's been no pressure. There's been no pressure from Cloud9 in this matchup. A little bit of damage on Trill, but he hasn't really had to trade out too much, and here we go. I think it's time. Sea-Doo charging for the pre-sacrifice. Nicely done there by Cubsy. That one was very telegraphed, so it was easy for Cubsy to get that sacrifice off, and that will prevent Chanimal from going down. And now, Mystery Org, they have to wait for the Paralyze of Sea-Doo to come up once again.
Mystery Org, if they win this, would be tied with Cloud9 in their match record, so potentially overthrowing first place and increasing their prize significantly there, depending on what their game score ends up being in this series. If they could get a 3-0, that would be massive for them. They could really upset the circuit. Cloud9 has been a dominant team in North America for some time, and Now they're starting to get upset.
Oh.
Here we go. Double stun, Polly. Beautiful combo. Drestigath drops in there, but Vitality Conduit's rolling from Cubsy. Chanimal's health is being pulled back up from the brink. Triple crowd control engagement from Cloud9 as they look to counter-engage onto Trill. Fear for follow-up, 3 versus 1. Double Shadow Fury. Chaos Bolt number 1. Chaos Bolt number 2. Trill down to 30%. Sea-Doo tossing out that life cocoon, and Trill catches a massive heal, back to full health, right on target. Sea-Doo's pushing in on Cubsy. He's getting ready. Is Paralyze available? Cubsy's trying to run. He's caught in the Paralyze. Weltyman in the Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost. Oh, but Weltyman dodges the Ring of Frost, moving to the left. Gets caught in the Polymorph anyway. Double stun. Beautiful leg sweep by Trill. But the Avenging Wrath from Cubsy. Big Divine Favor heal. Chanimal's back in the fight. Mystery Org, though, even if they don't win with these setups, I mean, Sea-Doo's mana is basically full, and Cubsy has been stressed out for most of this fight. I feel like Mystery Org are winning on the setups, and they're winning on attrition.
Yeah, the only real win condition here for C9 is that the Mistweaver's life cocoon is just going to be kind of bad alongside with this healing once we do get to the deeper stages of dampening. But up until then, Mystery Org have free reign over Chan here. They can do pretty much whatever they want. Sam I Am going for the crowd control here. He gets the Dragon's Breath, going for the sheep here. Wealthy Man, he is going to be able to potentially cover that sheep. They get a nice double leg sweep here by Trill. Big damage coming out onto Chan. He has the sacrifice Cubs. He might need to use it here. Sea-Doo getting counterspelled there. And Cubs actually able to hold on to it here. Nice control by Wealthy Man, forcing everybody off of Chan there. And they're able to hold on to the sacrifice for when they really need it. Still, mana not looking super good here for C9. So they just need to try to hold on, maybe try to buy some time for a drink. They're swapping side on the map here. If they can stop Trill here, Cubsy might actually, he's sitting down for a drink right now. If Chan has any more crowd control for Cubsy, that could be big for them. Is he going to get any ticks though? It looks like he's going to stop his drink, go for the Divine Favor, try to heal everybody up. Sam taking big damage here from Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man having some good control here, being a free casting Frost Mage, but now it's once again Mystery Org's turn to get aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. Sea-Doo pushing forward. They're actually swapping to Sea-Doo. He uses Transcendence to get out of line of sight and avoid the immediate threat. Trill getting rooted up as well. Good control here from Cloud9. Cubsy, his mana is looking a little bit better now. He's actually gone up in mana in the last couple of minutes, so not as much pressure coming in. I feel like Cloud9, they're kind of just feeling out the setups. Now that they kind of realize the game plan of Mystery Org, they're making some adaptations to make it a little bit more difficult, but still, I mean, the Fire Mage and Windwalker damage is so unpredictable. It's really, really difficult to slow it down as well. Big damage on Chanimal. It's actually the Touch of Death rolling in. Cubsy uses Sacrifice and the Avenging Wrath. That should be more than enough for Chanimal to survive, but like I said, as this game gets deeper and deeper in dampening, Sam I Am and Trill, their damage is just so unrelenting. It's really difficult to shut it down, and Chanimal is going to be under heavy fire, which is going to tax Cubsy's mana quite a bit. I think at that point, it's going to get really scary for Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a comfortable game for Cloud9 at all, which was not anticipated. I feel like Mystery Org have not been able to beat Cloud9 basically this entire year. And now they get a really good shot one time before the finals, which is exactly when you'd want to be able to have an answer to a team that's just been crushing you for the entire year. So let's see if they can get it done here. Sea-Doo's locked down in crowd control. Trill trades Karma. He's going to bop off the Karma. They do bop off the Karma. They're going aggressive on Trill. Sea-Doo just dumping in big heals there. Now rolling up on top of Cubs. He gets intercepted by Chanimal. Nice interception. Trill could be in trouble. He's rolling back to the pillar. He's swapping to Cubsy. Catching him in a leg sweep. Oh, Polymorph for follow-up. Singe Magic, though, removes it. Now Song of Chi-Ji. Cubsy's running away from it. Trill is still very low, and Sea-Doo gets caught in a poly. Trill's going for Fist of Fury, but Icy Veins is up. He needs to run. Chanimal is chasing him down. Doesn't look like he's able to get back to him just yet. They're switching to Sam I Am in mid. Trill slowly but surely recovering. Chanimal uses Demonic Gateway. Are they going to try and reset for a drink? Cubsy pulls back to the pillar. It's unlikely that he'll be able to in this position. Now below half mana at 22% dampening. Hammers down onto Trill here, trying to punish the Dispel. Find a window of opportunity, but there's just not enough damage onto Trill here. Sea-Doo's still chilling on mana and getting ready. His portal's down. Can he safely cross midfield? They go for Dragon's Breath Polymorph instead. They get shut down. Multi-man with a nice shutdown. Ring of Frost attempt doesn't land. Sea-Doo's rolling up. Paralyzed on the Divine Favor. Chanimal's very low on health. What are they going to trade here? Cubsy has Avenging Wrath. He really doesn't want to trade anything else, but he gets caught in a Polymorph, and Chanimal's just getting lower and lower in game number 1. No follow-up. Sacrifice slips through between the stun lock. They could swap to Cubsy on the leg sweep here. Split the damage a little bit. Try and put him behind, but they can't keep up with him. Double Dragon's Breath trying to stall still. Cloud9 still posting up defensively as Cubsy Looks like he wants to try and reposition away from Trill and Sea-Doo out in midfield. Veer, Hammer of Justice, nice setup by Cloud9. Trill trades Karma. Trill retreats back to the pillars. Sea-Doo going to convene with him as well. Double leg sweep. Nice punish there on the positioning. Song of Chi-Ji. Sea-Doo's trying to snipe the Chi-Ji from downtown, but it's going to end up actually landing on Cubsy. That Chi-Ji from downtown. Channel has to trade on any resolve. Is he just going to die through it? Dampening is quite high, but they're counter-pressuring. Oh no, Trill stunned in midfield. His team is locked down. Fort Brew active. Is it going to be enough? Sea-Doo gets out of crowd control. Life Cocoon connects. And as this game gets deeper into dampening, Mystery Org are looking less and less confident.
Yeah, and that Life Cocoon didn't really do too much at this point in dampening. You can see Sea-Doo finally starting to do some mana. He rolls over to try to paralyze Cubsy, but Wealthy Man snipes him with a sheep as he's crossing the map. Sam snipes a sheep onto Cubsy, gets immediately singed. Chan porting away here on the touch of death. Trill now porting away as well, while Sea-Doo is sitting through that chain, and you can see the control of Cloud9 is starting to settle in here. Sea-Doo, anytime he's trying to push in, there's a sheep, there's a fear, there's any crowd control that they can find, and it's going to help Chan survive as long as they keep doing that. And anytime Chan is under pressure, Cubsy is going to have his Divine Shield for the next setup, but no sacrifice. He might need to use it here. Let's see the Singe Magic here. Full sheep onto Sea-Doo, big damage onto Trill. Chanimal's going to port away. Cubsy's going to get to his port, get a big Divine Fave, carry Chanimal's HP back to full, and Sea-Doo still in crowd control here. They don't have any fears though. Chan had to port defensively there, but still, and now they finally do get the fear. Wealthy Man digging in here onto Trill, big damage. Could be the Karma here. They have a buff for it as well. Trill needs to be extremely careful. The flurries are connecting, and there it is. Big Life Cocoon is going to connect onto Trill. They actually just cut through it. Can they get some more cooldowns here? Sea-Doo again in a polymorph. Sam gets feared on his combustion. Beautiful cross here from Cloud9. They got another sheep here. Chanimal looking to get some fears onto Sea-Doo right here. Sam now going for a Dragon's Breath sheep. Chanimal in trouble. Trill in trouble. Who's going to fall first? Cubsy uses the Divine Shield. He has the sacrifice as well, so Chan should be safe here. Could be greedy to wait a bit though, but he does have the wings, so I think Chanimal is going to sustain himself here, but that was a lot of cooldown there coming out of C9.
Oh, it definitely was. And I mean, a lot of that passive Mistweaver healing we talked about, it starts really fading as dampening goes up, but mana still in favor of Mystery Warg at this point of the game. Trill has some defensive cooldowns, but needs to be a little bit afraid. Wealthy Man gets interrupted. Sea-Doo looking like he wants to engage crowd control once again. Full leg sweep on Chanimal. Cubsy just out of line of sight, looking like he's trying to avoid. The sacrifice comes in. I don't know if he actually pre-sacrificed the paralyze. I think Sea-Doo just didn't even use the crowd control, kind of baiting it out. And now there's an opportunity, but Trill in trouble. Big flurries connecting from Wealthy Man. This damage is starting to really add up. Chaos Bolt smacks down Trill once again. Sam I am trying to get control of the game, but he's just dealing with polymorphs and fears. Now polymorph on Sea-Doo. Cubsy's mana's not looking good. Avenging Wrath comes up again. Both these teams just trading out so many cooldowns. Portal coming in from Trill. Song of Chi-Ji into a paralyze on Cubsy. Chanimal getting lower. Cubsy, what are you going to be able to do? He's got the Avenging Wrath, big Divine Favor heal, but at 50% dampening, that's not going to be topping off Chanimal. Combustion not available for quite some time for Sam. If he can reset that combustion though, the Trill can get Diffuse Magic, Fortifying Brew, and Karma. They might just be able to go, ooh, Blessing and Protection on the Karma, and Trill immediately realizes he's in trouble. He's going to go behind the pillar, but now there's no safety net for Cloud9. There's no Blessing and Protection. The only thing Chanimal has is that Unending Resolve, and he's going to have to time that expertly. Doesn't want to fall too far behind because Cubsy, in terms of healing, is really limited at this point of the game.
All right, Mystery Org could upset North America here if they manage to topple Cloud9 in this best of 5. Sea-Doo anticipates crowd control, activates Life Cocoon. Trill's going to be stable to stay on target, pushing Chanimal over. He's trying to avoid Trill, but gets caught in a leg sweep, paralyzing Cubsy. Poly and Wealthy Man, 3 versus 1. Unending Resolve has to trade. Is it going to be enough damage reduction? Cubsy now into the stun. His Avenging Wrath comes up in 1. Goes for the Hammer of Justice on Trill to try and counter-aggress. Is Sea-Doo ready for it? Soothing missed in the back line, but Chaos Bolts come crashing in. Chanimal fears Sam away. He repositions out into midfield, so Sea-Doo has to expose himself. Wealthy Man blinks in. Sea-Doo can't line of sight him. Oh no! That's devastating! Diffuse Magic has to trade. Trill's on the run. He polymorphs Wealthy Man. Nice play by Sam. Oh, but a fear sniped out by Chanimal. Cubsy in the meantime gets poly. Where's the Singe? Doesn't look like it's in line of sight. Chanimal drops another ward, trying to reflect some Fire Mage damage here. Stabilize Cubsy. Manages to keep Chanimal alive to the end of that chain. Everyone's topped off on both sides. Trill, though, needs to get ready. With no Karma for 10 more seconds. Sea-Doo gets counterspelled. That could be trouble. Trill ports back, but he's getting blasted. He's locked out in a stun. He's so close yet so far. Cloud9 take game 1.
That a game 1 victory for Cloud9 here, but that was pretty close on the side of Mystery Org. I feel like that composition was working out really well for them, Zico.
Yeah, it looked really nice for them in the early stages of the game. They had a lot of close calls, they forced out a lot of cooldowns, but ultimately Cloud9 there in the end, Wealthy Man snipes out the counterspell, he sheeps out the Sam during the aggression there onto Chanimal. Chanimal also just instantly ported when Sam is going to pop Combust here, and as soon as that happens, Chanimal is just out of there, and then you can see what happens. You're going to see it right here. Wealthy Man gets polyed, there's a Combust, Chanimal immediately ports before the Song of GG and everything, and Wealthy Man counterspells, gets a nice cross CC for himself, and then he comes in dumping the flurry damage, all of that proc damage. Sea-Doo, no Cocoon, no Revival, and he wasn't CC anyway, couldn't do anything about it.
Do we want to see Mystery Org run the same composition going into game 2 then?
I think so. I feel like Cloud9, they're not going to switch off Mage Lock unless they absolutely have to. And I mean, I would say the beginning of that game looked really, really scary for Cloud9, but as it went on, it seemed like they were making a lot of adjustments, which made it a lot easier. Just the kiting from Chanimal and Wealthy Man kind of focusing on denying the Song of GG and just crowd controlling Sea-Doo when they tried to make those offensive pushes. It just looked better and better for Cloud9 as time went on. That being said, on a smaller map, it might be a lot easier for Trill to have more uptime on Chanimal and Samheim to get out that more significant damage and also just get that crowd control onto Cubsy. So I could see Mystery Org sticking with this composition, going to a smaller map, and we do see the same thing play out. That's what I would expect, honestly.
And on that note as well, with Mystery Org's composition, why do we feel like we saw Sea-Doo on the Mistweaver as opposed to some of the other healers that we've seen today, CPTs?
It's just the instant crowd control. The Paralyze gets around the Imp Dispel. It's guaranteed. And then with that Zen Focus T, he can also be immune to interrupts to cast that Song of Chi-Ji. So it's all just about getting crowd control on Cubsy and Chanimal and Wealthy Man at the same time. Playing this set of classes means that they get guaranteed crowd control, which a lot of other compositions struggle to get against Mage Lock because of the way the game is positioned. So strategically, it made a lot of sense. They executed on it really well. It just seems like right there at the end, things started to unravel a bit. Maybe they got ahead of themselves. They thought they were closer to victory than they were. They could have just stalled for a few more seconds and then gone for the kill. But it looks like a composition that can work. The only thing that I'm wondering is, how do we feel about Wealthy Man playing Frost in this matchup? Or would Fire be an option for him?
Well, the way I see it is Frost is, the nice thing about Frost is it's really consistent damage, and you can get big burst moments with your big flurry, like with a flurry and a Frostbolt and 5 icicles, it's big burst. You also, the nice thing about it is you're very disruptive for Trill. Like Trill, especially later on in the game, he has to use a lot of his mobility to actually run away and hide. And when you do that, all of a sudden you get caught in these situations where Chanimal's across the map and you have to use a flying serpent kick to get there. And if you get rooted on it, then all of a sudden you have no mobility to actually hit your target. And we were seeing that play out. It just seems like for Cloud9 right now, Frost is the comfort pick for them. Wealthy Man, Cubsy, Chanimal, I think they've been practicing this composition a lot on the ladder. I don't know how much Fire they've been playing. And I mean, if Frost is working for them, I guess go for it. The only other team that's really playing a ton of Frost Mage is Xset with their Mage Lock. So I think it's just something that Wealthy Man and Raikou kind of prefer when playing Mage Lock. Not to say that Fire wouldn't work in this matchup. I think this is what they want to run, and there are advantages to it.
Now, it looks like the map we are going to be going to is Hook Point. Now, Cloud9 will be choosing their composition before Mystery Org chooses theirs. If they decide to lock in the same composition here going into this next game, Zico, is this really only going to work if they get the early kill before we see them go into deep dampening?
Well, on this map it's a bit different. I'm not even sure if we're going to see Sea-Doo and the Mistweaver on this map, because I think the
Demon Hunter
is actually
Windwalker.
a pretty good target here. So, well, if you blind Demon Hunter Windwalker,
They don't have to blind it.
Oh yeah, no, that's true actually. Yeah, they lost game 1, so that's true. No, yeah, they could go Demon Hunter Windwalker, but I don't know. I think they're gonna go Windwalker Mage Pally.
Windwalker Mage Pally sticker?
Are we putting a sticker on this?
Actually, make it
you guys want.
Demon Hunter Windwalker Shaman, and then I'm putting that.
I'll say the same comp. I say the same comp.
Windwalker Holy
Okay.
Pally or Windwalker DH?
No, I think it's going to be game 1 again.
Oh, Mistweaver. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Because we got Mistweaver, we got H-Pal, and we got Melee Clave.
Yeah.
Okay,
Two
this is
stickers?
for 2 stickers. 2 stickers.
Why is it 2 stickers? This is 1 sticker. This is 1 sticker.
This is
1
3
sticker.
stickers, actually.
What? This is
I
one sticker.
I don't have any stickers, so I want that.
It's one guess. It's
possible.
1 sticker. One
You're
guess is
don't
1
forget,
sticker.
Zico, you're currently negative stickers.
I'm not negative stickers. There's no such thing as a negative
Your
sticker.
mic was muted.
You're
That's
muted.
negative.
So? Your mic was muted
That's true.
yesterday, Ben. I didn't see you losing all your stickers.
I did, actually.
He did.
Did you?
Yeah, I did, okay.
Well, that was
You're
really
not the one that had
unfair,
to
right?
go
So we
through.
changed
I
it.
get a sticker!
I hate this game. I don't want to play. I don't want to play anymore.
After stickers.
I'm not
Yeah.
I love World of Warcraft.
Never,
World of Warcraft is the greatest game.
muted. Never muted. Most stickers. Oh.
I gotta, shout out to Adrian as well. He casted for us this morning and not muted a single time. Zico.
All right. Well, that sounds great. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where you're going with that, but
No idea.
So Sid, how are you feeling about your stickers? I mean, your prediction here.
Like, what do you mean?
Like your stickers or the composition?
No, wait.
Composition.
Compositionally, I think it makes sense. Small map.
Think they're gonna win?
Yeah, I think you can run at the Paladin on this map with Frost Mage. I feel like you could either split. you could either split. They're probably not just gonna outright run at the Paladin, but I think going on the Paladin, mana rifting and splitting is really good.
Did you run Mana Rift last? Or no, wait, he didn't play Demon Hunter
We're
last
putting
game.
stickers on the strat that they do. They can change the
No.
strat mid-game.
I say we put a sticker on the prediction on who's gonna win this game.
Oh,
let's do that.
Okay.
All right. Sid, you lead. What do you
I
think?
think
Sid?
Cloud9's gonna win.
Ah, you what?
I know. I called what column they're gonna play, but I still think Cloud9's gonna win.
That's harsh.
Oh, that's
All
messed
right,
up.
well, Elliot, who do you think?
I don't want to lose a sticker. I'm gonna go with Mystery.
You don't
Orc,
lose
you
a
know?
sticker. You just don't get one. If you're
It's
wrong,
the
you
same
don't lose
thing.
one. It's not the same
That's fine for me.
thing. Take it. Me peeling a sticker off if I guessed wrong is so much worse than just not getting one. What do you mean?
Okay, fine. Yeah, I'm gonna believe in Mr. Orc for this one. The Demon Hunter, Windwalker, Shaman. Let's see it happen.
Okay.
If you really believe, put a stick on her. Put a sticker on it, then.
I'm not putting a
if you-
sticker on it.
If you
There's
like
no
it,
way.
put a sticker on it.
Well,
Zico,
if
we
there's-
need your prediction, man.
If I'm not putting a sticker on it, then of course Mystery Org all the way, baby. Let's go, Sea-Doo, PogChamp.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding.
Oh,
C9,
man.
obviously.
Oh, okay. Let me just cross that out.
Sorry.
Don't say sorry to me. Say sorry to your buddies.
That's fine.
Sea-Doo, my heart's with you. You wore the bakery shirt yesterday, but I'm gonna go with C9.
It's about the
I wanted to see the
stickers.
valley. It's not about you. It's about the stickers.
It's rough. That is rough. All right. Well, if we do want to see Mystery Org win here, they are really going to have to work out this new composition here that we're seeing. Let's take a look, though, at the Cloud9 compositions and where their stats currently are. We've got an 89% win
man.
rate. This is the #1 North American team, so that's probably the highest win rate. I'm not sure about over in the other region there here also, but looking at the compositions, any takeaways here, Supties?
They're just one of the best teams in the game. Just flat out. I mean, that is such a solid win rate, especially considering the average dampening is 43%. Like, you have to win so many 15-minute games. I mean, how much time played? I'd like to see time played for a team. Like, that's an insane amount of long games to never make a mistake. I guess the surprising factor would be that their Mage Lock Frost is only a 36% win rate. So it's actually their lowest percent win rate. But I suppose we haven't seen... This was probably taken straight from the circuit where they were really struggling with teams like Charlotte Phoenix. So that's probably less representative than their overall year standings where they played that Mistweaver version. And you can see it's 85%. Even though it's 85%, there's no way we see that comp again. It's just not in the meta anymore. Mystery Org, on the other hand, this is a team that just kind of struggled all year. And now they've got a cleave comp that plays with the Shaman, this Demon Hunter, Windwalker. So they can at least be thankful for that. It's going to be a comp that fits into some of the strategies they've played together for years with.
Yeah, and you know, something I feel like we always talk about with strengths on the side of Cloud9 is their adaptability. You know, if they ever face any adversity in terms of composition that they can't quite sort out, they seem to always have an answer. But I feel like Mystery Org, you know, although we did see them struggle a little bit early on in the season, have really start to come together as a team here. Like you were saying, Sid, they've adopted that melee composition. They now have the Demon Hunter Windwalker. We had Sam learn a completely new class and just excel at it on the Demon Hunter. And I feel like this team is just shaped up super nicely here as we've moved into the end of this circuit, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about it. I think they've gone back to their roots in a way, like just actually playing Sam on the mage and having Trill just stick to the Windwalker monk and kind of polish up his play. Because I do feel like there was a moment in time where, you know, people were losing confidence in Trill's Windwalker monk. I think he just wasn't playing as much as he normally did. I'm not sure what it was, but he's really polished up now. And I think Mystery Org, they're back in fighting form, and I think this is the perfect time. If there's ever a moment where you needed to be playing your best and be on top of your game, now is the time, and it's really nice to see that from Mystery Org, and we can see how this kind of cleave competition is going to work out in this game. Infernals get dropped down by Chanimal. Let's see how much damage he's going to be able to get out. There's a Hammer of Justice on Sea-Doo. They're actually making a swap on Sea-Doo, and he uses the Trinket, so Gladiator's Medallion will trade from Sea-Doo, because he was really, really scared of that initial opening, but that wasn't Dark Soul, that wasn't Icy Banes, and I can't help but feel like Sea-Doo may have wasted his Gladiator's Medallion there.
I think he might just die unless Sam can save him, and Sam's playing Relentless into Magelock Pally? That seems like there's no way that could be the right move. This could be just checkmate because they can't access Darkness. Sam I Am can't Trinket out and save with Darkness. They land a double Shadow Fury. They're going after Sea-Doo. He's in midfield. He's got Vitality Conduit. I don't see him going down during that cooldown, and they're swapping to Cubsy for a moment, and then they paralyze him to go back onto Chanimal. Nice Hex on Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man going to Trinket out. They do want to go on Sea-Doo with the next Hammer of Justice, and Sea-Doo's like just kind of playing out in midfield. I wonder if he's like baiting them. Like, what is Sea-Doo doing out there? He's back to the pillar now, but Cubsy, he's moving forward. He's in midfield, and he's getting ready.
Let's see if they can pull the trigger here. Trill is actually dropping kind of low as well. Oh, full Seduce onto Sea-Doo. Hammer of Justice onto Trill. They're going for the Polymorph onto Sam, but doesn't manage to find it. He's Wealthyman trying to snipe it onto Sea-Doo, but nice wind share there. He's going to be able to reposition. Trill shouldn't have to use any cooldowns during this exchange here. And now he's going to get aggressive here. Full fair onto Sam. Nice control still by C9. They get a sheep onto Sea-Doo. Pretty Vitality Conduit, of course, into another Fear here, potentially onto Sam. Big damage with that Dark Soul. Chan is going for Fear onto Sea-Doo. He can't find it. He needs one more poly by Wealthy Man, but Wealthy Man couldn't get it either, so that chain is going to be broken. Wealthy Man blinks to avoid the Hex, trying to dump some damage into Trill. They do get the Fear onto Sea-Doo. Nice Chaos No Way by Sam, trying to reverse it, but Trill does have to use his touch of Karma right there, and they do interrupt that pet on the Seduce. And once again here, more crowd control onto Sea-Doo. It feels like he hasn't really left CC for a long time, but finally he gets reversed out of the Polymorph, and now Sam is going to make his way back to Chanimal and look to get aggressive.
Yeah, definitely. Chanimal been under fire in this game so far, and on a small map, it's going to be really difficult for Cubsy to sneak away and recover his mana with drinks. So I think as long as Mystery Org can stay on target and they avoid the drinks from Cubsy, then they'll be looking relatively good. Right now, Seedy's in a full Polymorph. Where's the damage? It does look like Infernal's going to be dropping down. Sam I Am rolls over. He gets a stun onto Cubsy into an imprisonment. It doesn't look like there will be a Mana Rift, and Chanimal getting caught into the stun. He's getting lower and lower, but there are answers for Cubsy. He's got the Avenging Wrath. He needs to get some healing out and actually force to trade out that sacrifice. So great job by Mystery Org. At the same time, though, Sea-Doo's getting absolutely blasted. He has to go back to the Pillars, the Ascendants, as well as his Astral Shift to avoid damage. So lots of cooldowns being traded out by Sea-Doo, and I really like that Wealthy Man punishes Sea-Doo when he pushes in. If Sea-Doo pushes in to the midfield, I think he is the best target, and I think they really need to force him to be afraid in this match. So great job by Cloud9.
Oh, Chanimal getting pushed around right now while Cubsy's caught in crowd control. Uses Demonic Circle, ports back into midfield. Cubsy's got Avenging Wrath. Big Divine Favor heal right onto Chanimal there. Needs another big heal, though. The pressure just isn't stopping. Vitality Conduit even getting cut through on Vitality Conduit and Avenging Wrath. Big pressure here for Mystery Org. Okay, so Sea-Doo runs on top of Sam to get reverse magic there. That's a nice positioning by him, but now he's caught into a Fear. He may have overstayed his welcome. They're switching to Trill before it brews. I don't see him dying through Fort Brew while Chanimal is the target. There's just not enough damage from Wealthy Man at this point in the game. Cubsy rolls up for a stun onto Trill, but Vitality Conduit's active. He's not going to take any damage here. As a result, Sam IM's making his way back to Chanimal. And we see Cubsy in a stun. Chanimal in a stun. Good double stun, but that Demonic Circle once again for Chanimal to go into midfield, and the snares from Wealthy Man make it difficult to connect. Seedu's pushing up into midfield. He's just playing out in the open. He's got to get ready for these polymorphs. He windshears one polymorph. He's just chasing Chanimal down. Is he baiting a swap to himself? He gets caught in a polymorph. He did pre-earthen it, so maybe he did want to bait it, but Trill's not in the earthen. He rolls into it, but he already took a heavy hit, trying to vivify himself back up on health here. Now with Seduce, they do manage to disrupt the Seduce with Ring of Peace, nicely placed by Trill. He's still getting blasted. Sedu's trying to bomb in some heals. They manage to recover. He's standing on top, getting ready for the reverse magic. I like these hexes from Sedu on the Wealthy Man. Definitely, every time he gets a hex, that's just 8 seconds that Cloud9 get put behind.
Yeah, and we're going to see if Cloud9 can manage to drag out the game a little bit longer. They should have enough pressure there from Wealthy Man to actually get some of these kills, but until then, it's all about trying to survive without using as many cooldowns as possible. We just entered dampening here. Channel is getting pressured. Cubsy has no wings for 20 seconds. Vitality Conduit, though, is pretty good here. They get a nice reverse magic on the sheep of Wealthy Man. They get another sheep here. Infernos are being called in. Big damage here. Swap onto Sedu. Chaos Bolt's coming in. Cataclysm is rolling. Big damage there. And Sedu is going to Trinket Spirit Link there. Excellent swap there by C9. And they have all of their cooldowns. They got Dark Soul. They got everything. So they're going to have that Veins, Dark Soul go for Sedu in the future. There's no reverse magic. They do have the Darkness though, but if they can cross crowd control Sam, Sedu could be a potential target. Right now, they're cross crowd controlling Sam. They're going after Trill. Chan is taking some damage. Trill's taking more damage though. And Wealthy Man's going to go for another sheep here. Cubsy gets stopped in his tracks, looking for the Hammer of Justice. Can he get it onto Sedu in time? Doesn't look like it. He gets crowd controlled, and Sedu is going to get a global off in between, but he gets swapped too, and he's going to get KO'd. Big
That's a sticker
swap there from C9. And that is going to be 2 stickers, my friend.
Oh.
Just
dang it!
Just put these on your.
Yeah, I really like the way Cloud9 played that one. I think that kind of took the map and turned it on its head. When Sedu does push in and he tries to assist, getting offensive, I think just going after him, forcing him back to the pillar, it really kind of nullifies what the Shaman can bring in terms of offense. So. Great swap onto Sedu, and Cloud9, they're going to be taking game number 2. Definitely not a great spot to be in as Mystery Org. I like that they're playing lots of different compositions, but I kind of wish that they stuck with their original game plan, going with the Windwalker Mage. I think it would have been really, really good. You can see the setup here. Hammer of Justice onto Sedu, and it's 2 big Chaos Bolts from Chanimal, and they needed to be shut down. I mean, that was a Dark Soul. If those have been interrupted, I don't know if they're available, but Sedu probably would have survived, but it was basically just Chanimal soloing him at that point.
Zico and Supatis, what do you guys feel about that comp from Mystery Org in the second game here? Do we feel like there was they could have made that work some way based on the setups that they were trying to land, or maybe different talents? What do you think about that comp?
Sam needed to be Gliders Medallion. Like, Trinket Darkness that's a major part of the comp. If you're just relentless and you're stuck in poly while your Shaman is stunned during Dark Soul and he doesn't have Trinket, it's over. You don't even get to press Darkness. I feel like that's like mandatory into any of these Mage Paladin kind of stun burst setups when you're a Demon Hunter, to have Trinket Darkness as an out along with Trinket Spirit Link. So cooldown wise, I think that could have been better. Strategy, I think they played the safest option possible, and I don't necessarily think they needed to by just tunneling the Warlock. I think going Paladin or splitting, having the Demon Hunter go after the Paladin would probably be better on the smaller maps. But on the bigger maps, I don't even think they're going to plan to play this comp. So I think strategy-wise and then not running Gliders Medallion on the Demon Hunter put them behind.
And then the pressure is really on here for Mystery Org. This is a best of 5 series here. Cloud9 now finding themselves on match point here. They could potentially have a 3-0. Zico, do we feel like it's their best move, in their best interest, to potentially move back to that composition that we saw in game number 1?
Yes, with the Paladin. I think they go, I don't know, like maybe Dalaran Sewers, and they go, are you writing this down?
No.
Okay. Dalaran Sewers. I was like, wait, what? Like, wait, what? Yes, I think Dalaran Sewers, Windwalker, Mage Pally from Mystery Org, and from C9, we're going to see the same thing. And you may as well write it down.
Wait a minute. Venrugi and Zico are wearing the same shirt, and then Zico and I are wearing like a very similar necklace. I think. Is that a necklace?
Yeah,
and me and you have the same haircut.
Oh, his.
Okay, we do not. I'm the only one who's not matching with anyone at all.
Yeah, you missed the memo. You're not synced up with us at all, man.
No one matches with me at all.
You gotta go find a turtleneck during this next game.
I don't have a turtleneck.
I remember when we got that, when you got that pink shirt, man.
Yeah, your white bow tie.
Yeah,
I should have either bought it from you or just borrowed it from you. That was a good bow tie.
for
what?
a year?
I'm actually. Wait a minute. Let's look at this. So Mystery Org, they actually go with Ashermane's Fall, which I think is Cloud9's best map, just regardless of what they play against. So that is an interesting decision.
Well,
so
they're just cutting the series short, right? They're basically saying if we can't win on Ashermane's, then we can't win the rest of the series, right? That's what they're saying. There's no other reason to pick this map. There's no other reason to pick this map other than just we either beat them on it now or end the series, or we don't.
You think that's an actual conversation that Mystery Org is having? Like, oh, well, we may as well just end this short. Let's pick Ashermane's Fall.
I mean, they get to guarantee what spec is coming their way, I guess. They get to guarantee, like, is it Frost or Fire on this map at least? Rather than if they didn't pick it, then they wouldn't know what mage spec. But there's no way you pick this into Cloud9 with it. There's no way. No one in North America picks Ashermane's into Cloud9.
Well, statistically, this is Mystery Org's most played map here on Ashermane's Fall. Now Cloud9 locking in their composition. Ven, I feel like we screamed over you. Did you have something to say?
Oh no, don't mind me. What I was gonna say is Mystery Org.
Dude, you did it again.
I don't. Stop
Let
it.
him talk.
I'm trying. Let me earn my stickers, okay? So Mystery Org, I feel like they weren't happy with that last result. It looked a little sloppy. It just sometimes it's hard. You pick a composition like the Windwalker, Demon Hunter, Resto Shaman, and you see the success Coffin Dance has, but it's pretty clear. I mean, not to fire too many shots, it's pretty clear Mystery Org isn't playing it at the same level as Coffin Dance. That's the way it looks like from my point of view. So I think Mystery Org, they need to go back to their original game plan. They can go with the Fire Mage, Windwalker, Mistweaver once again. I think that's what they'll likely lock in. They just need to clean it up a little bit. That looked like the best game so far. It looked like it actually caught Cloud9 off guard. And I think if that's what they practiced into Mage Lock, they just need to keep trying it. They just try it again, because that looked like the most convincing game I've seen from them in a long time against Cloud9. And quite frankly, Cloud9 has had Mystery Org's number for a long time. When's the last time we actually see them beat Cloud9? It's been a really, really long time. So if this is something they prepared, I know that they had a lot of practice games against XSET, just based off what I've seen on tweets and stuff coming in from Waz. And if they got that practice, they need to just try to rise to the occasion, play what they practice the most, and let the chips fall where they may.
All right, here's Sidu going to be on that Mistweaver instead of the Holy Paladin. Like, I think it was Zico who wanted to see him play. Was that you?
Yeah, I wanted
you want to see you on that? All right, well, how do we feel about him sticking to that Mistweaver with Ashermane's Fall?
Well, if they're going to pick Ashermane's Fall, then I feel like the Mistweaver makes sense, because the Paladin is not going to, he's not going to have a great time trying to run across and land that much CC, but the Mistweaver has a little bit more mobility to do that, can stay far back as well, just channel out heals, very safe, keep Trill in the fight. Yeah, should be good. But still, I don't like the map pick. I think you go small map, you play the Paladin, you try to win there, and then you go to the big map, and you go back to the Mistweaver on the big map, and depending on what map size you're working with, that's what you play.
All right, well, now that we are going to Ashermane's with the size of the map, with Sidu on the Mistweaver, what kind of setups do we think they're going to try to be doing here on Cloud9? Super T's, what's their focus target here, or their win condition?
It's just a harder game one, basically. And for most of game one, they were actually looking really good. They actually looked invincible for like 8 minutes. It wasn't until very deep dampening where they started to struggle. So there is potential for them, and they can take away this from Cloud9 on Ashermane if they pull it off. If they don't and they lose, there's potential for them to have a tie and have to break that tie to qualify to the top 4, I believe, because Charlotte Phoenix is currently 4-2, M2KC is 4-2, Mystery Org's 4-2. If Space Station Gaming win, they're 4-3. Then Mystery Org is 4-3 if they lose. Mystery Org really can't afford to lose this if they want a comfortable position.
Yeah, we're gonna see the game is started here. Sam looking for some polymorphs, gets actually tries to go for some jukes, but he does get counterspelled by Wealthy Man. Sidu immediately porting back to safety, realizing they're gonna have to wait a little bit. Early Infernal summon here from Chan. They're looking to get some pressure here onto Trill. They get a couple of Chaos Bolts. Sidu though, just standing there in the background, chilling, channeling out those soothing mists, and that's gonna keep Trill nice and aggressive. And Trill, he has his stacks at pretty high right now, considering Chanimal just losing so much HP to that exchange. They're rolling in here, trying to take the aggressive pillar, but Trill gets Hammer of Justice into a full fear, and now all of a sudden, he is not on top of Chanimal, being way too disruptive here. Now Sidu going in, but he gets clotheslined as well. Nice intercept right there by Wealthy Man, but Sam gets the sheep onto Wealthy Man, and Wealthy Man looking for the sheep onto Sidu, not going to find it. Once again, they're going to push across, try to look for CC, but they get intercepted midway due to the sheer size of this map. So, so far the map pick definitely not looking great for Mystery Org.
Yeah, it just, what we need to see is Samayam. He needs to get cross crowd control on Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man doing a great job there. Gets a polymorph on Samayam, shimmers over, gets a polymorph onto Sidu. Let's see, Sidu's actually going to be charging in. Can he get the paralyze? It looks like Avenging Wrath. Hammer of Justice now onto Sidu. They actually reverse the crowd control. Polymorph on Trill, and Cloud9 just going for complete control of the game. When Sidu wants to get aggressive, you just control the game. You freeze everyone. Press pause for your Samayam, Poly, Trill, and then as soon as Sidu's not in position to get crowd control, that's when they initiate their own crowd control. So Cloud9 really adapting in this particular matchup, and it's definitely looking good for them so far. Mystery Org, they need to try to get a setup going, but it's just not easy with the way Cubsy's positioning.
Oh, Sidu had his portal right on top of Cubsy, and he manages to get it paralyzed into Song of Chi-Ji. That was a nice play. Unfortunately, his team doesn't really have too much damage, maybe? They're finally connecting onto Chanimal, but the crowd control's over. Cubsy rolls over there. Big Divine Favor heal Chanimal's back to full health. So despite that nice crowd control setup by Sidu, his team just didn't have the damage there. I almost think that they maybe should have just gone for a touch of death during that. How often is Sidu going to get that crowd control chain? Cubsy repositions far away from Sidu. Sidu's now in a polymorph. Trill's targeted. He's going to pop Fort Brew, reduce some damage preemptively. Wealthy Man's controlled. Sandman blinks in aggressively, finds the polymorph. Doesn't look like a Singe is available. Chanimal going to port to midfield. Oh, big meteor comboed with that Infernal onto Trill, but Chanimal is actually still behind. Song of Chi-Ji has to be Divine Shielded. That was a clean setup by Mystery Org, and they get through one of the major pieces to victory against Cloud9.
Yeah, and that was actually Sam. He went for a sheep and Blink Nova the Cubsy at the exact same time, and the Singe dispelled the Nova as a result of that. So really nice play there by Sam, adding an extra debuff to dispel there for the pet, and they win the 50-50, and they cash out big time there with the Divine Shield that looks like it's rotating back up pretty early. You already got one NF proc. Nice counterspell on Sidu. Cubsy in a leg sweep already. The good old pause button is being pressed here by C9, but they do get some crowd control finally onto Cubsy, but he's going to break out. Hammer of Justice onto Sidu, and C9 are looking to turn things around back onto Trill, but Samayam shutting down the polys of Wealthy Man, but finally he is going to be free from crowd control, but nicely positioned here by Sidu. He's going to be avoiding those polymorphs, trying to just keep Trill nice and healthy. But as I say that, he does get poly. They cut through the Karma, going to get more crowd control. Sam with a beautiful counterspell and a beautiful sheep onto Wealthy Man. He's going to stop that setup in its tracks, but Cubsy drinks back up to full mana here. About 40 more seconds before we enter dampening, so C9 in a very commanding position.
This map is too big. This is backfiring for Mystery Org. It's just not the right map. I think Tiger's Peak would have been a little bit better. Sidu has to be within a roll or two range of getting to Cubsy and actually initiating the crowd control. It's just not happening. Wealthy Man's playing Interception with Chanimal, and Cubsy's always just 100 yards away from Sidu. We'll see. Sidu rolling in once. Let's see if he can roll in twice. But so far, Mystery Org, they just haven't been able to find the setup, and it's just Trill is basically a punching bag. Finally, Sidu goes in. He gets the paralyze, gets the song. It's too slow. Cubsy just walks away from it. He just walks away from the cloud as it goes off, and into thin air and does nothing, unfortunately. Cloud9 now looking to recover from the setup. 1% dampening at this point in the game. And mana looking good for both teams. I mean, Cubsy with this big map has been able to sit down for a drink. I think realizing that was kind of an issue in game number 1. If they can drink early on in the game, that's definitely going to help them out. And I think Cloud9 is going to be looking to set that up as often as possible.
All right, dampening is kicked in. No significant lead in terms of mana. Cubsy's cooldown's becoming available. Things are even, basically, while dampening starts. Samayam's trying to push forward with Combustion, a massive swell of damage, but Cubsy was more than ready for it, and he was not crowd controlled. The Song of Chi-Ji sniped there, that red cloud. Cubsy's not going to get hit by that. There's no way. Triple crowd control engaged by Cloud9. Trill still the target. Sea2 repositions. Looks like he is able to pick up Trill in the back line as Mystery Org try and figure out how they want to navigate this. They land a Polymorph. No Frost Nova to cover the Singe. Not able to land the Singe, though. Channel down at half. Sea2 rolls up for a Song of Chi-Ji, I would imagine. He goes for Leg Sweep instead and gets caught in a poly. Both healers in crowd control. Chanimal looks like he's recovered. Trill is on the run. Trill can also use the big map to his advantage by being able to portal 80 yards away from both Chanimal and Weltyman, so there's at least that. But Sea2 gets caught out in midfield. Huge damage incoming. He did pre-wall the stun. Is it going to be enough at 9% dampening? And it looks like he has recovered. He's trying to fake out the interrupts. He's going to go for the Zen Focus T, so he doesn't have to deal with them. Rolling up on Cubsy, getting ready. Maybe looking for a Song of Chi-Ji. Chanimal could be in a bit of trouble if they land it, but Sea2 gets intercepted. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get the Song of Chi-Ji. He's not even looking for it at the moment. Gets locked down in another Hammer of Justice. Chanimal just casting Chaos Bolt after Chaos Bolt, looking for a Fear, gets interrupted. Now looking for Chaos Bolts. Vitality Conduit takes the hit. These teams are looking evenly matched in Game 3, but there's a lot more on the line for Mystery Org in this series.
Weltyman just solo forced Cocoon there from Sea2 by shooting up the DPS and just dumping all of his damage there onto Sea2. So that is a pretty big opening here. Song of GG gets casted out, but Weltyman polys it to interrupt it. Excellently played there, and they have good control right now. The pause button is just being smashed right now. Now they're swapping back onto Sea2. Nice paralyze from Trill right there. Chanimal was definitely looking to get a Dark Soul Bolt, and we all saw what happened last game with Sea2 on that Shaman when he got Dark Soul Bolted. Chanimal definitely capable of just dropping targets on that Warlock, and now Dragon's Breath onto Cubsy. Where's the Polymorph? Sam gets it. Singe Magic comes out. Wings are activated for Cubsy. Now Sea2 in a full Polymorph. Trill might need to use something here. He's going to trade out the Karma. They might just go through it. Another Sheep onto Sea2. Trill running for his life here, and it looks like he is going to be fine with that touch of Karma. He still has the diffused magic to work with as well. Now another swap onto Sea2 at the end of that CC chain. Touch of Death rolling onto Chan, but looks like Cubsy's going to have no problem healing through that. Sea2 survives the attack as well. Nice shutdown there by Sam, and both of these teams continue swinging, but it's looking like C9 are pulling ahead right now. As I say that, they get a counter setup here onto Cubsy, but also onto Sea2. Trill and Chanimal basically in a 2v2 situation right now. Who's going to fall first? Cubsy breaks out of crowd control. Sea2 still in crowd control. Trill trying to port away to safety. Doesn't have touch of Karma. He does have his Fort Brew, though. He might have to go out and use it. Gets into Sea2's line of sight. Sea2 has the Life Cocoon here. If he can get it out, it's going to be completely fine. He might not even need to use it here. Soothing Mist is just going to be channeled out. Weltyman has no counterspell. Chanimal's playing an Imp, so nice decision making there by Sea2 and Mystery Org. Hold on.
Yeah, they do. And there's decent damage on Chanimal right now, but Cubsy, in terms of cooldowns, he's looking okay. Big Divine Favor heal, and that will top off Chanimal. Polymorph now onto Samayam. It's been good pressure onto Trill, but his cooldowns are rotating back up. And the big problem here is, as this game goes on, it just feels like Mystery Org, every time Trill portals away, a lot of that Mistweaver passive healing, the Renewing Mist, the Serpent Jade statue, that's all going to be significantly lower, as well as the reverse harm. So Trill's ability to self-sustain later on dampening is the real problem. He's just going to have to, when he runs away, it's going to be a lot more difficult for him to top himself off. Polymorph now on the Life Cocoon, Fear on Sea2, get control coming in from Cloud9 once again. Weltyman looking for some damage still onto Trill. Looking to be just stuck in the open, flying Serpent Kick, and this is the problem. You run out of mobility. Touch of Karma, or are they just going to shred through it? The Vitality Conduit overlap. They actually needed both. Karma does get broken, and that's going to be a big Karma dot on Chanimal unless it gets dispelled by Cubsy. Blessing of Protection trades out. But without that Blessing of Protection, Trill actually has a huge opening here with his Touch of Death, and Chanimal might be a little bit susceptible to getting bursted down.
Trill has to run right now. Sea2's in a Polymorph. Sam's trying to help him out here, but he gets counterspelled. Ring of Peace from Trill does break up the chain. Oh, only for a moment. Oh, Sea-Doo repositioned in the blizzard, broke himself out of the half polymorph. Cubsy looks like he might be trying to drink. Sea-Doo's rolling out, trying to get crowd control. Trill catches up to Chanimal. This is the power play for Mystery Org. They need a big push off this. They land the stun onto Cubsy. Where is the damage? They're just not finding it. Vitality Conduit, more than enough. Chanimal's going to be stable. Now Sea-Doo in a fear. Trill in trouble. Immediate diffuse magic. Nice instincts there from Trill to activate that cooldown, as he may have just exploded, but his healer is still in a polymorph. He's just going for damage on Chanimal. Is he going to regret it here? He kicks the Shadow Fury. Now Chaos Bolt can be freely casted. Life Cocoon barely comes out in time for Trill. Cubsy's out of crowd control. Sea-Doo's out of crowd control, but cooldowns are heavily in favor of Cloud9 at this point, and all of that self-sustainability with the Windwalkers off healing and the Jade Statue healing is just getting weaker and weaker as time continues. It's going to get better and better for Cloud9. Infernals are called in here. Cloud9 on match point, looking to close. They knock Chanimal around the corner. Nice punish, but Chanimal's playing Demonic Circle. He's not going to get caught off guard by that play. Immediately porting right into midfield. Trill portals right back on top of him. Trying to get close to Cubsy. Instant dispel there onto Cubsy's polymorph. Stun onto Trill, but Sea-Doo's not in crowd control. He's max ranging Wealthy Man at the moment, but Trill's getting blasted. Polymorph has landed. Trill, what's he going to trade? He's got Karma and Fort Brew, but he's so low. He Fort Brews at 20%. Is that going to be enough at almost 40% dampening on match point? Mystery Org, their qualifications are not looking certain if they can't pull off this series. There's so much on the line. Cloud9 look to make sure they're the #1 team and taking the king's share of the prize money. So much on the line for both sides, but Mystery Org just need to keep it together a little bit longer.
Such a great play by Cubsy. Every single time, just pay attention to Cubsy. Sam is trying to blink sheep him with a Nova on top of him, but every time he does, he gets a freedom on top of himself to deny the Nova so he can get singed out. And he's done it on the last 3 sheeps. They force out the touch of Karma here from Trill in the middle of things, and you're going to see Sam and Wealthy Man just trying to control each other up there in midfield. You can expect the Wealthy Man potentially to get CC'd here. Now Sea-Doo actually getting polyed. Sam's in a full fear. Cubsy, what are you going to do? Where's the hammer? He doesn't have it right now. Gets sheeped, and he should be able to get singed out of this one. I don't know where Chanimal's pet is, but there it is. Singe magic coming out on the DR sheep instead. Chan just holding on to it for a little bit, and now he's going to drag Trill out in open field. And you can take a look here. Sam, he wants to go for a sheep here onto Cubsy. He's going to go for the Dragon's Breath and see if he can find it. He's sheeping up Wealthy Man. He wants to get one more sheep onto Wealthy Man and then go for a sheep onto Cubsy. This one is going to be it. Cubsy, where's freedom? No freedom this time, but it doesn't get Novad. Nice Singe coming out there for Chan, and Chan taking a little bit of damage here from Trill, but massive hit there with the dress. Is he just gonna go down here? Cubsy has so much work to do. Fat heals coming out with the Avenging Wrath. Cubsy keeping Chan alive somehow, some way, and now Trill is forced out of the open field. Wealthy Man has secured the polys. Chanimal has secured the fears, and they're looking to swap off to Sea-Doo. How is he going to respond here? Do they have a stun? It doesn't look like it. Sea-Doo pushed to safety as well. That was such a close call for both teams.
I'm just watching Trill desperately chase down Chanimal. Chanimal has such good positioning and kiting on that Warlock. Trill rolls over, gets the interrupt on the Chaos Bolt. Big Fist of Fury as well. Dampening is just so high. Cubsy, he gets interrupted. Chanimal is forced to use Unending Resolve. Beautiful Ring of Peace there by Trill, not allowing Chanimal to escape. And Samai has great control of this game. Chanimal getting lower, but Cubsy with the Divine Shield, as well as that Vitality Conduit, is going to keep Chanimal alive. That was a great push by Mystery Org. Trill's actually going to be using his Touch of Karma, but he's forced to run away. 53% dampening. Cubsy only has 10 seconds left on that sacrifice, and that sacrifice is going to do wonders to keep Chanimal alive. I don't know how long Trill can stay in the open. The Life Cocoon trades. Touch of Death as well. Chanimal is running. He's trying to hide. Song of Chi-Ji lands onto Cubsy. Do they have the damage to just burst Chanimal down? The double leg sweep comes in. Chanimal getting lower. It's going to be Blessing and Protection as well as the sacrifice. Chanimal will be able to hold on, and now Trill likely going to have to run. He does have Diffuse and Fortifying Brew, though. This is not a bad situation for Mystery Org. If they can make one more push, if Trill can survive just a little bit longer, he has to hold on just a little bit longer. Vitality Conduit from Sea-Doo on the Polymorph. Trill is isolated, though. He's going to have to keep himself alive, and I don't know if he's going to be able to do it.
Cubsy is just killing Trill around the pillar with a frozen orb. Trill has to run away from Cubsy, but he runs into a Warlock. Sea-Doo tries to get back to his side to pick him up. They're so close, but they could swap to Sea-Doo. Hammers are down. It's match point. He's got 10% remaining health. He's Shadow Fury sniped out. Cloud9 are on the cusp of defeat, but steal it away once again. They are the #1 team in North America.
Wow, Cloud9 3-0. Mystery Org putting up a super good fight there, but in the end, just not good enough. Cloud9 honestly just seems unfazable, Ben.
I mean, they're just incredible. It was I think they only lost one series, and that was to the Charlotte Phoenix, but you can bet they're going to be looking to strike back against them. They just, their mage lock is it's just on a different level. I mean, they just play it so incredibly well. Chanimal in particular, it's beautiful to just watch him maneuver his character around the map, the way he's able to kite Trill, keep him snared, bait him out behind a pillar, portal back into the open. They work as a unit so well together, and it really is nice to see.
Yeah, I think throughout the whole AWC Cups this season, as well as the circuit here, you're right, they lost to Golden Guardians, I think, and Charlotte Phoenix in the circuit, right? I think that's their record. But anyways, here's the replay.
I mean, we could take a look.
It feels like kind of Cubsy and Wealthy Man almost soloed Sea-Doo there at the end. Shannon was trying to set up some damage onto Trill. He was trying to fear up Trill and actually make himself free cast, trying to juke out the interrupt, and then Sea-Doo was just dead before he could get a bolt out.
Do we feel like that was a mistake for them to go on that map with Sea-Doo on the Mistweaver?
I mean, if they wanted to get another win in the overall score, then I think it was a mistake. But like I was saying, you're going to eventually have to play Cloud9 on these maps. Cloud9 are going to pick these. So you at least get, when you pick the map, you know that they're playing Frost or Fire. There's not going to be that element of mystery. Like, what if Cloud9 actually have a different setup that's even harder or something? They'd only really get that advantage. But I feel like Cloud9 winning this means that North America is really volatile. I mean, so if Space Station Gaming win, right, they get bumped up into top 4, and there's a tie with Mystery Org. So now their qualifications to the finals are totally in Space Station Gaming's hands potentially, and then for the tiebreakers as well. This is going to be an insane day for North America.
Yeah, all these teams are super close. We have a lot of potential for ties here. Of course, though, we will keep you guys posted on where these teams stand in terms of win-loss, where we're looking at currently in terms of top 4. But of course, Cloud9 is just sitting really comfy there at the top here with their wins. But pretty convenient, as we will be going to that Space Station Gaming versus Charlotte Phoenix series up next here. Both of these teams looking pretty good. Charlotte Phoenix ramping up recently. Zico, what do we want to see out of these two teams next series?
For Space Station Gaming, I don't know. I hope they have a good answer here for the Rogue Mage from Charlotte Phoenix. I think from Charlotte Phoenix, just RM Pala, Space Station Gaming, probably Windwalker, Ellie, Holy Pala, but I don't know if it's going to be enough for them. I think Charlotte Phoenix are looking extremely hot right now, and they've had a really good performance. If they can take this one, they're going to be in a great spot.
Yeah, well, we will see shortly here. We are already one game into our North American teams, and then we're going to go into the Space Station Charlotte Phoenix series up next. We're going to go to a very quick break, and when we come back, we will see Space Station Gaming versus Charlotte Phoenix. We'll be right back.
crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Adamaster's gonna fall, holding Adamaster's gonna fall, bomb drops, kidney shot on Blitzo, massive damage, and Method Black does it, big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li had the preemptive diffuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadows down. The kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Hello everyone, welcome back. We have had 4 3-0s in a row. Now we're moving to Space Station Gaming versus Charlotte Phoenix. A lot of teams are depending on this next series of where they end up in the placement. If Space Station Gaming loses here, Sea-Doo and his team Mystery Org stay in that top 4 position. If they win, just a potential for a lot of tiebreakers here. So this is a really important series. This rides on a lot of eyes are on this series in Space Station Gaming in particular here versus Charlotte Phoenix. How do we feel like this is going to go, Ven? Do we feel like this is pretty evenly matched? Can we maybe see our first not 3-0 of the day?
I don't know. It's difficult to say. I feel like Charlotte Phoenix, if they play the Rogue Mage Paladin, then they have a good shot. Just from the games that I've seen, Space Station Gaming traditionally has actually done really well into Rogue Mage. But I just feel like if the Rogue Mage plays a little bit better, they have the Paladin on their roster, like there's definitely capabilities there to take it to the long game and actually take down Smexon on that Elemental Shaman. So I would actually give an edge here for Charlotte Phoenix. If they lock in Rogue Mage Paladin and we see Space Station Gaming lock in the Windwalker Elemental Shaman Paladin, then I think that Charlotte Phoenix, it's going to be a difficult matchup, but I think eventually they will end up finding the win.
All right, we'll find out shortly here. Game number 1, Space Station Gaming versus Charlotte Phoenix.
All right, let's see if Space Station Gaming can survive the onslaught, as Charlotte Phoenix have left the game, so we're going to have to remake here. It's not a defeat if you leave before the gates open. So obviously something there not going too well for them, but we'll be getting the next game set up as soon as possible. It's still nice as a little peek just to see what comps they're playing. So as expected, the Rogue Mage Paladin and the Windwalker Elemental Paladin. I'm not...
2 stickers.
I kind of agree with... Oh, well, I didn't even get time to guess. I didn't even get time to guess.
You didn't shoot your shot.
That's fine. You told me not to talk over him.
It's true. You're right. Do you want a sticker?
I want a pity sticker.
Okay. I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can do. Go ahead, Ben.
I'm actually wondering if, even though they left the game, we can take a look at what builds are. No, we can't, unfortunately. No. Come on. That would have been an interesting thing to talk about, but I mean, Space Station Gaming traditionally, with this composition, they favor heavy resilience, or not resilience, I keep saying resilience, but versatility. Heavy versatility to give them really high damage reduction, and it just makes them really durable against the Rogue's Kidney Shot, less susceptible to just dying outright and stuns. So I think for the Charlotte Phoenix, what they need to focus on is just good, consistent pressure in the match. Running the Maledict, I think, is a great option. I think they should overwhelm with Maledict. And if I was Jamilian in the situation, I'd run the Obsidian Claw and the Maledict Trinket, because if Smexon is running, Dark Iron Dwarf, or he's running just regular Dwarf to remove those magic effects, he's only going to be able to remove one, and at least you get value out of one of the trinkets. And I think it would be really, really important for them to actually secure a kill. So that's what I hope they do, but we'll see.
Yeah, we should see here. Now, game is actually starting up for real this time. Game number 1, Space Station Gaming versus Charlotte Phoenix.
Well, let's see how they get it done here. Charlotte Phoenix, man. This Rogue Mage Paladin can be scary, but Space Station Gaming, one of the most solid defense in North America. So let's see, offense versus defense. They're playing Spite into a Paladin. This could be a risky strategy, but it could have a big payout. Grecki Trinkets into a Kidney Shot. They're going straight for the Paladin. All-out aggression, combustion pop. Smexon tries to strip it off with some purges, but he's not finding it. Grecki's under fire. Catches a big heal just in the nick of time with that Vitality Conduit. However, he is susceptible to blind moving forward, and Finley's playing Relentless, although I believe he's human, so he will have every man for himself. No smoke bomb opportunities there. Curious to see if Charlotte Phoenix continue tunneling the Paladin, or they switch with blind moving forward.
Yeah, we're gonna see. That was a pretty decent opener for Charlotte Phoenix. They would have loved they could get the bubble right there. I almost would have liked it if Nick just trinketed the defensive, burnt his Vanish as well, and then Gorecki would be in a pretty much checkmate position, but now they have turned their attention to DPS here. Smexen already throwing out some heals. They can't get the resheep. Nice wind shear there by Smexen. Nice positioning there as well. Gorecki is kind of stacked up with Smexen. He snipes out a nice Repentance here, looking to get some counter pressure. Chun going after Jamili. He takes a massive Earth Shock to the face. Nice blink there on the Ring of Peace before he gets pinned into the wall. And now his healer is out of crowd control. Corlic's going to be able to power out a lot of heals here, and it's going to look good here. Big damage onto Nick behind the pillar. Sacrifice trades out there from Corlic, so a lot of cooldowns being forced, and now they're looking to go after Gorecki here once again. Kidney Shot comes out from Nick. Do we have any more stuns? They do. Sheep Shot into the Garrote Silence, and he's just dead because he used that Blessing of Protection on himself, and he had that Forbearance, so he couldn't bubble. Excellent opener here from Charlotte Phoenix.
That
what an
was actually
explosive
insane.
first game. Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I was gonna say, for Charlotte Phoenix, they when we go ahead and we'll look at the replay of that game, there was no combustion, there was no vendetta, just outright sheer aggression and consistent damage coming in from the side of the Charlotte Phoenix, and then going after Gorecki. He's a major pressure point in the match. We talked about in the early stages of the game. For Chun-Li, he's running max versatility. For Smexen, he's running max versatility as well. So not the greatest targets, but that ineffable Truth Paladin, definitely a good option for them. And you can see that they were able to just kind of push him over after he used his Blessing of Protection to remove Spite.
You can, of course, check out their gear at awc.gcd.tv or check out the bottom bar down below this YouTube video here. Is there something then that you'd rather see Space Station Gaming run in terms of gear, Ben?
I don't think so. I think they actually Gorecki. I think you have to play Ineffable Truth. Yeah, I think he's doing everything right. I think the only adaptation we need to see, I think just for safety reasons, Chun-Li has to play Ride the Wind. So it needs to give up Alpha Tiger has kind of extra offense, play Ride the Wind, and then all of a sudden Spite is completely negated. I think that's the only thing that he needs to do. And if they make that change, then the Charlotte Phoenix and using Spite won't really work. And because of that, I feel like Charlotte Phoenix isn't going to play Spite next game. I think they just want to, quick win with that trinket, and they'll probably just abandon that because they can win without it.
Is there any world where we would see a Holy Paladin not running Ineffable Truth? Like, it's just too good not to play if you're a Holy Paladin,
You have to play some
right?
of it. You can't drop it entirely. You have to play some of it. It's just how much of it versus versatility. Like, Gorecki went half and half, which I think was respectable choice on his part against Rogue Mage, because it is notorious for going after Paladins. The only thing is he was playing Repentance, and he has Paralyzed Diminishing Return and Hex Diminishing Return already on the team. I'm curious what they were really hoping to get done with that, because usually you want Blinding Light, and you just got Hammer just as Blinding Light, so maybe that would be the only thing I would change, is he switches his talent from Repentance to Blinding Light. But it seems like if we see Charlotte Phoenix this aggressive and on point, this is going to be terrifying. Maybe Chun-Li needs to consider, no, maybe not Chun-Li, but maybe Smexen considering dropping some versatility. But it's tough because if he's the target, if he's not full versa, maybe he just falls over. If they don't have another threat and they can just tunnel Gorecki as they did, I don't know if this comp's going to work out.
And if they do decide on the side of Charlotte Phoenix that they're going to they're going to stop using that Spite trinket, what do you think we'll see in place of that, Zico? Any guesses?
I would say we're probably just going to see standard damage trinkets. Nick probably going to roll with the Dress the Gath Jaw, probably going to run, a Claw. Corlic maybe runs a Claw as well, and they're going to have just triple unused damage trinkets. But I don't know, maybe... Well, if Chun goes Ride the Wind, then Spite is completely negated. If he doesn't go Ride the Wind, then it's kind of nice for them. If they didn't go Spite, then Chun didn't go Ride the Wind. So it's a bit of a mind game right now between Chun and Charlotte Phoenix.
Always interesting to see during the draft process here what exactly, or at least speculate what's going on through these players' head here. Going into game number 2, we're going to be going to Black Rock Hall. That's the map choice here from Space Station Gaming and their composition. You can see here on our screens, Ellie Windwalker once again. Does this change anything here, Ben? What do we feel like their strategy is going into game 2 on the side of Space Station Gaming now that we see the comps and the map?
Well, I mean, Space Station Gaming, their strategy against Rogue Mage is pretty much always the same. It's You see Gorecki, well, honestly, all three of them, but mostly Gorecki and Smexen just focus on living. Chun-Li basically playing a bruiser for their team, just trying to find moments of opportunity and bursts, just shutting down the crowd control. And they're all about just living, doing damage, and then eventually finding a kill. Whereas for Charlotte Phoenix, they're all about trying to get those setups. If they can get the setups and it's undisrupted, then they will win the game. So Space Station Gaming, they have to be on point with their disruption. They have to be on point with finding those moments of offense. And if they're not, they will end up losing this game. So it's a difficult spot to be in, but if they execute perfectly, I think they can win.
Yeah, and if you guys remember, right, the Space Station Gaming was this map against Unitas that we saw Oxygen pinned in that starting room with that Ring of Peace, and certainly an unfortunate end for that series here. But game number 2 starting on Black Root called Charlotte Phoenix up 1-0 against Space Station Gaming.
So in this map, I think Space Station Gaming are going to either try and bait Nick in the room and then switch to him in a Lightning Lasso, or if they just play back, wait for dampening, keep Flame Shock up, try and run Corlick out of mana, play for an elongated match. At the moment, they got Consecration on the right door here, so they run over that yellow on the ground. They'll be pulled out of stealth. They're just guarding the room with Spinning Crane Kick on the left, and they do find Nick here at the start. Jamili mounts up to get right on top of Gorecki here, potentially riding a Phoenix mount. I like it when they get mounts to synergize with their team orgs. Jamili caught in a Lightning Lasso, and this is such a good map for Lightning Lasso. Look where Smexen could go. He starts the cast in line of sight, then runs into the starting room and still gets the full channel. So it's definitely a good map for their comp. That's why they have a 5-0 record on it. Can Charlotte Phoenix break that 5-0 record?
Well, let's find that out. Right now, Gorecki is kind of stuck in this ring of frost here. Him and Smexen are just kind of buddies right there, and they can't really do anything, and Gorecki, as a result of that, is going to get stuck up there in a polymorph. Nice leg sweep coming out of Chun, trying to turn that setup on its head. They're doing a lot of damage to Jaw, but Corlick just free healing right now, going to be able to keep Jaw nice and top. And here we go, some crowd control being engaged by Gorecki. There it is, Hammer of Justice, Repentance, nice blink counterspell from Jamili, and that means that they're not going to have the crowd control they're looking for. Now Corlick is going for crowd control to get a nice Hammer of Justice. Pre-Vitality comes out onto Smexen into a Blinding Light, and Jaw is going to go for the resheep onto Shan, and then swap it over to Gorecki, but nicely done there by Smexen with the wind share. Nick gets the sap right there. Can he get anything more? Nick going for the reset, but he gets disarmed by Chun. BFA is coming out. Excellent defense from Space Station Gaming. A lesser team would have had to use a Mind Shield or a Trinket right there in the Sacrifice, but Gorecki, he gets away with only using the Sacrifice due to that defense from Chun and Smexen.
Yep, great job there. And Space Station Gaming, now they got to focus on offense. After they live, we got to focus on that offense. But Charlotte Phoenix right now, they seem to still be in the driver's seat. A full blind on Gorecki. He immediately trinkets out, so not wanting to fall behind. And now a big hit here on Nick. Justigatha is going to be landing. Nick opting to trade out the feint. Really no big deal there for Nick in order to survive. Corlick was in a prime position with his Avenging Wrath and was able to heal through the burst. And that really is the problem. I mean, the one thing for Space Station Gaming and their composition is they lack crowd control on Corlick. So for the most part, their win condition revolves around being really, really late in the game, since they're not going to be able to actually get control on the healer. And here's another setup, full polymorph on Gorecki. He's got no trinket, but he has a Divine Shield. And Smexen is basically caught all alone. Double cheap shot going out. Grapple weapon now onto Nick. And Smexen's on the run. You can see Chun-Li, he's throwing the Expel Harms, he's throwing in the Vivifies, trying to just buy Gorecki a little bit more time while he's in crowd control to actually get out some healing, and it will fade. And it looks like Gorecki will be pushing for crowd control of his own, getting a Hammer of Justice on a Corlick, and now actually going aggressive here on a Jamili.
Well, let's see if he can stay on target. Smex is getting pushed back. Gorecki's interrupted into a polymorph. Beautiful chain by Charlotte Phoenix. However, Gorecki did intercept with a Vitality Conduit. That's healing Smexen. If that didn't land, I mean, that might have been lights out. It might still be lights out even with the Vitality Conduit. Smexen really far on the back foot. Gorecki bombs in a big heal. Jamili getting pressured by Chun-Li. Chun-Li versus Jamili. Nick versus Smexen on Blackrook Hold Arena. Space Station Gaming cannot afford to lose this series. If they do, they will not be able to make top 4. It will have been decided. But if they win this series, they could totally blow North America wide open and potentially even get a 3-way tie. So let's see if Space Station Gaming can pull it off. It's against all odds here with Charlotte Phoenix's Rogue Mage Paladin being quite a titanic team. As we see Space Station Gaming repositioning to the opposite starting side. Chun-Li still in an aggressive position. Paralyzes Corlick. He's got Jamili at the pillar. Nick still going at Smexen. Gorecki's getting a lot of heals in the back line. Looks stable. Nice damage on Jamili. Bigger shock hit. Corlick does not have Avenging Wrath for 30 seconds at this point, so if they can keep building momentum off this, it would be nice. Corlick's pushing on top of Gorecki. Which Paladin's going to get that Hammer of Justice first? Ice Blink counterspell by Jamili. He's getting spicy. That combustion popped. They trade out Vitality Conduit. Gorecki was patient and saved that, so he knew he could get interrupted, but this is a really long crowd control chain right now. Chun-Li gets interrupted. They grapple weapon. They try and stabilize. They go for a lightning lasso counter push over onto Nick. Is it going to be enough? Doesn't look like Nick's going to be going down. And man, Gorecki has been in crowd control for like 20 seconds straight at this point. A Garrote silence, that could just be it in game 2. Gorecki has to Divine Shield sacrifice right at the final second. But Gorecki, Smexen, and Chun-Li made Charlotte Phoenix work for that.
That was an excellent push right there. Clean crowd control there. Jamili actually blinked the Ring of Peace to land that Ring of Frost. Excellent play there from him. And now he's going to Dragon's Breath the images. They get a full blind onto Gorecki. Kidney shot secured onto Smexen. And here comes the damage. Meteor comes crashing in. They get the sap out of the blind. He saps the trinket here. Nick making some work here. Ja can't get the sheep here in time. Nice paralyze onto Ja. He's not going to be accessing any of that damage. And Vitality Conduit will come out. Chun once again saving the day here. Big swap opportunity here onto Gorecki. They're going to take it. Blessing of Protection being forced out here as well. Ja actually steals it. Goes for the Dragon's Breath. More damage. Repentant in the room, but he should be in the spell range. Lightning Lasso coming out onto Nick here. Big damage onto both of these members, but I would say I'm worried about Smexen. No real defense on the side of Space Station Gaming. The next time Corlick gets a blinding light and Jamili has a sheep there, it's going to be lights out here for Smexen potentially.
Oh, definitely. I mean, in that last attempt, they got basically everything from Gorecki. They got Blessing of Protection, Divine Shield, Trinket, Avenging Wrath, Sacrifice. So right now, Charlotte Phoenix, they are looking good. Smexen, however, does have his Astral Shift, so he has that big defense cooldown available. Polymorph out onto Chun-Li. Jamili looking for Polymorphs, but unfortunately unable to find it. Actually just going after Gorecki. Blinding Light on Smexen. He gets interrupted as well. Gorecki all by himself. He's isolated. And now into a Hammer of Justice. Do they have the damage to actually take him down? He's getting lower and lower. Charlotte Phoenix are so close. Can they take him down? Divine Favor. Big heal coming in from Gorecki, and he will manage to hold on. But nice attempt there by the Charlotte Phoenix. If they just had the slightest bit more damage, it would have been 2-0 in favor of them. But Space Station Gaming managed to hold on.
That was all Smexen. He bombed in 4 healing surges. Gorecki would have died in a stun if Smexen didn't save him right there. So Charlotte Phoenix now swapping to Smexen with a big smoke bomb vendetta. Looking to take game 2. Is it enough time? Chun-Li supports Smexen, but he saps Gorecki with the smoke bomb line of sight. This could be a KO for Smexen. Astral Shift about to fade. Polymorph for follow-up. The counter aggress. Nick suddenly explodes while he was pushing for the kill, but now he's recovered. Smexen still on the back foot. Gorecki finally out of control, crowd control. And stabilizing, man, that was back and forth in those couple of seconds. Nick now with no Gladius Medallion could be susceptible to a Lightning Lasso, but still, at least Gorecki has been playing this expertly. He's got his Gladius Medallion sacrifice to trade for another chain. He's definitely not panicked at any moment, even though it would have justified some panic here. Full blind, Gorecki trinkets. Smexen gets blasted down by Jamili's combustion. Tons of pyros coming in. Not enough damage to take him out. Smexen repositions in the room. He's got that Stormkeeper lined up, comboing it with some Lava Burst. Big lightning bolts in onto Jamili, but Corlick's not crowd control. He'll pick him up. Double leg sweep. Nice punish by Chun-Li. Storm Earth and Fire Fist of Fury hitting 2 players. Corlick going to respect that push with a sacrifice, Avenging Wrath. More likely trying to hold onto his mana because Space Station Gaming have a massive lead in that regard.
Yeah, and we're going to see another swap attempt here onto Gorecki. No trinket, no bubble for 5 more seconds. Big damage coming out. He might just have to instantly use it. Smexen gets sheeped on the heels. Jamili throwing out a couple of fireballs. Nick is going to be, unfortunately, grounded from that room. Gorecki locks the door, and he is chilling in there. Going to be healing himself back up to full. Utilizing the map pretty well so far. He's going to have his Divine Shield and Sacrifice for the next attempt here, which probably is going to happen onto Smexen, judging by the positioning right now. But I don't know, Chun could also be a target. They have some Blessings of Protection if they want to remove the Karma, if they want to go for a swap. Right now, Lightning Lasso coming out. Gorecki looking for some Repentance. Doesn't look like he's going to find it. He gets Hammer of Justice on, and Ja is there, looking for the Ring of Frost. He does get it. Big grapple weapon onto Smexen. Chun looking for some defense, going for the Vivifies, and he should be finding them. Nick not going to have his kick available here. Smexen still dangerously low. Nice polymorph there from Ja. Can he keep the chain going? They get the Garrote silence, but it overlaps a little bit with that DR poly, and that's going to be enough for the Vitality Conduit to come through in this little room here. And Nick taking a huge hit right there as you trinket, Call of Shadows, everything. Actually, just trinket and the feint right there, but still a lot of burst potential on both of these teams.
I mean, Chun-Li, he's just balancing defense and offense so beautifully in this match. He's finding these moments of opportunity to burst down Nick, and every single one of these attempts, he's the one who's stopping the crowd control from Jamili. He's the one that's throwing in the off-heels to keep Smexon alive. He's the one getting the grapple weapon on Nick once again. And it looks like Smexon will be able to hold on. Trinket coming in from Gorecki. He does, of course, have the Sacrifice and Divine Shield. And now, look at this. Space Station Gaming, they're getting to their win condition. Korlik's mana is not looking good. A full Hammer of Justice lands. Chun-Li looking to take down Jamili. He gets the Spear Hand Strike. Can he get the Cauterize? Can he get the Ice Block? A beautiful Ring of Peace out of the Paralyze as well, knocking Korlik out of line of sight. Such beautiful plays coming in from Space Station Gaming. Chun-Li, let's see if he can pull off this upset.
He's pretty close. As close as it comes, really, if they can keep this pressure up. Korlik, absolutely no mana left. Nick, with not much defense. Space Station Gaming just need to stay in orbit a little bit longer. Korlik's charging in. Blinding Light. This is a big power play by Charlotte Phoenix. It could be one of the last ones they get in Game 2. Chun-Li denies it with a grapple weapon on Nick. Smexon trades with Astral Shift. They punish with the double leg sweep. Korlik breaks out, goes for the Hammer of Justice. They're still trying to push through the pain and take down Smexon in this starting room, but stacking up in the starting room could be devastating for the amount of counter pressure Chun-Li can dish out. Ring on the bomb, knocking Nick away. Polymorph for 1 more second. 1 more second, a 2-second Dragon Smith Divine Shield Sacrifice. Yeah, he trades it out at literally the last second. He tried to greed that out to the absolute maximum on Space Station Gaming's side. They do stay alive, but it costs them basically everything.
Yeah, and now Smexon has his Trinket, but that's about it. He needs to Trinket and stop the setup before it even happens. He needs to instantly Trinket the kidney, and if his healer is in CC when he gets kidneyed, then it's not going to be a great situation, but Korlik has no mana left. Nick taking huge hits here. Nick, though, has his Trinket. He's feeling safe. He's feeling confident. There's the counterspell. They're pushing in. Gorecki, no Vitality Conduit, cheap onto Shan. There's the Ring of Frost. Nice knock there by Smexon. The only reason why he's still alive here, he still needs to stop the Ring of Frost from Jaw and still needs to stop the Sheep. They get the Sap instead from Nick. Herald comes out. Reset there. Actually, resheep onto Shan. Big damage coming out. Jaw trying to swap it here onto Gorecki. On his Trinket, actually, he gets it, but Vitality Conduit sneaks through the cracks with that Trinket, and now Gorecki has his Sacrifice as well, so if he can pre-sack, he's going to be in a great spot. Jaw getting swapped to. This has got to be his Ice Block here. He takes so much damage. Korlik with the Avenging Wrath, big Divine Fave, but at this point in Dampening, it's not that big, those wings, but he doesn't have any mana to actually heal with them, and right now, it looks like Charlotte's Phoenix are just on the brink of defeat here. Nick's taking massive damage. Jaw can't really get topped off. And here's the wings as well. So when this runs out, I think it's over. They have to kill right now, Sid.
Yeah, they really do. Let's see if they can push them over. Grecky's in a polymorph. Nick in a lightning lasso for a turnaround. Korlik denies it, but look at the mana bar. Then it's completely empty.
Yeah, it definitely is, and we got a full blind right now out on the Gorecki. He does have the Blessing of Protection, the Astral Shift. They don't want to overlap too much. Smexon getting a little bit low. He's trying to run away, but at the same time, I mean, Charlotte Phoenix, they're falling apart. They're trying to take down Smexon. They don't have much time left. Korlik, no mana left, no cooldowns left whatsoever. A blind now onto Gorecki as they continue the crowd control chain, and at this point in Dampening, really anyone can fall. I mean, Jamili, he does have his Combustion. Ventetta's rotating back up. Jamili just has to hold on a little bit longer, and I think Charlotte Phoenix, they can overwhelm. They get the counterspell, beautiful counterspell, but somehow Smexon manages to stay alive. I think it was the Vitality Conduit, and now Chun-Li with a big Fist of Fury trying to reverse the pressure, getting a little bit of damage on Jamili, a little bit of damage onto Nick, but it's still Smexon who's way behind. He trinkets out a full polymorph, lands on Gorecki, and Smexon, there's no way he's going to survive. Beautiful game coming in for both these teams, but once again, it will be the Charlotte Phoenix who pull out ahead.
Wow, Korlik pretty much out of mana there. They still were able to secure that victory onto Smexon. Oh, are they getting a cross kill here?
I mean, if Avenging Wrath ends literally right now, which it doesn't look like it is, yeah, Chun-Li's, there's no way. His Touch of Death got polymorphed. I mean, I don't blame him for playing it out because it is a situation where it could happen, but Charlotte Phoenix are doing exactly what they need to do to stop it from happening, which is just polymorph Chun-Li. Don't let him hit. Actually, pre-karma... There's a bop. There's no way. Chun is done. Oh, they're still trying. What?
Nice rhyme.
Chun is done, but I think that's it. They've run out of fun.
Wow.
Maybe not actually.
You don't think it's over, Zico?
Yeah, I'm trying to make it exciting here. Well, actually, I'm not sure. It's too close to call right now. but I think it's kind of over.
I mean,
here we go. Kidney shot onto Chun-Li. Polymorph on Greg. He's just going to use a Divine Shield. They're actually just going for it. It will be
Nick
a full Hammer of Justice into a Repentance, but Nick is just on the run. The thing is, at this point in the game, they're actually just going to give up. At this point in the game, the reason why we kind of just said that one was over, for Charlotte Phoenix, Nick just runs and restells. Jamili just spams Polymorphs and Dragon's Breath. It's really difficult for Chun-Li to actually get any damage rolling. So at that point, it's over. But honestly, in the 3v3, that was an incredible match. Really close calls. Space Station Gaming, they were so close. Charlotte Phoenix, they had no cooldowns. They had no mana to really work with. But the damage is just overwhelming on Smaxton, and Gorecki just fell way too far behind.
I mean, how were they not able to secure a kill on the side of Space Station Gaming? You can see here Korlik completely out of mana, Jamili running low here, and Smexton still went down.
This is the poly here. Well, once they get this Dragon's Breath poly here, it just kind of sets up the rest of the game. At this point, the only defense they had was a pre-sack, and Gorecki probably should have sacked before he tried to run across. Small error there, but I don't know. They played an insane game to even get to that point, so I don't know how, how much I can say that's Gore's fault.
All right, match results on the screen here, Ven.
I mean, you can take a look at interrupts. So massive interrupts coming in from Smexton and Chun-Li. That's one of the nice things about the Windwalker Monk and the Elemental Shaman. Very disruptive. Look at their damage. They did a ton of damage. Here's the thing they're lacking. They're lacking crowd control. So Korlik's going out of mana is because he's just able to free heal the entire game, whereas Gorecki is just in crowd control the entire game. And there's going to be massive off heals. I mean, if you take a look at the healing from Chun-Li and Smexton, it was quite high in that game. So they basically have 3 healers on their team. Gorecki gets to regen mana while he's in crowd control, as well as Korlik. He's just burning through his mana the entire game. There's no crowd control whatsoever. But the thing is, healers right now, especially Paladins, their throughput and their defensive cooldowns are so strong that without crowd control, it is extremely difficult. Unless you're just one-shotting with Dressagath, your consistent damage really isn't going to find a kill unless he's absolutely zeroed out on cooldowns and zeroed out on mana.
If Space Station Gaming was able to hold out just a little bit longer in the end there for game number 2, do we feel like that would have ended in a victory for Space Station Gaming, considering the resources left on the side of Charlotte Phoenix Ego?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to say because, it's Rogue Mage. They can always just surprise burst somebody down, but definitely looked like it was in their favor. Gore had like 70% mana. He had a sacrifice. His bubble was coming back up. Like, cooldown-wise, they were looking pretty good, and Charlotte Phoenix were not. But they still had like Ice Block, I think, on Jamili, so it wasn't the worst position in terms of defense for Charlotte Phoenix, but definitely I would say that Space Station had the edge there if they did survive there.
All right, well, now we're going to be going to Ashamane's Fall here. Charlotte Phoenix locking in their same composition here. Space Station Gaming, now about a minute left to choose what they're going to do here, what their next move is. Do we expect them to change out their composition at all, Stupities? Or, never mind here, we're going to be going to Smexton and Shun on the Ellie Windwalker. Gore staying on that Holy Paladin here, going to Ashamane's. Quite a bit different of a map with compared to Blackroot Cold here. What do you think they're thinking then, Stupities?
They're just trying to dampen. They saw that game play out. If they can live long enough, Korlik will run out of mana, so they pick a dampened map. What I love that Charlotte Phoenix did in this series was playing Spite in the first game means that Chun-Li is now just down in honor talent because he doesn't know if Charlotte Phoenix are going to play Spite or not. So he has to pick Ride the Wind, which is like not really great. It's okay, I guess, but I feel like you could get more value from something else than just the Ride the Wind. So that mind game play, like you don't normally pick Spite into a Paladin, but now because they did, Chun-Li's just playing with a slight disadvantage in that regard. I mean, Space Station Gaming need to play a solid defense for probably 16 minutes. I think it's It's a 16-minute game if they win.
That is a very specific number, Sid.
16 minutes minimum if they want to win.
Okay. Would it
I feel
not
like you
be...
just added like a minute on the last game.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, that's what I did. That's exactly what I did. If they stayed alive for another minute last game, they would have won. So 16 minutes.
Okay, all right.
That's good analysis.
Some fair logic. I like it. All right. Well, Space Station Gaming here really need to turn this one around here if they want to try and win this series. This is match point for Charlotte Phoenix. They're up 2-0 currently, going into game number 3 on Ashamane's this mind game that you were talking about, Sid, with Spike Trinket, it's really cool. You're so right that they played it in game number 1. Now Chun-Li not really sure what to do here. Would it not be worth the trade-off of them maybe reducing, like we've seen some other teams do in these situations, reducing the amount of corruption that they're running?
No way. They can't. Greg, no one on that team can afford to not have maximum versatility against Rogue Mage. Like even if it is Spite and they're lower corruption, like they'll just die to Rogue Mage. Even if there's no way they need that much versatility as the comp that they're playing. They're just going to have to never make a mistake for 16 minutes straight. And Charlotte Phoenix will probably have to make some mistakes, I think, for them to lose this matchup. So this is just the toughest game of their life. And they don't qualify to top 4 if they don't win. So viewers at home, we can all be happy about this level of intensity. If I was Space Station Gaming, I'd be freaking out. But this is definitely quality entertainment.
And you can tell by the amount of time that they've taken through this draft process just how much these teams are talking over their strategy going into this next game. But it's Charlotte Phoenix here on match point 2-0 versus Space Station Gaming.
All right, 2-0. Space Station Gaming's hopes and dreams of lifting off to the championship bracket relies on this game. They are on match point against Charlotte Phoenix. Charlotte Phoenix have had a dominating series, have had a dominating season so far, and they are looking to close it out here on the last day.
Oh no!
Smexin is DC'd. Go, pop combustion, maybe pop everything on him. They're going for it.
No.
See the opener here. What? They're gonna wait? What?
I respect that. I like.
What do they get if they
win?
win? Wait a minute. What do they get if they win?
Pop everything. This is a tournament game.
Charlotte Phoenix
on the line.
Charlotte
Stickers
Phoenix
are on the line, man.
Charlotte Phoenix could get a tie for second, or guarantee, or possibly lock in second place, which is a huge amount of money.
I'm really happy to see this level of sportsmanship, to be honest with you. I mean, Charlotte Phoenix right now, they're already in a position where it looks like they are going to be, doing okay. And I think they're happy to just play it out normally. Don't want to, cheapen their win as well, because if they win in that way, there's always going to be those questions. If Space Station Gaming could have maybe come back in the series, I like that they're waiting personally. Well, hopefully Smexin can get back in the game as soon as possible.
In Europe, this would never happen. They would have already popped Incarn, Combust, any cooldown. Smexin is back though, so it doesn't matter. And kudos to Charlotte Phoenix here, playing it clean, waiting for Smexin. Hopefully, it doesn't come back.
The only thing is, he probably doesn't have frames. Like when that happens, usually you lose your frame. Did someone else drop?
I don't think so. Maybe they're waiting for his trinket.
Maybe are they asking to remake the game? Maybe, I don't know what they're doing. Maybe
honestly, they might just be waiting for the Gladiator's Medallion to come back up, because when you DC and you reload, it uses the trinket, and that's a pretty important part of Space Station Gaming's defense. So I think they're just going to be waiting.
This is good for Space Station Gaming, isn't it? This is just 3 minutes where they don't need to worry about rotating their cooldowns. I mean,
I don't know. I don't think it's going to give any team a massive advantage or disadvantage just waiting the first couple minutes of the game. Likely, what I think is as soon as Smexin's Gladiator's Medallion is off cooldown, they're instantly going to start going head-to-head. And I feel like dampening is kind of a double-edged sword, because although that seems to be the win condition for Space Station Gaming, as soon as Charlotte Phoenix gets into dampening, Smexin has a really hard time keeping himself alive just with the off-heels of Chun-Li.
All right, they're gonna just they're making it as if the gates have opened. I guess they're gonna just. That's what it looks like. That's what are they gonna wait there for dampening and then run out of the gates? I don't. Maybe they're waiting for 3 minutes on the dot and then they're gonna run out. Let's see. This is the most odd game I've ever seen now from the start of that. I'm trying to think strategy advantage to waiting. It has to be more beneficial for Space Station Gaming for time to go by. So it looks like they're gonna start. Jamili's in stealth, Nick is in stealth. So Smexin got combat from Corlick, so there's not gonna be a sap. They're gonna have to start with stun locks. They're moving right on top of Gorecki. Blind, open on Smexin. Combustion instantly pulled from Jamili. Chun-Li going to paralyze it right away. Gorecki trinkets to reverse. Hammer of Justice. Repentance. Not looking for it right now. Jamili going to Temporal Shield. Soak all the damage here from the Storm, Earth, and Fire. Still going after Smexin out in midfield. And it looks like we're going back to more of a standard match at this point.
Ooh, they secure a counter spell onto Gorecki. Sheep onto Chun-Li. Where's the cross CC? They get the Hammer of Justice. Nice lightning lasso there, Jaw. Going for the Ring of Frost. They're going to go for the Blinding Light, but now Chun is out of crowd control. He gets Sheep. Jaw looking for the Ring of Frost. Cross crowd control. He barely sneaks it in time here. Smexen already has to use Astral Shift. Vendetta is rolling. Jaw looking for more crowd control, but he gets Wind Shear by Smexen. That means the chain is going to be broken, and they trade Vendetta for Astral Shift and Stone Form. So not the worst opener here for Charlotte Phoenix, but definitely not what they would have forced if they popped everything when Smexen was DC'd. Nick now getting Lightning Lassoed. He pre-feints it. He gets dressed though. Takes a big hit there. Nice Dragon's Breath here onto the images and Smexen. Nick holding on for a little bit longer. Paralyze coming out from Chan. Big damage here. Nice snowball on the images as well. Jaw really peeling up that situation. And now the Rogue Mage is looking to get aggressive here, man.
Yeah, they definitely are. Let's see what happens. Full polymorph once again onto Gorecki. A full kidney shot onto Smexen. Is this going to be the Divine Shield? Are they going to force the Divine Shield? They get the Divine Shield and the sacrifice in the nick of time. And Gorecki barely keeping Smexen alive there. And Charlotte Phoenix, they're on a roll right now. Look at Corlick. He has every single defensive cooldown. Charlotte Phoenix are looking good if they can continue this assault. This next push, an interrupt actually on a Gorecki. That's a great way to start it. Kidney shot on Smexen. Any crowd control. Can we see it? A Blinding Light. This could just be the game right here, right now. Charlotte Phoenix, they want to close it out. A full polymorph lands. Smexen, how are you going to live? Lightning Lasso comes in. Paralyzed onto Jamili. Good crowd control. They get the sap though. No, Blessing and Protection on the sap into a Garrote. They spell steal the Blessing and Protection into a Garrote, into a Poly, into a Hammer of Justice. No way. Gorecki uses every man for himself, breaks out of the stun. He gets interrupted. The crowd control just never ends. But still, Space Station Gaming, they managed to hold on. They cannot get out of the blind. He used every man for himself. And Smexen uses the Astral Shift. Is there anything else? A full polymorph? No, finally. The crowd control ends in Space Station Gaming.
Are you sure it ends?
Full Ring of Frost!
Hey, another polymorph. They could swap to Gorecki right here if they wanted to in the next stunlock. A Kidney Hodge or a Hodge Kidney. Corlick locked in a stun. Space Station Gaming launching a counterattack, but Jamili pre-temp shield. It doesn't even look like it matters. This is insane damage coming out from Space Station Gaming. Corlick has to respect it, trinket, and trade out the sacrifice. How on earth is Smexen alive right now? I mean, that should have been game over for like a minute straight. I was counting that game as done. He stays in it, and remember, they're trying to qualify to the finals for a massive chance at huge prize money. They have to beat Charlotte Phoenix in this series. They have to win 3 games in a row. Smexen just had, I don't know how many Guardian Angels that was, sitting behind his shoulder to keep him alive throughout that onslaught, but now it's happening again. Gorecki's caught in a polymorph. Smexen pops that stone form, trying to reduce some damage onto himself. They need to break up the chain. They wind shear the polymorph. They buy time for Gorecki to get out of crowd control. He needs to go for a Divine Favor heal, but maybe he's a bit worried about getting Spell Steal counterspelled. Smoke Bomb Kidney shot by Nick. Jamili looking for polymorphs. Ring of Peace, bounce Nick away for a moment. Smexen stable throughout that smoke bomb, a bit surprising. Corlick, he's down at half health from a result of that sacrifice. He still hasn't actually even topped himself off. Now getting a Holy Light. The teams are evening out, though, in terms of defense at this point, and Space Station Gaming, I would say, despite how crazy and hectic that was, are in a position where they can still win.
Yeah, it's not looking bad for them right now. They had that really close call, but a few blessings from the Zoff later, and Gorecki's bubble is almost back off cooldown. Nick in a leg sweep, taking fat damage here, but Corlick is there, backing him up. Another blink counterspell secured by Jamila. They got the kidney shot, grapple weapon coming through, and Gorecki activating that Vitality Conduit while he's kicked on cast, because his cast school is holy and the Vitality Conduit is nature. So he's going to trigger out the blind into a Hammer of Justice. This could be the Divine Shield straight up. Corlick is there with the blind. Chun there though, intercepts it. Nick's looking for the sap, but he can't find it. Jaw gets the polymorph, but Smexen and Chun-Li expertly reposition and bomb out their own heals on those hybrid classes, and Smexen is going to be completely fine. Another setup being survived here by Space Station Gaming. Excellent defense from them, but they need to try to find one of these pushes onto Nick to actually force out, trinket, sacrifice, bubble, these kind of cooldowns. Their offense, it hasn't looked as crisp as we usually see it. Now they're going for another push onto Nick, but I don't think they have any crowd control. Smexen just using this big, beautiful map to reposition far away from this rogue mage and just get distance.
Yeah, trying to create distance. Big damage onto Jamili. Can they force the cauterize? It would be big. Unfortunately, cannot. Once again, they just They're trying to kill through the heels of Korlik, and that is not an easy thing to do. Death from above now, coming in from Nick onto Smexon. He gets Hammer of Justice behind the pillar. Korlik not there to dispel it, so Smexon's able to get a little bit of additional pressure for his team. Nick immediately gets topped off. Chun-Li come in with the Ride the Wind to free Smexon from some of the snares that Nick has available, and as a result, Smexon and Gorecki able to reposition behind the pillar. 25% dampening at this point of the game. Korlik still at 50% mana. Blinding Light does come in, and they're going for Chun-Li. Sacrifice trades. And I mean, Gorecki trade out the Divine Shield and the Sacrifice there. They must have been really scared that was only the combustion, and now Space Station Gaming, they're in a lot of trouble. I feel like that might have been an overreaction there by Gorecki.
I feel like you go on Gorecki at this point if you're Charlotte Phoenix. If you can manage to go in the next 14 seconds, he's got no way to escape a stun. They're going after Jamili right now. Korlik in a paralyze. Nice counter assault here by Space Station. Korlik denies it with his Gladius Medallion and Sacrifice, and Gorecki knows he could be a target. He's running very far away from the fight. Jamili's chasing him. Korlik's on the left, Jamili on the right, Nick on the right. They're surrounding Gorecki. They go for a blind. They're baiting the trinket. If he trinkets this, I think they'll swap to him. He's trying to hold on to the trinket as long as he can. Will he get away with this hold? Everyone on his team is in crowd control. It's 3 versus 1. I'm not sure Astral Shift will be enough here at 31% dampening. Smexon ducking in a ghost, so popping the stone form, removing the bleeds. They sap after the ring. And is Gorecki going to get away without trinketing here? Sap into Sap, is into a Garrote, into a Hammer. Is he really going to get away without trinketing here? It's match point, and their qualifications are on the line, and he does. He gets away with not having to trade the Gladiator's Medallion. Vitality Conduit stabilizes Smexon, and they're only 5.5 minutes away from that 16-minute win condition.
Yeah, 5.5 more minutes of heart attacks for Chun-Li, Smexon, and Gorecki, but right now they are looking fine. They have some cooldowns left in their arsenal, and they're looking to get aggressive here. Nice paralyze onto Korlik, Ja with a nice temporal shield. Oh, smoke bomb onto Chun-Li, Sap onto Gorecki when he enters the smoke bomb. Chun has to trade out his Touch of Karma, but he gets bopped off immediately. Nick is all over him. They don't have any more crowd control. Gorecki leaves the CC chain, and now he gets Nova out of line. Chun is finally in his line of sight. He has the Avenging Wrath. He's gonna have to cast though. It looks like Chun might just fall. Smexon gets counterspelled. Gorecki trying to do what he can. He gets kidney shot for CC. He trinkets out of the kidney. He gets dispel on his divine favor. Chun doing what he can to kite. The Battle Master drops there for him. Takes massive damage. So does Ja though. Needs to be careful. Korlik and a Hammer of Justice. Trinketing out of that one. Racial, full ring of Frost Snipe by Jamili, and that is going to be the game. Charlotte Phoenix takes it 3-0. They don't need to kill DC players. They can just win like man, I guess. But still, very nice setup here coming out of them there at the end. Excellent snipe with that invisible ring from Ja as well.
Oh, that Ring of Frost was so nice. It was just a Hail Mary. He just slopped it around the corner, and basically at that point Gorecki had no... He literally just slopped it on the ground, and Gorecki's like, well, I either run into this and try to get some healing out, or I'm not going to have time to keep... It was kind of like a check situation. It was actually really nicely done. Charlotte Phoenix playing the Rogue Mage Talon beautifully from start to finish in all of these games. Their crowd control, their burst damage, everything was on point. And unfortunately for Space Station Gaming, that I think that shatters their dreams of making it into that top 4. They had such a great season, but it just wasn't enough at the end of the day.
Yeah, hopefully we see that team stick around for next season, because we saw some incredible moments from all 4 of those players throughout the AWC season. But well done to Charlotte Phoenix. That's going to be a 3-0 victory, and what an incredible display of sportsmanship also on the side of Charlotte Phoenix here, waiting it out for that for those teams to reconnect here. And it was almost a full reset. I feel like they still won there in game number 3. We can see the replay here on our screen, Zico.
Yeah, and you can see here the Ring of Frost. It's about to happen right now. You can see they get the Hammer of Justice. There it is. Boom. And Gore, he tries to move out, but he can't in time. And
he actually had Sacrifice too. If he just, instead of trying to avoid the Ring of Frost, just press Sacrifice, Chun-Li would have survived. And that's a tough pill to swallow for sure.
Yep, well done. Charlotte Phoenix 3-0. That's the last, unfortunately, of Space Station Gaming. We will be seeing any takeaways from that if we want to see these teams stick together here for next season. Space Station Gaming, what do we want to see out of them? And I feel like overall they had a really solid year, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, they had a fantastic year. They brought in a lot of flexibility with different compositions. I would say that although throughout the year they did play different things, I feel like they still were kind of just stuck. I mean, It's Chun-Li on the Windwalker Monk. Unfortunately, mages were just super duper good right now. At the beginning of the season, we saw Thugonomics on the Destruction Warlock quite a bit, and that seemed to work out really nicely for them. But the melee, I guess, Windwalker, Destruction Warlock, not as good of a composition at this point, so they really don't have that main comp. So they had to play the Ellie Windwalker, which is good. They made it work just because of how insane they are at the game, but when you play against a composition like Rogue Mage Paladin, it feels like they were fighting uphill, right? Like, it's just not as good of a composition. They really had to make outplays if they wanted to win, and they tried really, really hard. But I think maybe trying different classes or just having the meta go a little bit more their favor next time is probably what's going to be needed for a team like Space Station Gaming.
Super strong team, super strong individually as players, but Charlotte Phoenix going to win with a 3-0. This team's now in second with this circuit so far. I guess, yeah, on Sunday, that's their last game from the circuit, so they're going to be in second place currently for the circuit on the NA side. And is this kind of who we expected to be in that slot just behind Cloud9, Zico?
Well, if they play to their potential, then it's not that weird. I feel like this was one of those teams that we were kind of looking at, but you never know. Sometimes they kind of just run it down, but in the round robin, they've played super, super well. They've had a lot of compositions, and it's not that surprising, I wouldn't say. But obviously, I think Space Station Gaming, if I'm gonna be honest, is the team I would have went for second place. So yeah, Charlotte Phoenix definitely rising to the occasion and doing it classy.
Wait, has every series today been a 3-0 still?
Yeah.
Yeah,
we only have 2
wow.
left.
It's been a blowout the entire day. That's
This
insane.
has been the fastest day, I feel like, for the circuit, probably even including the cups, right? Right now? I don't want to jinx it, but...
I think so. I mean, some of the games are long, but every series being a 3-0, it has to play out that way. I feel like it's been a really, really quick day.
Yeah.
Only 2 series left. Is there any chance? Is the top 4 solidified?
I believe it is now with that win. We do have our top 4 for North America. Yep, and we will go
for second, I think.
We're going to go over that at the end of the day. We can see where both regions currently stand in the top 4, the 8 teams that we will see be competing in the finals in a couple of weeks here. But we're going to go to our second to last series of the day, still on the North American side here. That's going to be Golden Guardians versus Unitas. Unitas, a team we've really seen struggle here. We've seen some good games from them, but they haven't quite been able to pull it off just yet here in the circuit. Golden Guardians as well, they're not able to get into that top 4 spot, but they are competing for better placement here going into this next series. So Super Tees, how do we feel about these two teams? What can we expect coming up here?
I kind of feel like Golden Guardians are going to stomp. Unitas, I went in optimistic about their team into the circuit and throughout the cups. I felt like they had some really strong individual players, but at the moment their biggest weakness is just not having the Paladin. If they were a team that could play Rogue Mage Paladin, then I could see them as being a big threat, but the fact that they're limited to a priest, and I think Oxygen really only ults onto Shaman, kind of held back their team. Maybe they've polished that up, but Golden Guardians, I mean, they're having close games with some of the best rogue mages in North America, so if Unitas wants a chance here and they don't have the Paladin ready, I'm a bit worried about them. I would give this to Golden Guardians, and then I think that would bump them up to a higher place too if they win. I'm trying to check the exact score, but right now, where is the score? Right now, Golden Guardians are 2-4. So if they win this, they'll tie with Space Station Gaming at 3-4. And then that'll be determined by game score. It gets kind of complicated at the end of it, which we'll resolve. But there is potential for Golden Guardians to be able to get a better placement and get some more prize money out of this. Unitas is just playing to play spoiler, basically, for them.
All right, well, we'll see how these two teams do. Coming up next in this series, we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, it's going to be Golden Guardians versus Unitas.
Nice block. Master spell comes in from Whiskey, but Peekaboo in a lot of trouble. A huge setup coming in from Nick.
I was the guy that was always kind of toxic, kind of elitist, you know, back when I was really young and just kind of getting decent at the game. And then I went through that whole phase for years where I was just like, man, I'm just complaining all the time about like all these other people that the game is just not good. This game is pointless. This game is not worth playing. Once I changed my mindset and my whole attitude towards the game, I became a lot happier as a person. When I was always complaining and crying, I really lost that feeling in the game and it made me like lose passion. And the move is completely tried to go against that whole mindset and trying to actually enjoy ourselves when we spend hours and hours playing the game. The move is a community and group of people in the WoW section that is filled with the nicest, most generous, uplifting individuals around. I can't believe how lucky I am to be able to do what I love to do. I love to play the game, and not only that, I can make people's day better in any way at all. At least I try to, you know, I try to make some people laugh sometimes, and just what the game has been able to do for me now. This game has given me so many opportunities in life now, because I realized that, okay, there's maybe a chance to do something with this game that could change my life forever.
Reverend Sting is shortly going to be fading. Peekaboo trying to line up for a stun. There's a ton of damage rolling up towards Dilly now with a silence on the milkman. Whoa! 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 His Avenging Crusader just becomes a mill, but they dismantle him. They completely dismantle him and lose in game 2.
Peekaboo is the best rogue in the world for the first time.
I can't believe that all this has come just from playing the game. I think that biggest thing was where I stopped trying to be really negative. I can't see any reason why I would ever just try to be really miserable or really pessimistic. I'd love to give a major shout out to all the fans that have supported not only myself, but also the team, always being a huge motivating factor in wanting to constantly do better.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going straight into the action here. It is game number 1, Golden Guardians versus Unitas.
I think this one could be a quick one. These are really aggressive teams and aggressive compositions. Golden Guardians looking to get a better placement, but they will not be able to qualify to the finals. Unitas look to find a victory in the circuit and kind of break that curse at least and walk away knowing that they took out the Golden Guardians at least in this competition. 3 seconds away from starting out, and here we go.
All right, the match has started. Let's see. Golden Guardians. Ooh, Whiskey gets sapped. Are they playing any spites here? Maybe Oxygen gets counter-sapped. Abster's getting trained here in the opener. Trinkets immediately using that Astral Shift, and they do force out, I believe, CMDs, every man for himself in that exchange as well here on Golden Guardians. So 2 Trinkets, 1 on the healer, 1 on the mage, but I think Peekaboo, if he can trade his blind out onto Oxygen, he's going to be able to equalize that situation. Abster, however, he needs to be extremely careful here. If he gets blinded, it's going to be a long CC chain, so they need to play well here on the side of Golden Guardians. Big push happening, full clear onto Oxygen, kidney shot onto Aiden. Any more stuns? Doesn't look like it. He's going to come out, activates the Fate, activates the Battle Master. Aiden Oxygen coming out with some penances. Big heals coming out. He gets silenced. Smoke bomb now onto Peekaboo. No CC on the Absterge though. If they can get a blind onto him though, it could just be game over here.
Definitely. Let's see if they can pull it off. And it is a full fear over on Absterge right now, but a kidney shot over on Aiden. He's forced to use his trinket. They overlap. Oxygen uses his trinket as well. And now this is a really scary situation for Unitas to be in. Full polymorph is secured. Nicely done there. What is Whiskey going to be able to do? He gets mind controlled. 3v1 situation. Peekaboo has to keep himself alive. Cloak of Shadows trades and the evasion. He still has his trinket. He still has his vanish. Looking to push the pace. A full kidney shot now secured onto Aiden. But there's not much crowd control. Oxygen, he does manage to get the pain suppression, and that will keep Aiden alive for now. But a super explosive game to start off.
Yeah, definitely looking evenly matched here so far. The only real disadvantage is Oxygen's mana is dwindling at a much faster rate than that of Absterge's. Oxygen locked down and crowd control by Whiskey. Aiden pre-evasions, anticipating Peekaboo's moves, but Peekaboo jumps into Vanish, goes for the cheap shot, sets up with a Garrote. Beautiful play by Peekaboo. Peekaboo, and Aiden is just going to get powered down. Golden Guardians take game 1.
I'm chewing.
Is that going to be a 3-0? Is it a 3-0? I think it's... I feel like Golden Guard. I mean, that was a really close game, but
I think it's a 3-0.
For some reason, I think the
taking-
entire day is going to be a 3-0. I don't want to jinx it.
Wait, what
but-
is the last series? We've
It's
got
Turtle versus M2KC.
Oh yeah, that's 3-0 written all over it. But let's
Guys
focus.
are
Let's focus
harsh,
on
man.
this.
Yes,
Well,
let's
it's-
focus. Golden Guardians versus Unitas here. Replay on the screen. Zico.
Look at this. Look at Whiskey. Look at this fat panda. Look at him. Fade. Zoink. And here we go. Kick on the CMD. Kidneys coming onto Aiden. Full fear onto Oxygen. Peekaboo. Takes a garrote off of that. Kidney. Moves to the side. Durest. And it's a 1 dig.
A what? A what?
A 1 dig.
Oh, okay.
It's it's something we say in the FPS community. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I don't have
Something us Counter-Strike gamers say. I haven't played that game for 10 years, but I'm one of the gang.
I'm not cool enough for that. Right, well, Golden
By the
Guardians
way,
taking a game 1 victory. Go ahead, Ben.
By the way, you keep calling WizK's panda fat, but I feel like that's just what pandas look like, right? Like pandas.
that's
just...
kind of mean. Like it's actually really mean.
What? There's no overweight pandas?
No, I don't think so. They're
Pandas
just
are
like
just
even the leanest
fluffy.
and meanest. Yeah.
I don't know, dude. Whiskey looked pretty well fed that game. That's all I'm gonna say.
His versatility definitely had his versatility buff. Nice,
yeah, for sure.
The versatility buff on panda food. Definitely
can I-
delicious. Those noodles.
Do you guys mind if I just take a moment here to clear the air?
Can
on
we
something?
stop talking about food?
Sure.
That's not about food. Okay. Yesterday in chat, I said Carl's hair looked different. And somehow that's turned into me saying he looks like a vampire and his hair is bad. And I just want to let you guys know all I said was it looks different. So Carl, stop spreading rumors, man. Well done in that first game against Unitas. What are we going to have to see here from Unitas if they want to get this tied up here? They're going to be picking Ashamane's Fall. Is this going to be a difficult series for them here, Ben?
Yeah, for sure. It's just like this is one of those matchups where it's a back and forth, right? Like both teams have the capability of winning. It's just about executing, beautiful crowd control, cross crowd control, saving your burst damage for the right moments. And the team that is able to execute and disrupt a little bit better is the team that's going to win. So I would say either one of these teams is capable of winning the series. Golden Guardians definitely looking good in game number 1, but Unitas, they had a lot of opportunities. Peekaboo got low quite a few times. Their crowd control was looking good. So I think even if this is a 3-0, every single game Golden Guardians is going to have to work for. Unitas is not going to be giving them up for free.
Do we see them potentially switching compositions here at all? Like, are we going to see Yask in this series, or is this going to be? Are they going to continue to run RMP here if we see game 3?
I think they go out guns blazing RMP.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see a prop paladin. Golden Guardians, like Shadow Priest Rogue, is actually one of the few and Shaman, and one of the few cons I think that actually can consistently beat tanks. I don't even think it would be like a winning move to do it. So yeah, I think they go out guns blazing as Rogue Mage Priest.
Ben, did they snipe the camera switch there while you were blowing your nose?
No, I wasn't blowing my nose. Maybe I was like tickling my nose or something. I don't know.
Oh, is that what you were doing?
The production, they just swap it. They just catch you by surprise like that.
Somebody
sometimes.
working the
You never
switch was
know.
like, no!
They're just waiting for Aya to take a bite out of her food.
I was mid-bite when that game ended. I didn't expect it. I was like, hoping you guys would continue talking. Oh, man. All right, game number 2 here. Golden Guardians versus Unitas. 1-0.
Nice tap. Yeah, nice tap. Absurge is going to have to use his trinket and his astral shift immediately. That wasn't Vendetta. That wasn't Combustion. I'm really surprised that Absurge is just throwing out those defensive cooldowns all willy-nilly, but it looks like it is going to trade. Whiskey at the same time also did trinket, so there is a big opening here for Unitas. Golden Guardians obviously not wanting to start on the back foot as they get good pressure here onto Aiden. Oxygen just getting interrupted on a Shadow Man. The damage is just insane right now coming in from the Golden Guardians. Mind Control trades out. Oxygen forced to use his trinket as well on the blind of Peekaboo, so a fair trade there, but there's a lot of openings for both these teams as this game goes forward.
All right, let's see if they take advantage. Oh, beautiful Psychic Scream by Oxygen. Can they put a point on the board here? Void Shift comes in from Wizcal, but they're killing him through Void Shift. They're killing Absurge through 2 and 3 health bars in that push. Unitas refusing to go down without a fight.
Unitas just forced out the entire spellbook from the Golden Guardians. Whiskey moving in on that Panda. He gets a nice double fear. Peekaboo's there with the kidney shot. Vendetta is rolling onto Aiden. He trinkets out of the stun, activates the evasion immediately, respecting that cooldown. Peekaboo's still taking a lot of damage here with the Vitality Conduit. And now Abster's in a full blind, no way out. Pika, what are you going to do? Whiskey, and they're going to get a nice kidney here onto Abster. They're actually going for Abster. They get the Drestigath. Peekaboo trying to peel the situation. He gets a cheap shot, and that's going to keep Abster alive. Maybe they're trying to knock him out of the earthen wall, but Abster positions so that he gets knocked into the side of that wall there. He's going for the fake cast here, but I think he should just chill in Ghost Wolf. And right now, I don't know, Absterge on that Shaman, defying death there, and I think a lot of it is because of that triple DR sheep shot that Peekaboo saved his life with. PS coming out onto Aiden here as well. Big push potential here from the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, kidney shot right now onto Aiden. He's got no trinket. The silence goes out onto Oxygen, and Aiden might have to trade out his Cloak of Shadows. Definitely not the position you want to be in. Mana actually in favor of Unitas right now. Dragon's Breath comes in. CMD, can he find the polymorph? They actually just go for the kidney shot. Absterge going to be trinketing out of that one, which means in 1 minute, Aiden has a blind, and Absterge has no way out. So that is definitely a condition for Unitas to win the game. Kidney shot right now, turned around over onto Aiden. Full fear onto Oxygen as well. Aiden on the run. He does have Cloak of Shadows, doesn't want to have to trade it out unless he absolutely has to, but I guess he has to. And now slowly but surely, Golden Guardians are looking good to pull ahead in the game.
All right, let's see if they can keep it going here. CMD stunned up by Peekaboo. No crowd control on Oxygen, though. He should be able to freely heal. He's actually moving in on Absterge. They're trying to still stay aggressive. Will they be punished for it? Peekaboo's got CMD on the ropes here. Oxygen gets interrupted into a silence. That's the block. There's the Mass Dispel. Hits the ice block. CMD is burning down. Oxygen moves in for what could be the last stun of the game. CMD is almost going down. He can't get any damage out. Look at those peels from Peekaboo, stunning the entire team. Oxygen trinkets blind, goes to the Vitality Conduit, powering the penance, trying to stabilize through the onslaught of the Golden Guardians, managing to at least stabilize at this point. Things are looking thin in terms of defense on both sides for Unitas and Golden Guardians.
Yeah, and we're gonna see another setup here. Unitas though, here we go. They actually have a win condition here onto Peekaboo. Aiden trinkets the Fat Panda Rachel. CMD though, taking big damage there. He's gonna trinket out, and Abster's in a full sap. I don't know what's going on with Unitas right now, but they're just all over Golden Guardians. Unitas looking like they've been eating garlic the entire day here, taking down the vampire here. Abster, what are you gonna do? He activates the Ascendance. He gets a 1 riptide. 1 second before shift. They can get the cooldown. They get the dispersion, and Whiskey hangs on.
What is happening? At this point, Unitas, they have to be screaming, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Absterge now has a Spirit Link Totem available, Trinket almost available as well. Whiskey defies death on his Panda, and they still stay in it. Oxygen, his mana is not looking good. Aiden basically has no defensive cooldowns. They're actually just going after CMD. He's got no Ice Block, he's got no Cauterize, any more crowd control on Oxygen. This game could easily be over. Whiskey and a kidney shot. He's still got the Fade available. Let's see if he's going to have to use it at this point. Doesn't look like it, and it seems like Golden Guardians surviving. I mean, Unitas, they really gave it their all in game number 2. They almost took down Whiskey. It was so close, but I feel like at this point it's going to be really hard for them to recover if Golden Guardians just push in.
That's
full
it.
fear land. CMD, he's kiting away from Peekaboo. Does he have a Dragon's Breath? Does he have anything to hold on? He gets gripped and taken down. Golden Guardians, that was a little lucky, I have to say, for Whiskey to survive, but they managed to pull it off. They are the upset kings, and Golden Guardians up in the series now 2-0.
Goodness, super close there on the side of Golden Guardians. Whiskey almost going down. How were they not able to pull off that setup on the side of Unitas, though, Zico?
That was so close. Whiskey, he managed to get his fade off, and he silenced, and the defensive smoke bomb came out, and it was just, I don't know, there was a lot of things happening there, and Whiskey somehow, with the ascendance of Absterge as well, was able to just stay alive for a couple of seconds there until he could get that dispersion off, and after that, it was pretty much over. At this point, you know, Oxygen's no cooldowns, no trinket, nobody has CDs, you know, the RMPs ran out of steam. And they just die. Very slowly. Martin, bro, come on, man. We gotta see a big dress. Was this a mid-leap dress from Peekaboo here? What was it actually that did the
duress.
killing blow?
I
Yeah,
think the
it
global
was
cooldown.
what was that right there?
That was just.
That was like an envenom.
No, I think Oxygen's playing the powered shield sprint for purge protection. So I think he probably powered shielded. They gave a little sprint effect. There's no way that was a duress.
No, it wasn't a duress.
0%.
It did the same damage as a duress though.
Alright, Golden Guardians putting themselves on match point, now up 2-0 here in this best of 5 series against Unitas. Unitas really struggling here against Golden Guardians. We knew going into this was going to be a difficult matchup for Unitas here, and just given the score right now, it's certainly looking to be that way. They need to win this next game here if they want to try and turn it around here and get a victory here in this series against Golden Guardians. Do we want to take any guesses, Supatis, as to which map we think we're going to go to, or just anything Unitas could do to try and squeak out a victory for this next game? I see. Out, you were wrong.
Incorrect. No sticker.
Minus sticker.
I didn't put a sticker on that.
When you do the hook,
I think you did.
You're putting a sticker on the line.
Do I take it off or no?
Yep.
What? Wait, did you give me my stickers from earlier though? I feel like
How
I
many
had
did
3
you
stickers.
get? 3?
I won 1 sticker and then I won 2 stickers.
Okay, so total of 3. All right, I'll put them. I was a little behind, but there you go.
What's my status right now? I have 2 stickers or 3 stickers right now?
3 total. Yeah.
3 total. Is that after the one you just removed?
I didn't actually remove it.
Okay.
Supa's winning
Let's
though.
keep
He's
that
got a
way.
lot. He's got a fair amount. But looks like we are going to be going to Tiger's Peak here. Both compositions locked in. No changes either side. What do we think we want to see Unitas here do here then in going into this next game here? Maybe something in the opener. What can they do to pull off a victory here for this next game?
I don't know. Do 1% more damage. Like, honestly, I don't feel like they played that pretty well in terms of like crowd control and doing damage. That wasn't. Both the games were really close, and it's just the nature of this matchup, the nature of these two teams. They're both really, really strong, and they know what they're doing. I mean, Unitas, they need to just keep looking for these crowd control chains where they can go after Absterge, get crowd control on Peekaboo, get, more importantly, crowd control onto WizK, as WizK is going to be able to disrupt with mind controls and fears and void shift. And if they can do that, then I think things are going to be looking okay here for Unitas. If not, then Golden Guardians, it's going to be a nice little quick 3-0 for them.
All right, power of the fat pandas going to game number 3 here. Golden Guardians versus Unitas.
Did Oxygen prem a sap from stealth? I swear he just premmed a sap from stealth. They get a solid opener on Absterge with the trinket wall, but Golden Guardians look to counterattack. Psychic Horror into Psychic Scream. CMD is isolated. He'll use Temporal Shield. They're going to purge that off pretty quickly, though. Oxygen's finally out of crowd control. No, Peekaboo keeps the chain going with the Garou. Drops the Dressing Cat. Big hit onto CMD. They go for the bomb. Actually, a reverse bomb from Aiden trying to pressure down Peekaboo. Blinding Absterge with no trinket. How is Peekaboo going to respond here? Trading out the feint. The Crimson Vial recovering. They need to try and stop the sap on the blind. They do, but they get a Polymorph instead. Master Spell. WizK lands it. Absterge is out of crowd control. The Golden Guardians will be stable here. Blind on Oxygen. Now Golden Guardians making a power play. Oxygen going to trinket it. Respecting that as a big threat. WizK's pushing on top of Oxygen. Bullying him with the Quaking Palm from the Panda. Trying to utilize that as enough crowd control into the stun. Peekaboo gets intercepted. Love the counter kidney by Aiden here. Stunning Peekaboo when he stuns CMD to stop all damage output during that time. Aiden's playing a much better game defensively this time around, but offensively, where are they going to go? Because right now the Golden Guardians have all the momentum.
Yeah, they most certainly do. And Absterge, he's not really getting punished for that trinket from earlier. They haven't really been able to recover and actually go on him. CMD is just taking massive damage right now, and so is Aiden right here. Both of them dropping super low here. CMD getting wind sheared, taking a lot of raw pressure. Absterge in a kidney shot right now, taking some damage as well. He's going to get gripped by WizK. Drops the Spirit Link Totem. I don't know about that one, though. It felt like a bit premature, but he's still taking a lot of damage through it. He gets a big chain heal, though, with that Spirit Walker's Grace, that immunity to interrupts. That was the Ascendant. So now, next kidney on Absterge, he has to pre-wall it or trinket wall it. Let's see if he can get it here. He's running to his teammates, maybe dropping an Earthen Wall Totem, and he will. So it looks like the Golden Guardians, in terms of defense, are going to be chilling for a little bit, and now they want to go and get something onto Oxygen. WizK maybe looking for a fear here. He pops the fade. He's moving in, but I don't think he can find it in time here. Another push here onto Absterge. He activates the Vitality Conduit. Conduit, and there it is, full fear secured now. Here comes the damage. Aiden and CMD both in trouble. Peekaboo goes for the Banish Sap here. Big potential here onto Aiden.
Oh.
Ooh, this is really nicely done here by the Golden Guardians. They get the fear into the sap, into the psychic core. CMD getting low. They get the cauterize, and the Vitality Conduit trades out from Oxygen to just keep him alive and stop him from burning down with that cauterize. Silence onto Oxygen. The pressure is just unrelenting here from the Golden Guardians. They want this 3-0. They had such a strong performance, although they won't be making it to that top 4. Big setup, big overlap. Absurge trinkets, astral shifts, and WizK trades out a void shift just for fun. That was a big overlap there defensively from the Golden Guardians, and now there's some openings here for Unitas.
I feel like after their game against Dilly's team, where WizK got deleted in 1 second, WizK's like, yeah, there might be a Drestagath, I'm swapping you, I don't care. But now there is a big opening. Absurge pre-Earthen Walls, but they knock him out of the Earthen Wall. Beautiful play there by Oxygen. And they net the Ring of Frost after the blind. It's 3 versus 1 on WizK. They need to get Dispersion with this push, though. 3 seconds, is it enough to get Dispersion from WizK? Doesn't look like it. Now Vitality Conduit stabilizes. Smoke Bomb gets dropped by Aiden. That didn't look too great of a smoke bomb. Maybe just trying to prevent the Vitality Conduit. It seems like it was a little bit late if that's what they were going for. CMD still only has Ice Block here. Is Peekaboo going to be able to take him down with the Shadow Fiend out? They frost over the Shadow Fiend. They avoid it for now. WizK right on top of Absurge. Absurge stunned up. Peekaboo steps over and stuns Aiden. Just buying enough time for Absurge to get out of his kidney shot. Goes for a Riptide. No Spirit Link for 40 seconds. Pops the Spirit Walker's Grace Bombing and big chain heals. Bringing the team back up to full health. Good recovery from Absurge. Working well with the limited resources he's got. Only 4 minutes in here. Slight mana advantage to the Golden Guardians. Cooldowns about even at this point, I would say, between the teams. Anyone's game still. Absurge pre-Earthen Walls. Oxygen gets stunned up. Both healers in a stun lock. Who's going to get taken out? Aiden evasions the incoming attacks from Peekaboo. Peekaboo switches over to CMD during that time, trying to min-max the output as much as possible. Absurge still with a slight mana advantage, trying to run away and Ghost Wolf. There's the Psychic Scream stun combo. Drestagath drops in for Peekaboo. Lava Burst from downtown. Golden Guardians take it 3-0.
So what happened here was Aiden trinketed about a minute ago when he dropped that smoke bomb that you were like, yeah, I'm not sure if he was trying to get the vitality. He actually trinketed to drop that smoke bomb. I'm not sure what he trinketed, or if it was like a misclick or something, but as soon as he did that trinket, Golden Guardians were like, oh, a golden opportunity. Let's take it.
Well, Golden Guardians finishing out that series 3-0.
Yeah.
No victory for Unitas, Ven.
I was gonna say, you don't get a sticker for that one. That one's too obvious. Sorry, bro. It's not gonna happen.
I wasn't even
All right.
going for a sticker, okay?
Yeah, sure.
I
Golden
just wanted
Guardians,
to-
you can see. Look, let's take a look at this. I mean, I'm just kidding, man. I'm not kidding, though. No sticker. All right, WizK, Peekaboo obviously dominating on the damage meters. Yeah, I mean, I feel bad. I mean, Unitas, that was one of those series where they had a lot of opportunities. It was close, but it was just the Golden Guardians. They just did a good job, honestly. Golden Guardians, they weren't wanting to fall behind. So the one thing I liked the Golden Guardians were doing, instead of like waiting till they were super low and using cooldowns, they're just kind of preemptively trading stuff out so they could stay ahead in terms of momentum. And I like that for the most part. Golden Guardians had momentum in their favor, and they were just willing to make the trades, willing to stay aggressive, and eventually find a win condition where they could actually take someone down.
I just
here
love
in
the
a couple
Golden
of labs.
Guardians. I like the Golden Guardians. They all go offensive. Like right here at the end, Absurge is like, all right, Flame Shock, Lava Burst. They know when to go offensive together as a unit, and that's one of the main reasons that they're one of the only teams that makes this comp work, even when it isn't the meta.
Yeah, indeed, and it's cool to see, regardless of where these teams currently place, both of them bringing their A game for the second to last series of the day. Golden Guardians, though, going to be winning 3-0 against Unitas. Now we're going to be moving to our very last series of the day here. That's going to be M2KC versus Turtle. Turtle, as we all know, are going to be probably playing jungle here for this next series, but what do we think M2KC is going to bring to the table, Super Tees?
I think the same thing that they've been bringing in every match, the Windwalker, Fire Mage, Holy Paladin. I don't think we'll see Roasties. This is a matchup where I think jungle stands at least a decent shot, so it's definitely not like the Mage Warlocks. I think I counted Turtle out yesterday. If the prediction continues, though, with 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, it might end up still being true. But it is, I would say it's not a completely hopeless matchup for jungle. So they should put on they should put on a show, I believe, in this last series, and they can definitely mix things up. I mean, if Turtle win here, they'll go 3-4, and they'll be tied with Space Station and Golden Guardians. So then the victory is going to be determined by game score for the prize. So Turtle might have a little bit more to play for there. Whereas M2KC, if they win, they're going to go up 5-2, and they'll guarantee second place. They'll be tied with Charlotte Phoenix. So there could be some money differences there between second and third, which is a pretty big jump in prize overall. So there is still quite a bit on the line for these final two teams in the final series of the circuit.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen a little bit of discussion about why some of these teams that didn't qualify are still competing. This is round robin, so we have to see it through to the end. Every team still needs to play every team, so we have just one game left where it's going to complete the entire round robin circuit for the North American region. So even though neither of these teams are going to be in that top four, or at least Turtle, we will still see them competing here in this next series here. So we're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's going to be M2KC versus Turtle coming up next.
I think the quality of competition has been the highest it's ever been the entire year. This tournament is probably one of the hardest tournaments to win that has ever been played in WoW.
We know that those players are the best at their respective classes, and it's always a challenge to face them.
His Avenging Crusader just becomes available, but they dismantle it. They completely dismantle in game 2.
Chance falls and the Gosu crew are 1 game away.
Blizzo 10% out. What is going on? They actually hit it. Mid-range. Temporal shield. Warcraft gaming. Blizzo is undoubtedly the best warrior in World of Warcraft.
Blizzo is an unstoppable force. Literally nothing can stop him. Roots, nothing.
Battlemaster's gonna fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Blizzo. Massive damage. And they take down Wildcard Gaming and Art Jordan 2019 BlizzCon champions.
MIM sets up for the kill. 1-star surge, 2-star surge.
Now another counter spell comes in though. That's a beautiful counter spell. Is there an execute? There is. And Wildcard Gaming upset the stock and go 1-up, 1 game away from the grand final.
Watson Raikou, they just need a little bit more damage. He saps it, but Looney just can't make it there. Is he gonna stay alive? No! Black tie it up.
Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done the shadow.
No way.
Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Welcome back, everyone. The gates are opening shortly here for the very last game of the day and the last game of the BFA AWC circuit. It is M2KC versus Turtle.
Will the Turtle make it to the water? It's their last chance. M2KC looking to solidify second place here in the AWC circuit play. BFA Finals only just a couple of weeks away, where we're going to take the top 4 teams from Europe and North America and slam them head-to-head in a double elimination. But this is the last play of circuits, the last time we'll see Turtle here. So let's hope it can put on a show here and really put it to M2KC.
All right, the first setup of the game is happening already. You can see Dilly in a leg sweep, Ceralium in a stun. The trap is not going to be... There it is, finally landing onto Brain. And let's see, can they actually push Ceralium over the finish line here? He blinks in aggressively, he gets Spider Sting. No more follow-up CC for Brain, though. Should have no problems healing Ceralium back up from this situation. Polymorphs coming out on Gex. Dilly's just kiting. Everybody on the side of Turtle is living up to their name right now. And so far, no real cooldowns forced from either side. Just a temporal shield traded, you know, a few damage cooldowns like aspect of the turtle, or aspect of the eagle, sorry. But that's about it. And there it is, the Dilly Cam coming through, and there it is, full trap as well. Ceralium could be in a lot of trouble. Gex spamming out the smites, Brain gonna trinket and respond with his wings and respond with some heals. Hammer of Justice onto Dilly. Full blinding light here onto Gex, but it's DR'd. He gets paralyzed. Doesn't look like they have any more crowd control. They get a DR sheep. Dilly taking massive damage here. Nice stun by Cyfoxy onto Ceralium, and that is going to save Dilly from having to use this aspect of the turtle and shutting down enough damage to buy enough time for Gex to get out of that sheep and heal up his hunter.
Yeah, and now stun over onto Brain as we see Turtle looking to get some counter pressure here. They get a full trap, Ceralium using a temporal shield to bounce his health up just a little bit and buy a little bit of time. Nice Dragon's Breath to defuse the situation and slow down Cyfoxy. Now looking for a full polymorph of his own. Going after Dilly once again. Dilly using his Master's Call in order to run away. This is a Touch of Death by Drake. He used the Fortifying Brew as well to empower it. So big burst damage available here onto Dilly. Pain suppression trades from Gex while he was in that Hammer of Justice. And I feel like that was a great trade from Gex, keeping Dilly alive, especially on that Touch of Death. He got a lot of value there.
All right, let's see if they can keep it going here. Nice freezing trap. Ceralium still the target. Dilly playing pretty far away. He's trying to maybe bait Drake away so he doesn't get a double leg sweep. Interesting positioning from Dilly here. Gex in a Dragon's Breath. Dilly jumps over to try and interrupt it. They do stall it. Gex line of sights the polymorph. Ceralium still trying to chase him down, not going to connect. Brain was moving in. Dilly's trying to kite. They're getting ready for the stun. There's the poly. There's the leg sweep. Fist of Fury are flying. Ceralium is laying into Dilly at the moment. He does manage to recover and stabilize despite the crowd control. Now turning it around, freezing trap onto Brain. Cerulean sees it coming. He's gonna drop Temporal. Drake trying to protect him, but that Glaire's Maledict got big value on that Temporal shield, but not enough value to get a kill just yet. Gex is in position on top of Brain, gets a Psychic Scream on the 2 players. And switching over to Drake, mixing it up, trying to get that split pressure here. Try and get an opportunity with it, but Fist of Fury Turbo Fist not going to be able to crack that defense. Gex into paralyzed, Dilly stunned up, double blinding light, 3 versus 1 on Dilly. He's looking durable though, still at 50% health. Gex comes out of crowd control, Vitality Conduit stabilizes, Dilly jumps in, gets the trap, big damage drop by Cyfoxy onto Cerulean. Huge hit of damage, gets the Cauterize. Turtle looked good in game 1.
Turtle forcing out a major objective here. Only 3 minutes into the game. Gex mana bar is full. Drake actually overlaps his Fortified Brute and his Touch of Karma. I'm not sure if that is the move here, but he's going to use the Karma, I guess, a little bit aggressively here, trying to get some damage onto Dilly, trying to turn the tides of this fight. But Cerulean dropping low here. Full trap could be secure. Dilly, everybody's dogpiling on top of the healer. He has to go for it. He's not even going to go for it, and the sack is just going to come out here from Brain. I would have loved to see Dilly just go for it there, even if it was a hard trap to land. If he doesn't land it, it's, you know, it doesn't really matter. If he does land it, however, you can force out a trinket or one of those piling breakers. Unfortunately for him, they only get the sacrifice. Now swap over onto Gex. No pain suppression, no trinket. I think he actually trinketed the very last second of that stun right there. So Drake not going to be hitting his leg sweep right there, and they're going to kind of abandon that push. They force out the trinket from Gex as well as that power word barrier though. So looking very good with these pre-swaps as well on the side of M2KC.
I mean, definitely at this point, M2KC, they can basically go after whoever they want, whoever's just kind of vulnerable, whoever doesn't have a trinket. At the same time, Cerulean with no Cauterize is going to be feeling a little bit scared. Gex getting interrupted there, but he tops himself off. Big damage onto Cerulean. He gets bursted down and topped off immediately by Brain. Now Cerulean potentially looks for more crowd control. What are they going to do? Combustion onto Gex. Big damage on Gex. Do they have any more stuns? They mess up. They leave a gap in the stun lock, and as a result, Gex gets the Vitality Conduit, and he will survive. And that was a lot of damage committed by M2KC. It was a touch of death, as well as the combustion. The Shadowman should top off Gex if he just gets out of that Ring of Peace. Good disruption there by Drake, but Shadowman's going to be very powerful throughput, and Gex should be able to hold on.
And Drake's just going at him right now. He's playing really aggressive. Cerulean's trying to avoid Cyfoxy, but really difficult with the Feral Druid. Dilly's standing right on top of Brain. Lands the freezing trap. Triple crowd control. Cerulean pre-temp shield, though. That temporal shield. Look at that value. He's back to full health right when the freezing trap ends from Brain to get a big divine favor in there. That was a clutch temporal. I feel like that was easily a block, maybe a kill if he wasn't careful. Now Gex still the target for Drake. He's just tunneling down the priest. Dilly's taking a break and a polymorph at the moment. It's not in line of sight of Gex at all. Gex gets interrupted, goes for the Vitality Conduit, dropping in an Atonement Penance on the Cerulean. Mana's not looking good though for Turtle, even though they've got momentum. They've gotten through some big cooldowns. I'm not sure how much longer they can last. Dilly engaging, double stun lock. Where's the control on Drake? Drake's on top of Brain, doesn't manage to eat the freezing trap. This is a big push. If they can get a Mass Dispel on this block, they've got the Maledict ramping up, trying to absorb some healing, but Blazing Barrier and Battlemaster don't care about Maledict. Not going to be getting too much value. And there's a big push onto Gex. Can they kill him through pain suppression? Insane damage onto him, but he does manage to hold strong through the stun and stay in it for his team. Unfortunately, though, that Cauterize is now 1 minute and 54 seconds. Brain still has half of his mana remaining, and Turtle need, at this point, it feels like a miracle to come back in this game.
Yeah, they definitely could use a miracle right now. It's not looking super good. They're losing on mana, they're losing on cooldowns. I think Gex should have his every man for himself. If not for this next stun, definitely the one after that. Brain in a freezing trap. They need to try to net some cooldowns here. They're going after Drake. He has every CD in the game, so unless he dies in the stun, I don't see him dying. He's gonna get the Touch of Karma onto Gex here, and now he's gonna look to get aggressive with that. Do they have the stun lock? Here we go. Gex, no trinket. It's here. Cyfox casting out the heals. Where's the kick here? Nobody kicks it. Nice leg sweep coming out from Drake, but it looks like Gex is going to be able to survive here with the Vitality Conduit. Unfortunately for M2KC, that means he should have his trinket as well coming back up here very, very shortly. He gets pinned. The Chun-Li Ring of Peace here, trademarked, coming out onto Gex. Good pressure. He gets kicked on the Shadow Man, and he's still going to be able to recover there with the penance, but nice place here from M2KC.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Gex right now, his mana is not looking good. He trades out the Rapture as well. 16% dampening at this point of the game. Sacrifice actually going to be traded out preemptively by Brain, avoiding that setup. Very nicely done. And as a result, Drake will survive. Gex now under fire, taking quite a bit of damage. Thorns comes out from Foxy, trying to deter them just a little bit, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. Shadowman comes in. Looks like Gex will be able to hold on with that power word barrier. Great damage coming in from M2KC, but I think Turtle are going to be able to last a little bit longer.
Oh, the water is so far away right now for the Turtle. Almost 20% dampening. 0 mana left here. Brains on top of them. They go for the Psychic Scream, but that's a double leg sweep. Doesn't look like Gex has a way out of it. Cerulean's getting Fireball after Fireball. That Combustion going to be off cooldown pretty soon. They're trying to go after Drake and pull off the Miracle. Can they KO Drake in the main stun? So close to getting a kill, but not enough. Close with no cigar. Brain gonna recover with the Vitality Conduit. Gex at least stabilizes and gets in a good position, but that's a double Blinding Light into a Ring of Frost. Oh, the Ring of Frost, no, it does land on the side box. That's a hammer. There's no way out of this. Oh, they stun Cerulean. They silence him on the Trinket. Gex holds on because of that. Just a little bit. No, not enough. M2KC gonna be taking game 1.
Wow, game 1 victory, M2KC. Gex almost holding on there at the end, but in the end, M2KC is going to take this first game victory here. A couple moments there, though, that I feel like M2KC was a little bit scared to go.
Well, they did force out the Cauterize there at one point, but they could never really get like a big push like that ever again on the side of Turtle, and I think a lot of it is just due to how the M2KC played the matchup. Brain staying very far back, Drake just doing whatever he wants, basically harassing the healer a lot, and Cerulean just kiting these melees around. It gets him around, gets Dilly, for example, around the pillar, Dragon's Breath him into a sheep out of Gex line of sight, and that just slows down the jungle a lot and just forces them to expend a lot of mana and a lot of cooldowns. So M2KC with a good game plan, and they executed on it. Take the first game.
All right, best of 5 series here. Now Turtle needs to win game number 2 here, or they want to win game number 2 here if they want to try and tie up this series here, potentially winning this series versus M2KC. Now they're going to be choosing map here pretty shortly as the draft starts. Here's the replay here, Supties.
Yeah, basically Gex doesn't have pain suppression for 45 seconds, doesn't have barrier for 3 minutes. He has 2% mana. His teammates are in crowd control and can't help, and he's in a Hammer of Justice and can't get out. They managed to stall just in time to get Desperate Prayer, which is a little boost to health, but with dampening so high, there was no amount of healing coming through at that point in the game for him to stabilize. Still really well played by Turtle, but these Paladin the caster comps, not even just double caster, just Paladin Mage, Paladin Destro, seem to be really difficult for the jungles to beat.
Mm-hmm. And with Turtle and the jungle, the way that they're playing jungle here, is this the type of, do they need to get that early kill here onto M2KC then in order to try and win this series? Is that their strategy, or can they win potentially in delayed dampening as well?
Well, I think it's one of those things where for Turtle they can win. I mean, the thing is, they can win early on, they can win in the late game as well, but they are on a bit of a time limit. It feels like M2KC, especially as dampening goes on, that pressure, especially on the Gex, is going to become overwhelming and kind of really difficult for him to manage. So Turtle, they just have to, basically, if they want to win this game, I feel like they have to cause cooldown overlaps. Like they have to force out trinkets at the same time, a Divine Shield to sack, and maybe get a Cauterize at the same time, because it just feels like with the Ineffable Truth, if we're seeing enough procs come in from Brain, it's just really difficult. And I mean, Paladins have been really strong against jungle. It's been kind of the bane at this point for that composition. And if they want to win, it's just going to be about really clinical crowd control, really good burst damage, and hopefully they can end up finding a win condition, but it's certainly not easy.
Oh, pretty smooth, man.
Wait, what did I say?
What?
I get a sticker. I don't know what I did, but
that's a sticker, 100%. Make it a star as well. Let's go quick.
Thank you. I need to earn at least one today.
You have
I didn't
one.
even know. What did I do? What did I say?
I don't know.
Well,
I'm not sure, but you have one sticker.
But I gotta ask, is it like our Golden Classic with the stickers? Like, do we have a joint bank account here?
Yes.
This is rigged. They're like, what is this?
Just double
At the
check.
end of the
All right,
game,
you
we need to
guys
add our stickers
team up. You guys team up because you keep forgetting to unmute. You need all the help you can get.
It's kind of true. Super is still winning, even with you guys combining
Did you ask him?
stickers. Did
you
I ask
ask him
what?
a single question when we came back from a break? Of course he's winning. He gets to watch us be muted and be like, oh.
I have never been
I'm just gonna
muted.
start
I never
doing
mute
it.
my mic, so I'll never be caught muted.
Just wait, man. Super Tease, it's
happen.
coming for you. The next live broadcast we have, I'm just gonna start with you right off the bat. every time.
100%
Please,
unmute rate.
Yeah.
100%
I don't know
unmute
why. I
rate.
don't have that habit. It's maybe because you're lower. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'll have to start doing it because you're right. You could. There are plenty of times you could have been muted and we were just had no idea. But you know who's never been muted? Is me.
Nope. I've never been
true.
muted.
Give yourself a sticker as well.
And I can't get away with not being muted because I'm the first person.
Look
to
at
talk,
these.
as I am the
Zico
host.
and Vet are so salty about being muted, like giving stickers at the eye up for free to try and cover it up. Like, I see how it is.
Yeah.
It's all good. It's all good. We will take you down, Sid. You may have the most stickers right now. but
Only
not for
I
long,
can
my
take
friend.
myself
Not
down
for
at
long.
this point, okay? Only I can take myself down at this point.
I'm
All right,
the
what's the
holder
last map?
of the stickers?
What's the last map of the series? And
Yeah,
the
let's
What's
see
the
it.
last map and
For
last
all your
comp?
stickers. This is
All-
this
all
is,
the-
this is
all
double
the
or nothing.
stickers? What do you
Double or
mean?
nothing. You either double your stickers or lose all your stickers. You have 5 seconds.
Then all three of you.
At 5 seconds. It's score and map. So it's going to be 3-0 M2KC. The final map is going to be Black Rock Cold.
Okay.
I was gonna go
Ben?
with Black Rock Cold.
You can go with Black or Cold too, Zico.
Yeah, but then if Sid is right, he still wins. I have to go with something else.
I'm gonna. How about this? How about this? I'm gonna triple down on Turtle winning this game. So let's see how that one plays out.
Triple
Right now,
down.
Dilly's
What,
gonna
you
be
go
moved-
negative
yep,
stickers?
I get triple the stickers if it ends up happening. Now we can see actually beautiful crowd control early on by Turtle. Big damage onto Drake. Can they get the touch of karma? Can they just take him down outright? Brain trades out his trinket. He trades out the vitality conduit. And right away, I mean, you can see M2KC, they're just going aggressive here on the Gex. They found their target in the last game, and I think it's going to be just a ride or die in this game. They do manage to get the Hammer of Justice big, Fist of Fury coming in, and Gex is just going to feel the pain train for the rest of this game, I imagine.
Fortunately, he had pain suppression to suppress some of it here, but that's a 3-minute cooldown, so it's not likely to be seen for some time at this point. Could cost a lot of mana to recover. Dilly in the poly here. Gex at the pillar. Just waiting. Drake charges right in onto that priest. He knows exactly who he wants to go after. Target acquired. Drake gets stunned up on the pillar, but he pre-walls it. Nice read by Drake, anticipating that. Dilly's been polyed for some time out in the open. Ceralium blinks in. Dragons with Ring of Frost looking to isolate Gex here. Gex dispels it right before the leg sweep. Good timing there on the dispel, but he's still taking an immense amount of damage in game number 2. Cyfox gets interrupted on his support. They drop the Vitality Conduit to try and recover, but now the team is rotted down. Look at all 3 members of Turtle. Very low on health. Are they going to go for a barrier? It might get Ring of Peace, so it's going to be a tough call. Gex is slowly but surely recovering. Interrupted on Shadowman. Dragon's Breath on Smite. They're making this so annoying for Gex. Goes for a penance, but that's not too big of a heal. Catches a decent Shadowman. Stun on Brain. This is Turtle's chance. They land the freezing trap. Drake and a Karma, but it's a Maledict. It's absorbing a lot of heals, and Gex is in position for a fear. Cyfoxy is chasing down Drake. He diffuses off the Maledict. He flying serpent kicks right back to Brain. Ring of Peace denies the reconnect. Nice kiting from Drake in that position. Brain gonna recover with the Vitality Conduit. Now it's Gex who needs to get ready.
Beautiful defense there from Drake, but he did have to use pretty much everything. 20 seconds left for his Fortifying Brew. Blinding Light here onto Dilly. That Ring of Frost also kind of cutting him off a little bit. He gets caught up in the sheep. If Gex goes for the Dispel, it could be dangerous. He realizes Dilly does get Dispel though there. Nice double leg sweep, and Drake really doing a lot of work this game, just building up a lot of pressure and doing an excellent job fighting defense with defense. And now he needs to be on the run here. Drake already preemptively running. He knows he's the best target. He's in a perfect position. Ceralium now can be soaking up some damage. He's not even activating his temporal. Finally gonna do it. The turtle smelled blood in the water, but I don't know, the water is looking kind of far away right now. They get a full Hammer of Justice onto Gex. Here comes the Touch of Death. The Dress connects. Big damage. If they had another leg sweep there, that could have been enough to sweep Gex out of this map, but he is going to hang on. He's going to have his Powered Barrier. He has his Dark Archangel, and here we go. He might look to use it right here. He's looking for the fear. He gets sheeped here. Excellent defense by Ceralium. Drake might have just gone down there if they had that extra crowd control. Nice trinket there by Brain with those Avenging Wraths, keeping Drake in the fight, but that was an excellent poly by Ceralium. It's stopping Gex. That could have been a Divine Shield otherwise.
Ooh, here it is. Big leg sweep here onto Gex. Do they have any more damage? The Hammer of Justice lands. Gex, you gotta hold on. You gotta hold on just a little bit longer.
Do it for the
does look like the
stickers.
thorns will land as well. M2KC, they're continuing this push, but Gex manages to keep himself kind of alive. One shot of lens. He finally tops himself off, and now Drake in a full stun. But he has the touch of karma. Gex getting into position. Can he actually get? He actually prems the paralyze. Nicely done there by Gex. Gets the premonition on the paralyze to land the full fear. Beautiful plays there by Gex. And that is going to net, unfortunately, nothing. But it was a nice play. Drake is going to manage to hold on. He uses the Ring of Peace to knock Gex out of the safety of the Power Word barrier. And this assault from M2KC is just never ending.
Yeah, let's see if they can survive here. Down to half mana. At least they're even on mana. That's actually a bit surprising between the Priest and the Paladin. So maybe there is some hope there for Turtle in game number 2. Double stun lock combo by Turtle. Where's the Freezing Trap? They land the Freezing Trap. Stun, follow up. Dressicat drops Karma Wall immediately from Drake. Respecting that power play from M2KC. Turtle are showing that they are still a threat here in this series, but Drake responds appropriately. Now dropping Dressigath on Gex. Big combustion play here. They're trying to cut through pain suppression. I don't think they have the damage to do so. Vitality Conduit likely available momentarily. Powered Solace to get some mana. Going for a Penance. Nice restabilization from Gex. Good trade on his cooldowns there. Berserk popped by Foxy. Tiger's Fury combo looking to lead the charge for his team in terms of damage, but Dilly's in a poly, not really able to back up. Gex is in position to fear, but I think Drake is already across the map, so they're going after Ceralium. They're trying to get the Cauterize, maybe a block and a Master Spell. They could clutch it out here if they got a little bit more damage. Oh, they just needed the smallest amount of damage to get that Cauterize. Not enough. And now Drake right back onto Gex. Foxy trying to help out with the regrowth. Not finding too much damage out onto Gex at this point. Drake is forced back. I like that Turtle are going after Drake and trying to keep him on his toes here. So can't stay on the Priest. Brain is stunned up. They need the Freezing Trap. Dilly jumps in, gets the Freezing Trap. Drake's on the run. Dilly's chasing him down. Brain trinkets out. Gonna respect this crowd control. Gex gets intercepted by Ceralium and a poly. Hammer Justice down on Dilly. How much damage do they have? Big damage in from Brain with that Judgment. Dilly trades up Exhilaration. They're pushing for more. He's gonna get Vitality Conduit. And that looks like it's going to be enough as the team stabilize.
That was Dilly's human racial as well, so not going to have that for another 3 minutes here. Counterspell snuck in onto Gex, trying to force him to use some Shadow Mans. Ceralium is in position for a Dragon's Breath Sheep, and there it is. Dragon's Breath comes out, bop, Sheep, here we go. Dilly, no trinket, see ya.
See ya stickers.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Then, man.
Rippin'.
You just gambled
yeah,
on
those are Zico stickers too. Those are Zico
I
stickers
just realized.
Yeah.
Happened,
nothing
dude.
to say?
You gambled our kids' college fund, man. Come on, bro.
It had to be done. If we were going to beat Sid, we had to do it, man. I mean, you know, no guts, no glory. And unfortunately for us, it's just no glory.
No food in those guts tonight.
No, I mean, you can see how the last little moments of this game did play out. Dilly, he had his aspect of the turtle, but unfortunately wasn't able to get it off. A nice interrupt there onto Gex. And Dilly was he was kind of softened up at this point in the game, but the double Dragon's Breath into a full polymorph on Gex to the leg, so he was just really nicely set up there. The offensive Blessing of Protection to deny any sort of shutdown on Ceralium. And Drake, Ceralium, Brain, they're a well-oiled machine. They have really, really good synergy with each other, and they're able to get Dilly down really, really quickly as a result.
Yep, things certainly not looking good here on the side of Turtle. Now that M2KC here is on match point, if they win this next game, they're going to send Dilly home with a 3-0 loss here against M2KC. Now it's going to be their map choice pretty shortly here, and it's really much else that they can do on the side of Turtle that we haven't already seen them try and work out for Turtle here up against M2KC Super T's.
I feel like they're playing fine.
Yeah.
I don't feel like they're doing anything incredibly wrong. They're just like, there was one point where maybe they go to tap Drake out with a double dress, like before he got the karma. So, and then earlier they almost got cauterized. It's just there's so much defense. Like even if they got those cooldowns in that situation, the Ineffable Truth on the Paladin just means he's got bop again. He's got sack again. And then by the time you get through the second or third sack on Ineffable Truth, they have block again. So you basically have to pray that Dressigath kills somebody before they can respond. That's really, I feel like the way that, at least between these two teams, they can win. So they've got to pray to crit gods right now that Dressigath just drops in and taps somebody out. Otherwise, it's going to be 3-0, and I'm going to have all of the stickers.
Wait, you're gonna lose all your stickers if it's not that map.
I know, but
you're at 0.
Okay. Okay, if Turtle picks that map to spike me,
I get to pick a map too. So
Go ahead,
still
real quick
opportunities.
before we see it. Zico and Ben.
Runes of Lordaeron.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
you're actually right. It's gonna be runes. I didn't bet on my own map.
Oh
yeah. True, you
It's actually is gonna be runes. Oh no, it
I'm writing
is
it
because
down.
it's 100% gonna be runes. There's no way they
You lose
pick
all
Tiger's
your
Peak. There's no way they pick Tiger's Peak in this matchup. It's 100% runes.
You picked Black or Cold.
Oh, sorry,
Don't tell him that.
Sorry, Black or Cold. There's no way it's Black or Cold.
Don't tell him that.
Sorry.
I want to change.
Nope, not allowed.
You can't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's too late.
We'll
It
see
is
who has
too
the
late.
last laugh, Sid. We'll see.
No one's right. We all lose.
Oh,
Yeah.
does that mean
We didn't, I didn't have.
we're ending the day with nobody with stickers?
Nobody
That means
with
Helios
stickers.
wins.
That wins.
He's winning with 2 stickers that he got in the first game. Well done by Healing Stat, truly the victor of today. But we are going to be going
We're
to
too reckless.
point here for game number 3, M2KC versus Turtle now. M2KC on match point. What does this change for us now that we can see the map here?
Well, they're gonna go after the Windwalker. I'm pretty sure Drake. He's not gonna have those nice little boxes like Dalaran has to kind of kite around. He's always gonna be in line of sight of Gex, Cyfoxy, Dilly. When he's trying to port, he's not gonna be able to get away very far before they can reconnect. So it's dangerous if your name is Drake here. But luckily for him, he has a massive brain and he's been eating his breakfast, so it should be good for M2KC here. Let's see if they can do it. They need one more win, and M2KC are automatically qualified no matter what happens here, right?
Yes. Yep, that is, they are securely in the top 4 here, and then we will be sure to update you guys watching from home where exactly these teams end up in the top 4 and throughout both regions as well, in North America and Europe. We can see the final standings after this round robin circuit. And it looks like the game here is starting. Game number 3, N2KC on match point here versus Turtle on hook point.
All right, hook point. Did Zico guess? I think Zico guessed. I can't remember if he did the hook.
Yeah, he did. He guessed hook point.
Wait, does that mean?
Hook point.
So if
Wait, I thought you guessed Blade's Edge.
Nope, definitely hook point. All right, so this game getting underway. Fortifying Brew with the bash over onto Drake.
Ben
and once
is
again,
too
MCKC, they're
sly.
going to be looking to get aggressive onto Gex. And full blind.
Oh,
They're
the
going for the spite
spites.
setup. I love it. They are mixing it up with spites on this map, and Gex is he has to shrink it right away. He actually gets Ring of Peace back in. Can they get it off? But that's the thing. I mean, Gex.
Thing from Beyond.
I feel so scared for one thing from Beyond's gonna land, but he uses the Everyman for himself. I think Gex is gonna be in a world of trouble during this next fight setup. I think M2KC might be able to just close it out.
The Coffin dance music. The Coffin dance music is literally playing in my ears right now for this next setup. I literally have the song like on blast. Go ahead, Sid.
I mean, they might make it to the water. Now that I've lost all of my stickers, I'm rooting for Dilly. I couldn't vote for him when I had the stickers, but now that I've lost them all, I think Dilly stands a chance. Look at those dressing guys. Look at that remote guidance device. Huge connect there. They get Brains Gliders Medallion throughout that push. And if they can keep it up, maybe Drake is going to be a viable target. It's going to be difficult for him to avoid combat on this small map.
He just prayed. Dilly literally just prayed. He knows what's happening. Look at them. They're just actually sitting back and just waiting. They're doing nothing right now. They push in, and I think it's almost inevitable at this point. Once you see Brain push in, I think they could literally just use Blessing and Protection, Bubble, all offensively. And once they get that crowd control on Gex, and once they get the triple spite set up, I think the game might just be over. Full trap here on a Brain. Drake is just going to be healing himself up. You can really tell with the way M2KC is playing this. They're just waiting. They're just picking their moment. They only need one good push, and they will instantly win the game. And here it is. Let's see if they can do it.
Get the flute, Sid. Here we go. Full leg sweep. Pain suppression coming out. Double claw. Hammer of justice. Spamming regrowths. Will he survive? Master Skull gets Ring of Peace back into it. And
He
Gex is
lived!
actually gonna survive. No way.
He ruined the
lived.
moment. That was the moment. How dare Gex live?
Oh, wait. Keep playing. He gets kicked. He gets counterspelled. Okay, never mind. He lives.
He might actually live again. Shadowman's gonna land, and Gex manages to hold on. Nicely done there by Turtle, but now, unfortunately, every man for himself, a 3-minute cooldown, Spite a 1-minute cooldown. So that means the next Spite attempt here, Gex shouldn't have any answers for, but they're just still training him down. One interrupt does land. Gex burning through a lot of his mana. Gets counterspelled. Good interrupts here from M2KC. Gex might just fall without even the Spite trinkets being used. There is the Vitality Conduit. Gex manages to hold on just a little bit longer, but still this pressure from M2KC is really high.
All right, let's see if they can manage to turn it around here. Brain still has so many options. Much mana in the tank. They trap up Brain. They stun up Drake. Perfect setup. Brain trinkets out. Big bikes. No crit. Billy didn't pray during the bikes. That's why it didn't crit. No crit. He's not going to go down. Brain trade sacrifice. Stabilizer getting ready for Gex. Interrupt them. Where's the paralyzed and the Spite? As soon as they go for that paralyzed Spite, it could be lights out for Gex. There's the paralyze. 1, 2. Where's the third? Cerulean stunned. 3 Spites. Gex trinkets. Brain's team is getting obliterated though. The Spites setup is botched and Cerulean is getting blasted. Everybody in trouble right now in M2KC. Stunned onto Brain. Is there a freezing trap? Dilly gets dispelled. Gets the freezing trap. Pushing forward. Get Divine Shield from this. Oh, Dreshkat drops. No crit, but Cerulean gets swapped to. Insane pressure. Turtle trying to turn it around. Brain gets interrupted. Cauterize. They get cauterized. Where's the block? No, this is a little bit more damage. They stun Brain. They're going for it. Can they get the block? Divine Favor block. Oh, man. Turtle does not want to be turned into a meme.
Turtles
I don't think they can stop it, though.
I mean, let's be honest, they probably can't after this game, but still, good survivability here from Gex. He's actually in a check situation, though, unfortunately for him. The next fight, I know we've said that now a couple of times, but I promise you guys, the next fight is the Coffin Dance. If they can get a sheep, especially before that next fight, I want to just pop Cerulean, drag his sheep, and here we go. There it is. Full paralyzed. Oh! 1, 2, 3 into the blinding light, into what exactly? Ring of Frost, and here comes the leg sweep. There's the combustion. And
look at Dilly's laughing at Gex. That was so much damage.
There's no way he was gonna survive that. No chance.
M2KC doing it in style. The 3-0 over Turtle. Really, really good job. With that Windwalker Fire Mage Paladin. I mean, they were the original team to play this composition, and a lot of teams have adapted it since then, and I mean, you can see why. M2KC, they're absolute monsters with this comp.
Yeah, and well done by them as well, and that means that every match we've had today has been a 3-0.
Wow.
Which I don't think... As long as I've been working in the AWC, I don't remember a single day like that. Not even close.
Yeah, no, me neither. Both regions.
First time?
Both regions, yeah, except 2. Also, yeah, crazy. M2KC 3-0 versus Turtle. Well fought by them as well. Certainly some good setups there, but none of them quite ended in a kill, Supertees.
Yeah, they got close, but in the end, they were only a meme. The Coffin Dance plays on and on for Turtle. I can't believe it kind of ended this way for Gex. Like, he had 2 solid games of defense, and then Spite comes out in game 3. And his BFA circuit run is going to be ended with the beautiful Spite setup, holding Gex inside those purple circles, maximizing his corruption, and just totally decimating him. Dilly can do nothing but laugh at how hilarious that is. But M2KC, they've locked in second, I believe, or at least tied for second on their total score. We're going to have to do some math here, because I feel like there were some ties to divvy up the money.
We're going to have, production is currently working on tallying up the scores for all of the circuit for North America and see where exactly those teams ended up. But man, you gotta hand it to Dilly. Always a smile on that dude's face, win or lose. And I feel like that whole team, Turtle overall, despite what we just saw versus M2KC, I feel like had a really good series for the circuit Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. They were one of those teams that I feel like in some matches they kind of overperformed a little bit, and Obviously, watching Dilly and the guys compete here, it's been a joy. They've always had kind of a positive outlook. They're always smiling in the player camps. They're always having fun with their little turtle mascot, and even here,
game.
Why not? It's a viable strategy. Preyton is off. Why not? Especially on your final game of the AWC round robin, you may as well. And I think they won a lot of hearts. I think they made a lot of new fans from this team. I'm definitely going to be one of them. I hope to see them again.
Yeah, I certainly do as well. Stupides, do you feel like Brain is still the hardest paladin to kill in the world?
Yeah. Brain is definitely the hardest paladin to kill.
I think more people have killed Mythic N'Zoth than they've killed Brain.
More people. Wait, I think you can Google that. Google.
All right, well, we are going to go to a question real quick while we get that circuit tallied for you guys, see where exactly the North American teams ended up. But we do have couple more questions from Twitter from you guys as the viewer using that hashtag AskAWC from WoW Esports. And this one is going to be from Kalandra, one of our lovely mods working for helping out in the chat today. That's going to be, what has been your most memorable moment for this round robin? And I will start with Zika.
Let me think here. There's been a lot of.
There's so many. Yeah,
that's a really
Kalandra, that's a difficult one.
Yeah, I feel like there's been a lot of moments, but Does any one of you guys have a straight answer right now?
Yeah, anybody can go.
I do.
Go ahead.
I liked the FTK My Way nLite Jungle Mirror.
Yeah,
that was like a standout for me.
Okay.
I was
That's a good answer.
That one as well. Yeah,
you were going to as well. Now you got to do something else. I slipped in there.
First you took my Blackrock hold, and then now you're taking my even when there's no stickers on the line, you're just yoinking everything. I don't know. I kind of liked watching Coffin dance, just the rise of Coffin dance in general, but especially who was it that they beat? I think they beat Wildcard, right? Or was it Diabolus? I think maybe they beat both. I don't know. Watching Coffin dance in general go from like kind of a meme team to actually being one of the favorites in general, I think has been just a joy to watch.
For me, I think it will be the match we saw Cloud9 actually lose. I think that was like a standout moment for me, where the Charlotte Phoenix kind of rose from the ashes. Jamila playing the Haste G-Pie mage, and they were the only team that was able to beat Cloud9, and I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to do it again. I look forward to a potential rematch.
We'll have to see shortly in just a couple of weekends when those top 4 North American teams face off against each other in the finals. Thank you to Kalandra and everybody that put out those questions onto Twitter using that hashtag AskAWC. We should have some more in the future, hopefully. But I think we do have another question, I think, from Twitter using the same hashtag. Oh, never mind. We are going to go to standings. My mistake here. We're going to look at where those teams ended up in the top 4 for North America here. We can see what we're going to be expecting here facing off the finals for the North American region here. We can see Cloud9, 6 wins, 1 loss. Very comfy there in that top 4 spot. We can see M2KC where they ended up after that last match. They are in 3rd, followed up by Mystery Org, and then Charlotte Phoenix, of course, in 2nd place here. Top 4, Super T's, how do we feel about North America?
I feel like Cloud9 was pretty expected. Charlotte Phoenix stepped up to the place where I think we all wanted to see them step up, so that was really nice to see. Mystery Org massively improved as well in terms of their options. And then M2KC, one comp wonder, make it work. I mean, 5-2 with 1 comp, you can't really you can't down talk them at all. I mean, they played that comp so well that Mystery Org started to take it from them. I almost wonder if we would have known Fire Mage Windwalker Paladin was as good as it was if M2KC weren't here. Like, just imagine if they weren't a team, right? Would we have seen it? I feel like a lot of people were considering Rogue Mage to be the dominant melee caster.
Well, we saw Wildcard play it.
That's true.
Was it before M2KC or after? I don't.
Yeah, we saw them in the Cups playing it. It was like their main comp in the Cups with Warrior.
I felt like they were Warrior. Yeah, Warrior more than Monk. I wonder if they would have dropped.
Definitely more. They played Monk as well. I mean, they had both. I think Warrior was probably better at the time. Either way, M2KC definitely showed like how good this comp is, because it was like their main comp, right? So they definitely, I think, made it very popular. Wildcard always had, several options.
Do you feel like we'll see more of that composition for the finals? More teams play it? You think so, Ben?
100%. Yeah, there's no question about it. Windwalker Mage seems incredibly good right now. I think I was just thinking about what were the most popular classes. I think it was Holy Paladin was the most popular healer, most popular caster.
Windwalker,
probably Mage. I would say Fire Mage was more popular.
Fire Mage, that's true.
And I think for melee it was actually Windwalker. So I was like, you take the best melee, the best caster, and the best healer, and put it together, and go figure, you have a good composition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can also see what bracket we're going to have for the North American Finals here. Is Cloud9 facing off against Mystery Org. Game number 1, Charlotte Phoenix facing off against M2KC. How do we feel like these matchups for the first round here in the North American Finals, Zico?
Well, Mystery Org, they got to be happy. They just came off of a fresh 0-3 against C9 today, so I'm sure they're stoked about potentially starting in the losers bracket. But Charlotte Phoenix versus M2KC should be a really good fight because Charlotte Phoenix beat M2KC with Rogue Mage Paladin. M2KC played Windwalker Mage Paladin, and Mystery Org beat Charlotte Phoenix with Windwalker Mage Paladin. So I feel like maybe M2KC had a bad day, maybe Charlotte Phoenix had a good day. I feel like that's a matchup that can go either way, and I think that's going to be super close.
But on the side of Mystery Org, they did 3-0 Cloud9. Do you think that that's just going to give Cloud9, and we know how adaptive of a team they are? Do you feel like they're going to be able to come up with a strategy to turn it around in their favor?
Well, they have some time now. I think they have 2 weeks right before the finals, so they're gonna have to get to work and figure something out. I think their DH Windwalker, maybe if they put more time into it, they can win with that, or maybe with the Fire Mage Windwalker. It looked like they're thinking of some pretty decent answers. I think they just need some more time to get the synergy and figure out exactly how they want to win.
And we will also be checking out the European finals as well in a couple of weeks. Those teams have plenty of time to practice as well. We saw some incredible games from that region as well. Reflecting back here on all of the teams, now we can see here the circuit where they ended up XSET Wildcard Gaming tied with 6 wins, 1 loss here. I think this side here as well, the European circuit is also looking pretty tough competition, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, there really is no question about it. XSET, Wildcard Gaming, they had the same score, but XSET, they did win head-to-head, so that does put them at the number 1 seed. Wildcard Gaming going to be behind them. Coffin Dance, like we talked about, I mean, this is a team, they really stepped up with those melee cleaves, primarily the Windwalker Demon Hunter. No one else was really running this composition besides them, and they really stepped up to the plate, making it work, qualifying to the top 4. Diabolus as well, playing that Paladin, Mage, Warlock. Their team is super strong. They were the only team that beat XSET. So that is actually going to be a really interesting matchup because XSET in seed number 1, Diabolus in seed number 4, they will be playing against each other in the first round, I believe. So that'll be a really interesting match to see what XSET is going to change up and if they're going to be able to actually take down Diabolus. I think if Diabolus wins that round 1, that would be a big upset, and they could be one of those teams that's going to play spoiler in this tournament.
Yeah, we can also now see the circuit once again for the EU finals. This XSET facing off against Diabolus, Wildcard facing off against Coffin. We talked about it a little bit when the European games finished up today here, Zico, but how do we feel about these games going into the finals for Europe?
Well, I think for kind of exactly what Ben just kind of hammered on, I think for XSET, Diabolus is probably the only team you wouldn't want to face since they did win in that head-to-head, but likewise, Wildcard, they're going to have a pretty tough match here against Coffin Dance. It's going to be a pretty competitive bracket here from what I can see. And yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of scared. We could be in a world where you get XSET Coffin Dance, immediately in the lower bracket. And I don't know, kind of looking at this bracket, I feel like Wildcard, they're in a pretty okay spot here. Mm-hmm. XSET as well. If XSET wins first game, XSET could just steamroll to the finals as well. So it's gonna be cool.
Yeah, should be really cool here. And man, what an amazing 4 weeks I feel like it's been, this round robin format. I know we've touched on it so much, but I just think it's been really exciting to see every team face off against every team. Something that maybe we wouldn't have had the privilege of seeing in a traditional bracket format like we've seen in past cups with the AWC this season. So make sure you guys aren't missing any of the action. If you guys want to tune in for the finals and you don't want to miss it, you can subscribe to the YouTube channel here. You can press that notification bell and you will get notified when we go live. You can keep up to date with any updates we have for the finals for the next coming weeks here by following us on WoW Esports at Twitter. You can keep in touch with that hashtag, maybe join in on some of the questions that we'll be seeing here during the live broadcast for the finals using hashtag AskAWC if you want to participate in that. Make sure you follow us on Twitter again, WoW Esports on Twitter. You can send in those questions. It can be gameplay related or something maybe a little bit sillier. Anything really goes here, and we'll ask it here on chat. So send in those questions on Twitter, and we'll see you guys in just a couple of weeks here. Any closing thoughts here from what we've seen in these last 4 weeks, Super T's, that you'd want to carry into the finals here?
Well, I mean, we kind of already talked about it. Just XSET really only struggling with Diabolus, and that's how we're starting Europe. Wildcard got blown out by XSET, which was really surprising. So I'm curious to see what they're going to figure out moving forward. Basically, I'm really happy about these finals because I can't 100% predict it. Whereas if we were back in the Cups where it was like Cloud9's just winning every time, XSET's dominating, Wildcard Gaming or Oni, it was like really predictable at that point. Now it doesn't feel as predictable, which is really nice. These are going to be some nice finals.
It's going to be some amazing finals. Super T is looking forward to that. So make sure you guys are here the same time, but 2 weekends from now, it's going to be Saturday the 26th will be our here same time as well, youtube.com/Warcraft. That's a couple of weeks for that finals. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you to everyone working behind the scenes here, moderators, production, everyone that goes behind this production. Thank you so much to everyone so much, and we will see you guys for the finals.